Oh, you didn't look too fucked up to me.
Oh, I think I do.
Oh. Ah,
Maybe I'm just a good judge of myself.
yeah,
Oh, you just started this up. Okay.
yeah. Just started.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. It's been a busy week. Um, I'm looking forward to having some time off.
I gotta shut you. Oop, there you go. There we go. I just had that going because I had that pulled up. So it looks like Hermit's stopping by again, uh,
Hermit and Bandit.
and Bandit, and yeah, cool. No, that stream last night that I was on, man, holy crap!
Okay, so I didn't see much of it. How much of it did you get to see? I was
Well, I was
gonna.
probably on it because I was going between your stream and that one,
Uh-huh.
um, and I was there probably about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes before you.
Yeah.
And yeah, just absolute. I mean, just absolute delusion. Um, Now, for some reason, Ghost Shurist shows up here. And for some reason, he hasn't been showing up on mine. Well, that's
That's
good.
weird.
Yeah, he hasn't been showing up in any chats, whether I'm on your panel or whether it's on mine or whatever. But whatever it's, they must be unshadow banning him or something.
Hmm.
Um, but that's weird. That's going on with Chaos on my streams now. I don't know why.
That's weird.
I think he got put he got clipped by YouTube as well. So
Uh-oh.
um, yeah,
Yeah, I think Hermit said that Ranger got another damn strike.
yeah. I think he's on his second. Yeah, so that's I haven't seen him much. He was in a lot of my streams here a couple weeks ago, and then he's kind of dropped off the face of the earth. But I know he's getting ready to move
To
to
move, yeah.
like to Reno, Nevada. I think he said.
Yeah.
So yes, indeed, indeed. And I think so. Yeah, it was funny. Like this lady at work, she bought me like all these goodies and stuff. I couldn't believe it,
Yeah.
and I'm like, holy crap! I think I got the better end of that deal. So I don't complain, but so you said your pond froze over and it killed some of the fish.
Oh, I think it was last year. Yeah, we had a big snowstorm here, and
Oh,
I mean, we lost power for like 5 days straight, and there was like a sheet of ice over my pond, and yeah. No, the one that Ape was talking about, that big ice storm up in Washington State in
mhm.
the mid 90s. Yeah, I lived there during that time, and we
Oh,
had like 2 inch thick ice on all the trees, all the power lines. Like so many
2 inch
trees
thick. Oh
fell.
my God.
2 inch. Yeah, it was crazy because it snowed and then it kind of melted, and then there was rain and then like a flash freeze. So yeah, it
Yeah.
was it was a
Oh no,
mess.
that'll happen here around this time of year. That happened because my one of a retired colleague when he was still with the company, he lives at a little higher elevation. It was all rain where I am,
Hmm.
but the higher elevation, it turned to sleet and just
Yeah,
like all the trees, same kind of thing, just fell on everything. And
yeah,
I mean, I could see the rain, and literally, it was like a sheet of a inch thick ice
yeah,
on the car and everything. I'm like, oh my God, how do you get out of that? Ugh, I was very lucky.
yeah. So that stream last night. So out of all the stuff, did you see? Because I checked in and I asked Vega how it was going, and she didn't seem too optimistic.
First of all, what I'd see when I first saw all of them is more red flags than a Chinese military parade. I
Right.
mean, literally, every one of them had to have at least three red flags.
Right.
I mean, at least. I mean,
Yeah.
all looked ran through. They all looked
Yeah.
run through.
Yeah.
There were some of them saying, "Oh, my 20s were for me," or
Mm.
what 4 out of 5 of them said was, they want a guy with 6 figures, um, which I found very interesting. I'm like, I'm a guy who makes 6 figures, but I didn't achieve that when I was 25. I've
Right.
achieved that over the past like 5 years, for a few years
Right.
only. And did you ever consider that maybe I want something a little higher quality than what you have to offer?
Right.
Because I have standards myself. One of them
Yeah.
said, "Well, I like older men." And I'm like, I wanted to come up on that panel and say, "What do you think of what you see?"
Oh, there's
And
Ranger.
yep, oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so yeah, I would have come up there, but they started actually giving me a headache,
Yeah.
so I had to leave. It was getting late anyways, and I had to leave. I was just giving. That was actually making my high come down. That's how bad it
Yeah.
was. But yeah, you can't afford to get another strike.
Yeah.
Well, good to see you, Red Ranger.
Yeah, Ranger, if you'd like to come up too. I know Kush said he was getting tired, and I was gonna come up on your panel, but I was like, man, no, if I do that, then he'll feel obligated to stay up. And I was like, if I just start up a stream, like you don't have to
Yeah,
feel
no,
obligated.
I decided that because I'll go through that. I'll get a second wind. I'm going now, but I'll probably pretty soon start getting tired again because
Yeah.
the heat just kicked on. It's getting really comfortable in here.
Yes. Oh man.
Yep.
Well, I'm looking forward to having a conversation with her with the host about the her take on it, because that was her first panel, trying to like
Yeah, I know. I
talk
know.
talk to the people that she's trying to reach, and I
Yeah.
did see Uncle Guns on that panel too.
Yeah, he was up there for a while, and
Yeah.
he was preaching the gospel.
Yeah.
Um, but no, and I will say she did her best. I think she did as good of a job as she could have done.
Right.
Um, I can't fault her for what she did. Um, but yeah, I ultimately had to leave because it was too much for me to stomach. It's just
Yeah.
like the delusion, and she's trying to talk reason into these women. Say, even in LA, the average salary is $70,000.
Right.
Even in LA, which has a high cost of living, that's average. And it was just like deer in headlights. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
what your expectations are, and it's like I even wrote it in the chat. It's like, do you understand? I'm one of the types you're looking for, and you don't meet my standards, but they can't possibly understand that it's
Right.
all about them.
Right.
But it was all about them.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's
oh,
what I got. That's why I typed in the chat. I was like, yeah, I can't tonight. Like I'd already had too much
no,
listening to
I was
crazy
too,
bitches. I
no,
was I was
I was
done.
too tired. I
Yeah.
was just um no, I was not up to that challenge at
Yeah.
all.
Hey JR, by the way. Oh,
Hey, Jim.
I was gonna ask Vega, because long story short, she laughed a lot. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, indeed they were. Yes, indeed they were. They were beyond delusional, and as a matter of fact, I would say
Yeah.
JR is asking if um she laughed a lot. Yeah, she's been coming to my streams quite a bit. She's been regularing
Yeah,
my.
Vega's a good one.
Yep,
She's a good one.
yep. I wrenched her over on my channel. Um, so because I've seen her enough times, and
Yeah.
what's he talking about, Mika? if I had to guess, I saw her panel thumbnail on the other night and said, "Hell no, hard pass, one look." From those twat thoughts, I'm like, I don't want to. You would have. I think I lost a couple. I probably lost a couple. No, that's why that's why I don't like interacting with them because they lack the skills. That's the thing. These women try to have a conversation, a deep conversation with any one of those 304s that were on that panel.
Yeah.
Forget it. Forget it. And that's why it doesn't even interest me. It's like if I can't even have a sustainable conversation with you,
Right.
nothing to say.
Yeah, I was thinking about what you and Ape were talking about earlier. With the whores, and like I do know that social media has played a big role because things like at high school today, isn't anything like how high school was when we were in high school, right? We didn't have the technology that they have today.
Mm-mm.
So that totally exacerbates what's happening. And like watching those girls, like something I have a hard time with is watching them try to piece together a sentence, and they're just puppeting stuff that they've been saying. And
Oh
and
yeah,
it's almost like they're
just
doing it for
puppeting
a
the bullshit
show.
that they've been told.
Yeah.
And the other one I heard that just I have no tolerance for. I heard one of them say this because I'm Latina, blah blah blah.
Right.
So bullshit.
Right.
You're blaming. That's not about Latinas. That's about you.
Right.
That's about you. Don't you blame it on your heritage. That's bullshit.
Right.
I know a lot of Latinas who don't have that.
Yeah.
No. That doesn't carry any weight. Anybody who says that, they're using that as an excuse.
Yep.
As an excuse, period. I don't see that any other way.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And Red Ranger agree. Of course. I mean, he's, because I'm Latina, because I'm black. I heard that one on another stream too.
The group identity bullshit.
Yeah. No. We all struggle in life here.
Right. Right.
We all struggle and go through bullshit in our lives.
Yeah.
Nobody's an exception to that.
Right. I've been enjoying watching Alice pretend to be her brother lately.
Yeah, I don't know how you stand paying attention to that. That's why when you say get out of their way, you don't have to argue with me. I don't want anything to do with them.
Well, she's running out of white knights because one of her white knights that has been, actively trying to cancel me for months, she lost him.
Yeah, did a 4-part series on me.
Yeah. So she had to make one up, and now she has a channel, and she's pretending to be her brother because she wants to talk to men, man to man. But she types the same emotional diarrhea, illiterate bullshit
that no man would type.
That no man would ever type. It's funny, Kush, because I'm like, wow, this crazy bitch is that desperate. She has to make up her own white knights now.
Yep.
So,
I mean, that's what just gets me. I mean, you have how many kids does she have? 2 or 3?
She has 2. She's been pregnant. Like she was. See, that's the thing. She wants to claim like, oh, she's talking bad about my kids, and she's because I guess she had a miscarriage in their first pregnancy, which that sucks. Does not negate the fact that you're literally pretending to be a traditional conservative woman, and you've been pregnant 3 times out of wedlock. Okay, the first time might have been an accident. Okay, you learn your lesson. Second time. That's a little less forgivable. A third fucking time, that's a pattern. Like, yeah. So 2 sons. She has 2 sons.
Yeah, I'm just reading Red Ranger's comments because they're all spot on.
Mm.
Yeah, but then, yeah, the one he said, yeah, I'm really a trans midget hermit. That's funny. He likes Nirvana. Where's that flannel? What did Moon Boots say here? I can see what's there because
Moon Boots. Haven't seen you in a while.
who's Moon Boots?
He is a gentleman that came out of the fish keeping community that I spent a lot of time in. Actually, Moon Boots, do you even have fish? I don't know. I remember him from Father Fish's Discord. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Red Ranger. Exactly. That's why I just have such little patience for these.
JR wrote something very nice in Spanish. I don't know if I can translate that.
Oh, you can on here. It's free speech here, Kush.
Yeah, bitch whore pigs.
Ah, bitch whore pigs. I like that.
Or basically, or bitch ass or bitch whore sows. Oh, not good. No, Spanish has some colorful ones.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So fish keeping is where Moon Boots comes from. Not the manosphere.
Okay. Cool. Well, nice to meet you, Moon Boots. I fish took an honorable discharge from the server. Okay.
Father Fish's server. Yeah. There's so much crazy bitch activity in there. Too many women. Hello, Braxton, by the way.
Braxton. Who's Braxton? I've seen him.
So Braxton's probably been around the longest. He used to come up on the panels a lot. He is from the let's see. What is it called? ADOS. The ADOS group identity. ADOS. So it's a subsector of the Blackosphere, we'll just call it. It's what does ADOS stand for, Braxton? It's like the original descendant of slavery or something. But he's actually, if I were to say that anybody's clocked the most hours on these streams, taking part in these streams, it'd be Braxton.
Okay.
He's always around. So that's why I'm like, these crazy bitches, if you want to, learn anything, just ask Braxton. He's been around the longest, probably. Okay, American descendants of slavery. So, all the group identities, Kush.
Oh, is that what ADOS? Okay. All right.
I keep blocking this, Alice.
Oh, that's KC. That's someone.
Yeah, that's one of Alice's.
That's one of, yeah. I know that. I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Oh, the old man's just a little fucked up and high. There you go, buddy.
Yeah. He stragged him, allegedly.
Oh boy, we got some people going Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, is Alice? Oh, probably she's watching this.
Oh yeah, she always is watching. Always.
Is it gonna get cold in Georgia? Are the pipes gonna freeze in her trailer?
I don't know. Yeah, when Abe said that about the flick and the bean thing, I was like, I hope that's not true about my channel. I really hope. I mean, if she's flicking the bean, she's doing it over you guys.
No, I don't even want to think about that. I mean, how many? I remember how long you had that video of her with that this, like with her muffin top hanging out, and um, like, I mean, just like she was on that clear glass elevator or whatever.
Yeah.
And some guy was like, why would anyone? Why? I don't understand why. If you're that hard up, man, I mean, go fap somewhere. I mean,
Right.
seriously, you are in serious need of some post-nut clarity. If you're hard up for that,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Just I lived in Europe for 6 months. Um, I travel to Europe quite a bit, so I know what fit, feminine, friendly women are supposed to look like. Um, Back in those days, that's what they used to be like.
Right.
So, my view of women was always predisposed to begin with. Once I came back to the United States and I saw that, then
All right, Ranger. We'll see you later. Thanks for touching base. Glad to know you're still kicking.
Yeah, glad you're still here. Glad to see you. But he's probably got to keep it on the DL. So I understand why. He wanted those metal. Oh God, there was one of those videos too where she's like jamming to a tune and she's got her grill. You could see her like full grills. That's like so gross. But the thing is, we have customers in Georgia and that part of the South, and I've seen women like that, and they're dangerous. I swear to God, they're dangerous. I wouldn't mess with them.
I'm glad I live where I live. I don't see that shit. That's like
No, even in there's even a town like north of here, that's at the border with Vermont, and it's got some weird people in it too. I mean, just like that kind of thing going on. And I remember there was this one chick who, like, at a diner that's since closed, she would hit on me every once in a while, but the minute she told me she was from this town, and then I noticed she had some little tics about her. She's like, because I know just being from that town and having those tics, no, that's a red flag. That's not a common red flag, but you put those little things, you string that little part together, you knit that together, that's a red flag. And it was.
yeah. Hey, Woody.
Hey, Woody.
Well, it looks like these crazy bitches are just going to do what they always do. I should put subscriber mode only on, unless you guys do enjoy sniping them in the chat. I'll leave that up to y'all.
The haters hate. Well, you want to make fun of my hair or something? Anything else you got to say? I'm surprised you even have the gumption to come here and come in a chat. Usually you don't even do that.
Are you talking about moon boots?
Nope, not moon boots. I'm talking about KC, whatever.
Yeah.
FTW, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, she just never gives up. Ever. She does not know how to take an L. It's so damn funny.
What's she's so adamant about accomplishing?
She wants to get my channel canceled because I want to repeal the 19th and I want to cut off all the bastard factory welfare programs.
Oh, the welfare programs. That explains it. Okay. 'Cause that's what she's
And
dependent on.
yeah, well, and she doesn't like the idea of losing her voting rights again, because she said that she spent some time in jail and, you know, got in trouble with the law and lost her voting privileges or whatever, and she's not willing to give that up again.
Well, it must have been a misdemeanor. If it's felony, I don't think you ever get that back.
I don't know. That's just something I heard in one of her ramblings. So her goal is to cancel my channel. Like, that's been her goal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. She's not doing a very good job of it.
well, and she got me a bunch of strikes, her and her little crazy bitch crew. Got a bunch of strikes, but I think because I appealed so many of them and then got out of them, they ran out of strikes to give me. So I haven't gotten a strike in a long time. So they then went to predating upon men that come to my channel and starting to fuck with them to make them not come here anymore. Because they're like, well, the only reason she has the channel is because those guys talk to her. We'll get the guys to not talk to her anymore. So that's when the gulag entered the MGTOW space. But their little campaign is blowing up in their face.
Yeah, I really don't. They seem to care more what I do than they seem to care more about what I'm doing. Like, even like Elspeth Meyer, like when I was doing a stream from Albany, New York, I was staying in Albany, New York, just because I stay there at the hotel when I have a super early flight out of the airport, because I'm an hour away from that airport. And when it's a 5 o'clock in the morning flight, I don't want to have to get up that early to have to drive an hour, then get there 2 hours early. So I'll just stay at the hotel there close by, so I can literally just roll out of bed and get on the plane. And she's like, there's like one comment that I deleted. She wrote like, well, what are you doing in Albany? It's like, why do you care what I'm doing in Albany? What do you care where I'm going?
Right.
What do you care about what I'm doing and where I'm going?
Well, Elspeth is claiming to be Angler's woman now. So.
And JR said that in one of those videos that Angler did, it shows the actual inside of his apartment.
Oh yeah, he let the camera slip a couple times on a couple of them.
I didn't even see it because, again, I don't watch them. I won't watch them. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just looking at the chats again. Very strange women. His apartment is grody. I don't doubt that 1 minute. I don't doubt that for 1 second. Do you know which video it is, JR? Because I'd just be curious to know which one it is, just to see. Because I'm curious
I think it's the one he made about JR.
about JR. I didn't watch that one. I only watched a small piece of it. Again, I didn't even watch 1/3 of the ones he said about me.
Yeah.
Because I just, even playing those things at like 1.75 normal speed, it's just like too long to freaking wait. Oh boy, so it looks like somebody else is sending. This is your warning.
Big warning.
Big warning. Are you going re?
Big time re, Kush.
That's a
great. No, it's big re. Yeah, Elspeth is I don't know if you've gotten any tags from her. Billy hasn't gotten any either.
I haven't gotten any recently, but I'll probably get one. I'll probably get some now.
Well, no, because she has your name here.
Oh.
21 hours.
Possibly. Again,
I don't know. I don't get
I
them
don't
because I
pay a
blocked her.
lot of attention to it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Yeah, it is interesting what KC's putting up. I'm just curious what that avatar shows. Don't keep calm. It's time. Almost looks like Bullets for Teeth's avatar. That's kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, you know, they like to appropriate things.
Yeah. I'm scared now. It's like, I don't know. Maybe they think I'm in a weakened state or something. I'm really not. I'm still good for a good argument if you want it. The problem is you don't understand. I don't give a fuck about the outcome.
Right.
That's the thing. That's the difference between you and me, Mr. and Mrs. Ree. I don't care about the outcome.
Mr. and Mrs. Ree. Hey, Bingus.
Hey, Bingus. Yeah, that's what I told learning and living makes a lifetime when just a troll, probably angler getting a gun. I saw some of the chats. I saw some of the comments between him and her. How fucked up.
Right? Yeah.
I can't imagine that. And as I told you, I see a lot of those types of women like
Yeah.
her in the part of Florida, because it's a rural part of northern Florida.
Hmm.
And you see a lot of those types, and they hear my Yankee accent, and they think I got money, and they think they want to shoot their shot, and I'm like, get the. That's why I'm not totally surprised by that, Alice.
Right?
Never multiply.
Oh, man. Yeah, actually, that Truth Seeker guy uploaded a video and tagged me in it today. He's talking about my son. And he was saying how my son will probably find and date women that are just like me, and how fucked up I am, and how, like, I better change my ways before I ruin my son's future. I'm like,
Well, it sounds like your son ran into the same problem I did when I was younger. I get hit on by
Yep.
older women all the time. All the time I had that. No, and it got to the point like where you would say, I have standards.
yeah. Now, I don't see him entangling with one of these crazy bitches, because he sees the red flags and he just doesn't deal with them. Like, and he gets called a misogynist all the time. I'm like, I don't worry so much with that. But it's funny because he was kind of right. You know how you tend to, I guess, look for a partner that reminds you of your parents or whatever. And that's why we need these crazy bitch boot camps underway to reprogram these women and get them out of their fuckery, or else he's never going to have a wife and kids. And he wants one. He does. He wants kids.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So. Good. No. The thing that surprises me is the thing that gets me is that I think Hamster did a stream where he was showing this Balenciaga dolls they're like these stuffed animals that are dressed in BDSM gear.
Right.
Messed up.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody on an executive level approved that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that that to me is a sign of, I mean, that's a sign of something just like fundamentally wrong in this world. I mean, if we're allowing children exposure to that
Right.
kind of kind of thing, that something that
Yeah.
there's been a disturbance in the force or something.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, actually, RJ sent me a video from Odyssey, California eighth graders, like a sex ed thing. Yeah, California eighth graders taught anal sex, bondage sex, sex involving blood, sex play in sex ed class.
That is
Eighth
not.
graders.
I can't believe. I mean, I can't believe I hear those kinds of things nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I doubt it. He said he's waving a white flag. He's just going fishing. He puts a bigger fish. WTH, sex egg. Should not involve kinks. No, certainly not.
Kush, I'm gonna put this on the Discord. I sent it to you only because I want to pull it up from Discord.
I'm sorry, you what?
Oh, I sent it to you on Discord
Yeah.
only because I want to be able to pull it up on my computer.
No, okay.
I haven't figured out a better way yet to get something from a text message on my laptop.
Oh, so
Uh-oh.
what do I need to do here?
Nothing.
Okay, I don't need to do anything. Okay.
No. Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, I have to do that way too.
Yeah. It's 3 minutes long. You want to give it a watch?
Sure.
January the 12th, 2020. I wish that this report was a joke, and I was hoping not to have to bring you anything else today. But this is pretty serious coming out of California. California 8th graders are being taught anal sex, bondage sex, and sex involving blood in their sex education class. Here it is right here. Anal sex and intercourse on page 239. Kinky sex on page 243. Bondage and restraint on 240 something. Body fluid and blood play on page 240 something. And sex toys. Wow. And it looks like a checklist. California has blazed a trail for what is packaged as social progress, or i.e. the destruction of our children, especially with their sex education, i.e. their perversion, their sick, kinky, sexual perversion. This has nothing to do with what parents want their children to be taught and everything to do with all these freaks, I tell you, that are in control of everything. California is one of 4 states, including New Jersey, Colorado, and Illinois, to add mandatory LGBT history into their curriculum. It's disgusting. I don't even want to read this. Now comes a shocking addition to their sex ed material: anal sex, kinky sex, and blood play. Facebook post containing a picture of an index of a textbook named Sex showed the relatively extreme sexual acts reportedly taught to young children. The textbook allegedly contains a chapter on anal sex, which is becoming increasingly normalized in progressive school districts that are full of pedophiles, I might add. We wonder why our children are going, oh, Lord help me. A chapter on kinky sex. This is for 8th graders, 9th graders through 12th graders. I don't consent. Please speak up. This is out of control. We have perverts running California. They should all be arrested and millstoned. This has been Pam Jones with the Pedophile Disclosure Project, where we track the fall of society by pedophiles being everywhere and no one wanting to speak up.
That is so nasty. I mean, serious. That is Luciferian shit.
Yeah.
That's some fucked up shit. The problem is you're going to have the products of that. Do you understand what the products of that are going to be?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, like I said in your chat, there's this show. Actually, one of my clients' daughters who was in high school told me about this show, and I watched it. It's called Euphoria, and it totally shows how different, like, the high school experiences with a lot of the kids these days. I mean, there's tranny stuff, there's like sex everywhere, there's drugs. I mean, sex and drugs have always kind of been a high school thing, but not to this extent.
No, nothing like
I
this.
mean,
no.
One of the students got on like this app, like this hookup app, and started like doing like somebody she knows dad. Like, I mean, it's way out there.
My God.
Yeah,
So
I remember my sex ed teacher, Mrs. Johnston. I remember the opening of her class. She was like, sex, it's like a beautiful flower. But she was teaching, like, about marriage, and it was just totally different than this.
I remember ours because I remember the teacher. No, but I mean, it was normal stuff he talked about. But I remember some of the guys were having a quiz, and they were asking, "What's the vagina for?" And that's the textbook answer was supposed to be the passageway for the baby. Somebody yelled out, "It's a passageway for the dick!"
Right?
But it was no, we didn't have that. No, and even when I was in college, I mean, that was, they even told college students, to refrain from receptive anal intercourse, because that's pretty much guaranteed way of getting an STD. Yeah, get a grip. It is 2022. I don't care if it's 2022 or not. That doesn't make it right.
Right.
What does 2022 have to do with making it right? I'm just asking the question. My sex ex teacher was a lesbian. She always looked like she just smelled it.
I made a little clip last night of I was going over the most recent A&M faculty senate meeting. There was this total Karen moment. Did you see it? It's like 8 minutes.
No, I didn't watch it yet. No.
Oh.
I'll watch it. But you said it was a Karen moment.
Well, I just kind of clipped the highlights and then put some stuff in my description that I will need for later.
It's like an 8-minute video, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah. No, the Karen moment was she's an anthropology professor. And oh man. She's talking to and she's trying, I think she's trying to respect somebody's pronouns when she's talking, because she almost slipped up once and said she, but she kept saying they, because they're talking about mental health. And first she started out saying and complaining about how, oh, well, I see a lot of the men are addressed as doctor and the women are addressed by their first name. And then she said something about apologizing, like, yeah, there's been times I've made that mistake and have apologized. And then she went into the mental health thing. I mean, it was just a couple minutes, but I was like, this is exactly why there's a mental health problem in our society. It's because of Karens like this.
Yeah. Nope, I see them everywhere. But hey, I am starting to get tired here, and
All right, Kush.
I do have to go to work tomorrow. But always a pleasure.
Yep. Good talking to you. Thanks for catching up.
Have a good night.
All right. Good night. Right. Trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to share. Yeah, I'll play the little Karen moment.
Cheers. Thank you. Now, Senator Laporte.
Hi, Senator Laporte, College of Arts and Sciences. I don't know how to say this. I've got two things I want to say. I don't know how to say this without it coming across as being angry white woman. But if you watch these Senate meetings, you'll notice that men are called doctors and women are called by their first names. And on the agenda today, we have people that are called doctors that are not doctors, and women who are doctors who are called by their first names. So I'd just like us to be a little bit more thoughtful in how we address people in the Senate and the names and the titles that we use. I know that I, for one, have been wrong in the past and apologized afterwards. The second thing I want to talk about is going back to the mental health issue. Specifically mental health for faculty. I recently had a constituent come to visit me who has been diagnosed with late onset mental health issues, primarily brought on by COVID and isolation and the pandemic. And then I listened to how they had to run the gamut of the system in an attempt to get accommodations in their classroom to accommodate this late onset diagnosis. And a lot of that involved...
See, and that is such crap. It's like this they, which is really a she, has had a late onset diagnosis of a mental problem. So now she's going to take up A&M resources to try to accommodate her thing. And then listen to this shit. Hold on.
Late onset diagnosis. And a lot of that involved disclosing personal information to administrators that they were not comfortable doing.
And that involved disclosing personal information that she wasn't comfortable doing. It's like, where's... I mean, I don't know the whole story, but it's like, if you work for a company and you demand these things based on this, problem that you have now, is the company not allowed to ask questions about it? Or they just have to meet whatever demands that you're throwing out there? That seems unreasonable to me.
And I wonder how long it has been since we have actually visited that process, and whether or not it is a fair and equitable process for faculty, administrators, and students who require accommodations to be successful at this institution.
See, and I'm kind of with her on that. How long has it been since they visited that? Maybe it needs a completely new restructuring. That, like, what is the accommodations that are needed? What's your problem? What's your problem exactly? Why do we need to do some extra shit for you? That would be my first question. Why do we need to spend this money and time and energy? Because you have a fucking problem. Well, I'm going to drop the link if anybody else wanted to come up and chat about it, or if they have anything else they want to share. I kind of do want to bring up. Why is my Discord blacked out? I want to actually have a look at Alice's brother's little of his language. Let's see. Let me go to my list here. My handy list. Captain Dave. Because I know you're watching, Alice. You know what I thought was funny? Her little letter to her sister. Let's see. Yeah. Does anybody know any men who writes poetry like this and uses a bunch of the emojis? Dragon Ball Z. Let's see. Where is it? Huh. Maybe he took it down. By he, I mean she.
international parents are doing it all wrong. Honey, look at what this person is saying about your daddy. Come here, honey. I need you to help me feel better. Come show these people how smug and proud I am of myself. Now, you remember what to say, don't you? Go on, tell them. You don't hate your daddy, do you? Do you? Say it.
No.
Your dad is awesome, right?
Yeah.
Damn right. What do we say to them trolls?
Ugly. Awesome. Pretty.
What else?
Pedophile.
And?
Lawsuit.
And who don't we call?
Lawsuit.
C. P. S.
That's right, because if they get involved, it's not going to be because of anything I've done, is it? And what do we call that?
Incest.
No, blame shifting. I'm not abusing you, am I? I'm not twisting your arm, am I?
Yeah. No.
Why are you pissing on the floor? Blink twice if you need help. Oh, wait, you can't blink.
Billy made it, Lawrence.
I've got an itch I can't scratch, I'm missing a piece that completes a whole part of me, an open wound scar to see. Everybody come here, gather round, welcome to the freak show, the best in town. What the hell's wrong with me? I don't get along with anybody, honestly. I've been living in my own head, constantly thoughts jumbled round, think I need a new lobotomy. Wait, all these thoughts are too negative. I don't wanna get lost in the sedative. Gotta show them what I got, I'm competitive. You know I'm about to go off, I won't let them win, I'll take a stab. I wanna chase a bag, I wanna weigh, I can change all the things I lack. I gotta face the facts, I gotta taste in that. Got me obsessed with the rest, I got an itch to scratch. No way now, I'll give up everything. If I can see my dreams, things cause I'll do anything to make whatever you don't let go. Don't let go of anything, cause I'll do anything to make whatever you
I just wanna find a way out, sick of the venom in my brain. Running from the past, wanna escape my pain. I just wanna be a better person, I deserve this. I just wanna break these chains. Always asking for greatness, true to myself, I never fake it. Seen too many ones that are so they get famous. And when I say the truth, most really can't take it. In spite of everything I've been through, I'ma make it. Fake friends, but on my downfall is toxic. Day one, started the outlaws for profit. All I do is write verses, no talking. All I do is put the work in, no option. This was everything I ever wanted. Created a legacy off of me, just being honest. And the fake ones hate, but it's all to no avail. They wanna see me lose, but you know I never fail.
Hello, Psych.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How did you like Billy's little music video?
I saw the production values at the end there.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry, I've got a loop here somewhere. Sorry, am I echoing?
No, you're not echoing. I can hear a little static, though.
Oh, I need to go off. Need to stop YouTube. That's it. Sorry. Okay. Oh my words! You not believe what's happening in my. Sorry to suddenly change the subject.
No, that's fine. What's happening?
So the electricity grid is almost collapsing in my country, and the
shit.
guy who was in charge, the white guy who was in charge of the CEO of the electricity company, he's resigned because they've been politically scapegoating him, even though it's not his job to generate new electricity. Like he has to look after the fleet of existing electricity generation, but he can't build any new capacity. It's not his. He's literally not allowed to do it. And
Right.
that's the Minister of Public Resources. And anyway, so the guy whose job it is to make new electricity, like, kept on blaming him. So he finally resigned. And so it's interesting because it kind of mirrors it's in a microcosm. It is the story of the country, you know, like where you get
Right.
a white guy who's some figurehead, and he's being scapegoated, and he's the only competent person in the work.
Right.
And yeah, so it's very interesting because I think it's exactly the microcosm needed in order for everyone to, see the truth, in how the country is generally being run, which everyone knows, it's also a hot mess and there's so much corruption. But
Yeah.
so I'm very thankful for this crisis because it might be the perfect crisis
Yeah.
in averting a genocide. But
Yeah.
anyway, there's still the threat of a genocide. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, I was watching your stream at the end there with Kush and stuff like that, and
Oh, did you see my clip of Texas A&M Karen?
yes, but I think the one thing was the opposite. I think she was complaining that the person was making disclosures and it was getting into personal information, but the people she was disclosing it to didn't want the personal information. They didn't want to know about what's happening about the psychological state of this person at home. And I think because they were using it to try to, get some sympathy and generate some kind of compensation that the institution needs to make allowances for, or something like that. So I think you had the story a little bit reversed on that one point. I mean, she might have been talking vaguely, so maybe you're also correct. But technically in what she said, I believe the issue is that the people that she was making disclosures to, the person who was talking about their psychological health, was making the people that she was making disclosures to uncomfortable because they didn't want to know this personal information.
Well, she was complaining about, because she has this constituent that has this now late onset mental illness diagnosis that she now needs extra special treatment for so she can be successful at her job. She was complaining that she's had to jump through so many hoops and had to give personal information to get what she wants. That's why she's like, it is. When was the last time we looked at this? I mean, that was the fourth thing. By the way, you remember that one Tracy last time that was had her little monkey crawling all over her? She wasn't at this meeting. And they started the meeting talking about
Cheers. Thank you.
Didn't start the meeting, but listen to this one.
Now, moving on to speaker comments. Colleagues, I'd like to take a few minutes today to discuss an issue that has many of us concerned: the mental health of students, faculty, and staff. Student government has been actively engaged in this issue this semester, working on ways to address the challenges that many students face. And I expect that in the spring, we will be working on a number of proposals together. 10 days ago, I attended the monthly conversation conducted by Faculty Affairs. One thing that was clear after the 90 minutes of discussion was the amount of stress and anxiety many faculty are feeling, particularly in their efforts to balance family life and work.
Bingo. That Tracy chick. So you know how she's been the next in command or whatever, because it goes Dale, Tracy, and then this Janice Epstein. Well, Tracy's that chief diversity officer, and she's the one that always takes these meetings
Then I would.
She's always interjecting diversity, inclusion, equity bullshit into all these meetings. And because she wasn't here, listen to this. Listen to Janice. This was great.
Speaker-elect Hammond to take us into the committee of the whole.
She's not there.
Well,
I don't see her on the list.
maybe we lost Tracy. So in that case, could I ask Secretary Epstein to take us into the committee of the whole?
Sure. Thank you, Speaker Rice. I want to begin by asking if there are any positive actions or items of concern that are occurring on campus relative to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Crickets.
Secretary Epstein, I do not see any hands raised.
Well, then let's move on to general items.
And that was it. Because Tracy wasn't there to interject in like any time before that somebody brought something up. She's like, oh, is this a DEI issue? Oh, like how can I help, you know? And she wasn't there. And I mean, this meeting was smoother than the previous ones, but did you see that? Nobody wanted to talk about it because Tracy wasn't there. She was the one that always talked about it. So I don't know what's going on, but maybe she decided that she didn't have to hold that high executive position.
Oh, because she's on the special committee, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
On the executive committee, yeah.
Yeah.
So is this that committee, or is this still just a general Senate, faculty Senate?
This is the general, but Dale is the speaker. Janice Epstein is the treasurer, and then Tracy was right in the middle there. Should speaker select or something? I don't know. Next in charge, I guess. Next responsible.
Man, I don't know if it's possible for an organization as large as this, that's been so thoroughly infiltrated to recover. I'm just trying to.
But it hasn't. It's the thing.
Or it's just people with the lip service and the platitudes and saying the slogans all the time.
Yeah.
I must say I've been slightly what's the word, depressed about Elon Musk not taking a more principled stance on free speech and trying to set up systems or set up rules that I don't know, or just make sense, and from a kind of structural point of view, because that I do think is because then you don't have to take personal responsibility. You can just say, no, the rules are taking effect, and the rules make sense and are easily defensible. But anyway, I guess that happens. I mean, he did have some good rules. I think that the doxing thing. I mean, anyway, sorry, talking about all.
What is that? No, I'm not up to date on really anything. So.
Well, he's even stepping aside now. But I mean, there was a bit of a controversy over. He said no real-time doxing. So he said basically it's like if you're a celebrity and people are telling other people where you are in real time, that's like basically a signal to someone who's potentially unhinged or violent or potentially violent, that they can come and interfere with people. So he made it like a rule. It was happening to him especially because people were following his private jet around, and his family was even involved in that. And he was kind of being blackmailed by this person who said like, oh, I'll take it down if you pay me $50,000. It was a bit ridiculous. So he banned his account, and the rule was no real-time, sort of transmission of locations. And I mean, so there are perhaps some issues around that, because how do you place that in the rules? Because obviously sometimes when journalists are reporting on people at events, it doesn't quite make sense. So you have to anyway, but so there was that controversy, and then later and then there was the poll about him leaving the post of CEO.
I saw that.
So now he's supposedly finding a replacement for himself. but
What?
because he made a 12-hour poll saying,
Yeah.
you know, like, should I continue being the CEO of Twitter? And he lost the poll. But well, a lot of people suspect that he didn't want to be the CEO of Twitter anyway, and
Right.
which is quite strange, because if you put it up to a poll, you know, you force yourself to continue being. I know a lot of people suspect that he didn't want to continue being the CEO. I mean, he had already been saying for months that he was looking for somebody else to manage
Yeah.
day-to-day operations.
Yeah, well,
But,
I mean, come on. His baby's Tesla. He just appropriated Twitter because society needed him to.
yeah,
I mean, if
Yeah,
he had a badass replacement, that would be cool.
he's saying that he can't find someone to replace him.
Uh-oh.
That's actually a serious problem.
Uh-oh. You should go
and-
replace him.
Yeah, or Twitter's, and he keeps on saying things like Twitter's in a very, very, very bad spot, which
Yeah.
it probably is on the, you know, on the fiscal side of things, because I mean, these companies, they don't really make a profit, and you know, like the business model before was all about hedging everything into the future. You know, that in the future somehow it'll make money. Like anyway, there are lots of other tech companies like that where they've never charged for their service, but somehow it's all just they gain valuation based on their footprint, and then they try to monetize that by just selling more stock. It's a bit of a Ponzi scheme, but
Yeah.
trying to actually make an operational company, I don't know, it is that pays for itself. It's
Yeah.
quite challenging, especially now that advertising is supposedly drying up. Anyway, I wonder, I mean, everything seems to be falling apart. Everyone's economy is falling apart. Inflation is going up.
Mm-hmm.
I know, it makes me think that people are just... It's the kind of situation where people can be distracted by the things that aren't going to make the difference. You know, like they're just going to get into their own sort of coping mechanism or comfort zone.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wonder-
I've been trying to figure out how one could do that.
What, find comfort? Or
How to develop unhealthy coping mechanisms. Yeah. Well, because the lobotomy is pretty much out of the question. I have way too much shit I'm responsible for in my life. So I'm like, what can I do? Because like I see the collapse, I see all the shit that's happening and paying attention to a lot of stuff, and it's like the greatest thing these feminists have going for them is their ability to distract people from the real fucking problems.
yeah, I mean, that is the real thing, is that like the whole feminist thing or the identity politics thing, it really is just lost energy, because you do have to fight against them or resist them or
Yes.
ignore them, and that even just ignoring them takes active effort to do. You know, like you have to get around them and the confusion that they're causing, you have to get around that. But like actually fighting against them is kind of like lost energy, because it's not as if that actually is productive in and of itself. You know, it's only productive in the way of reducing any, you know, like if you can diminish them so that they can't continue their bullshits, that it's helpful in that way. But it isn't in and of itself. You're not actually thriving in your own life fighting them. You know, like you're not, you know, increasing anything. You're not making the, you know, like you're making the world a less negative place. You're not making the world a happier place. You know, like in some sense.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that, you know, you can't actually put too much energy into that, because otherwise it does become like a zero sum, or I don't know, it's just too negative to be consumed by it.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the comic book Spawn. That's the sort of
Yeah. Well, I have one currently in a corner. One of these crazy bitches that has been trying to fight me for almost a year, actually. Now, yeah, she's backed into a corner. She lost most of her white knights. She lost a lot of power. She's down to 2 real live ones, so she made up one. Now she's pretending to be her brother online and to talk to men and boss men around man to man. Like she's in a tough spot. She's absolutely in a
Can't
tough
you
spot.
just ignore her into irrelevancy? Or
No, because ignoring her, what she does is she goes around and terrorizes people and lies to them and causes fighting between men that shouldn't be fighting. Like she causes this shit. So she's been trying to cancel my channel along with like a few other crazy bitches, but she's been the most active participant and she's psychotic. She psycho watches every one of my streams. She's waiting for that gotcha moment where then she can add my stream to her list and be like, ooh, I'm a victim. And look, she made 340 hate streams about me. Like, she's psychotic. She's fucking obsessed.
You see, I don't track. I mean, I remember because it's quite complicated going into all the deceit and stuff like that, and picking it apart. And at least, well, it sounds like it's in a better position than it was the last time I heard about it. Because I remember the last time there was like a whole organization, and they were what was it, on Twitter or something, or they were on some other group. What was it? It was
Telegram.
some other platform that they were organizing on or something.
Yeah, Telegram.
Oh yes, that's it.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, I mean, and I know this is why I just like to stick to ideas, you know, because then I can just avoid any kind of collisions with people and just talk about things abstractly.
Yeah.
And it's too much for me to get involved with individual, I don't know, adherence and because I mean, like, what can you do with people? Like it's like dealing with a mentally unhinged, you know. It's like you can't dispense therapy through the internet. It's not really going to happen.
Right.
But do you think there's going to be an end game? Because otherwise, I mean, I'm just afraid for you that this is going to be like a lost cause in the end.
Oh no. No, she's done. I mean, the thing is, like, she is an example. She's a microcosm of a problem that we have in every single sphere in our society. Like, and I think documenting this toxic female competition bullshit and how the internet plays into it and social media and group identity, because that's the thing. That's something that the dudes in the manosphere talk about all the time. Oh, the sisterhood, you know, they're like hyenas, and you know, because all these women from all these different group identities all band together to attack men. And it's true what they say. Like, it's the gynocracy or whatever.
It's interesting how a lot of it seems to be, or in my view, it's just dependent on like weird platitudes, like believe all women and stuff like that. Like without those sort of mind viruses, there's no way for it to kind of latch on, you know, because it's weird how like when women are in groups, it changes the dynamics, or at least because I guess some boys or men are desperate enough that they, I don't know, they get into a different mode or something like that. They change, you know, like I don't know. I do think that there is a difference between someone who's single and someone who's settled or something like that, in terms of how perhaps they entreat people. Well, I mean, not necessarily, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's the sexual dynamic or whatever, or of actual courtship, of
Right.
putting courtship into the social dynamic.
Right.
And I guess if you can't differentiate a kind of professionalism or intellectualism from, I don't know, then you get all these sort of chimeric, half-bred exchanges where people are multitasking, where
Yeah.
they should be talking about ideas, but instead they're trying to do something else.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like it went from a huge group of people, like these crazy bitches, emotionally terrorizing and lying to men to get them geared up, to go on the attack at me, which I thought was super unnatural. And these guys were literally defending these crazy bitches against me, like men getting in between women's business. Completely fucking unnatural. But the only reason that they were there was because the women put them there to be their bodyguards. They've been throwing rocks and starting shit, and when accountability comes knocking, they just dodge it and put a man up front to defend them, right? Against a woman, which is stupid.
Yeah.
So over the months, they had a lot more people, and now, like, this one specific crazy bitch in this corner is down to 2 real people that are actively participating in trying to come after me. So that is a huge decline in White Knights. So she literally created a channel and a persona of her brother. She's acting online, pretending to be her brother, and now she's going after these dudes because misandrists can't fucking help themselves. They can't. They want to dominate and fuck with men, and she definitely is in that category. And plus, she has really nobody else.
It's like a power game of manipulation, of being able to bend people to her will.
Yes. And she's losing. She already lost. She just doesn't really even know it yet.
So I have to go let the dog out. Just give
Okay.
me 1 minute.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go pee. So.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
See you in a bit.
Okay. I might just play Billy's song again because it's so damn great.
What the hell's wrong with me?
Shout out to Alice. This is for Alice, by the way.
You international parents are doing it all wrong. Honey, look at what this person is saying about your daddy. Come here, honey. I need you to help me feel better. Come show these people how smug and proud I am of myself. Now, you remember what to say, don't you? Go on, tell them. You don't hate your daddy, do you? Do you? Say it.
No.
Your dad is awesome, right?
Yeah.
Damn right. What do we say to them trolls?
Ugly. Awesome. Pretty.
What else?
Pedophile.
And?
Lawsuit.
And who don't we call?
You're muted, by the way. Oh.
Yeah. He said lawsuit. Yeah.
And I was also depressed recently. I heard, what is it? One of the big dictionaries changed the definition of woman to basically be trans
What?
inclusionary.
What?
Yeah. I think it was Cambridge. Yeah, it was Cambridge.
Mm. That is depressing. So what's going to happen in your country, Psych, with the power grid? Are you going to lose power for a while, or?
Yeah, no, the power keeps on going off. When it goes off where I am, I still have internet because I've got enough batteries and inverters in places that keep all of the infrastructure going. So, yeah, so like if the power was just off 2 hours this morning, and it
Mhm.
was off in the evening, it goes off like 3 times a day at the moment. But yeah, I mean, I'm not so much worried about. I mean, again, I think this is the right crisis to have because it kind of hammers home non-racialism. You know, like, you know, it sort of is the siren call. You know, a country with so much moral corruption, you know, in this black economic empowerment stuff, and how they have perverted the law and betrayed the Constitution, betrayed non-racialism. You know, like, I mean, I get very angry now that there are so many political, like pseudo-political movements now that actually want to make a stink about what do they call it? So we need to clean up the rot and things like that. But, you know, the rot already happened. The rot is in the electorate. You know, it was the moral corruption that made room for the state corruption.
Yeah.
So I don't know. People that are just angry that there's no electricity. I don't really have much sympathy for them because it's like, you know, the person that we should blame is the electorate. You know, like we've got people in this country who are crazy essentially, or they're evil people. I mean, that's how
Yeah.
I look at it. But
Yeah. Yeah.
But
well, and you, I mean, you prepped, so there's probably a lot of people that don't have the backup stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's still very unpleasant. I mean, even with all the prep, it's not great.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm hopeful that this is the perfect crisis to have. I mean, I must say, if we didn't have this, we would have a genocide. Like, we would be so comfortable as a country that the ideological grifting would actually take hold. But it's such a cold water slap in the face, you know, like when you live in an overtly failing country, you know, it's obvious that, you know, we're living in a banana republic. And, you know, it was, I just wish it was more obvious to people that it was the betrayal of the Constitution, because that is very clear to me, but it's been subverted by, you know, the corruption of the law itself, you know, how they got they destroyed non-racialism in law, and that basic betrayal of the Constitution, you know, should never have been allowed. But, you know, they picked judges for their adherence to the ruling party, you know, like anyway.
Speaking of constitutions, this last faculty senate meeting, I heard them say that they're putting up two amendments to their Senate constitution. I want to find that constitution and have a look at it. Their faculty senate constitution. Remember how we were talking about that last time?
Yeah.
They said that they're voting on, you know, two new amendments to it. I didn't quite understand what they were, but yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like procedural thing. But during that, let's see, the last Senate meeting, there was a chick from biology that raised a stink that one of the courses in nutrition had too much overlapping information in it, and they wanted to get that course like out and off the like to not apply, I guess.
Oh.
So, or that students can't take that course because it was too much like a course in biology, and so they all voted to literally cancel this dude's course. And they brought it up again at this last one. And yeah, one of the dudes spoke up. He's like, okay, yeah, we understand. Okay, so there's a 60% course material overlap. So you're going to have students missing out on that 40% that's probably important for their degree. Like, why are we doing this? Like, yeah, it was fucking
that's
weird.
a bit strange. I mean, because 60% overlap doesn't seem like a good reason to remove a subject, but
nope. Well, some chick in biology caught wind that, you know, and she wants them to take her biology course to learn that information. Like, really? That seems kind of shady.
Why didn't they take the other one? But yeah, I mean, that's very, what's the word? Carnivorous.
Yes, very much. Very much.
Predatory. Sorry, that's the word.
Mm-hmm. And how it probably happened, that she probably heard from a student, like, you know, that might have done well in that class. Like, oh yeah, I learned this, you know, whatever, in my nutrition class that I took last semester or whatever. She's like, too much fucking time on their hands. Going to cancel men's classes, professors. Like, this is kind of shady.
But yeah, that seems like a weird thing to vote in the Senate. I mean, like that should be a department issue. But anyway, it's weird.
Yep. Yeah. See, the thing with the faculty senate is like they have so much structural power, like policy wise. And most of the people that I know that work there, they're like, oh yeah, nobody pays attention. They can't do nothing. Like, no, I don't think you guys understand what they do and how that affects your department. Like, because it's shared governance. That's the whole idea behind it. It's like, let's as a... Oh, and I was wrong before. They have under 150 senators. So something that they did bring up on the last meeting, they have a goal to reach 150 senators. And apparently there's going to be a new stipulation for new senators joining that I guess part-time professors won't be able to. I don't know. Something about 0.75. And the guy that brought it up was like, well, you know, this is going to exclude people like I was before I got full tenure. Like, I got half of my money from this and then half of my money from this. So I wouldn't have been able to join if that was the case.
Huh.
So yeah,
Usually,
I don't know what that means.
I think tenure is usually connected to being in the Senate. Because because that also means technically that you shouldn't be able to be bought. Because if you don't have tenure, that means that people can apply pressure to you.
Right.
So, you know, you want people to act on their own conscience and as liberally as possible, according to their own conscience. But obviously, if they are still under the I mean that's meant to be the whole logic of tenure, is that you literally liberate people from societal constraints so that they can be professors objectively or something like that.
Mm. Hmm. Well, should we start planning ahead on how to properly structure our society? I mean, it's collapsing.
Well, I mean, I feel like my country is proving a point that,
Yeah.
like, because we had everything right on paper, but we strayed from it and we betrayed that. And so we're getting what we deserve. And we're getting it in exactly the right dose and in exactly the right way, which is very helpful for the situation to not explode into something like a genocide. Because I do really think that if the electricity grid wasn't failing, the biggest thing in politics would be radical Black economic empowerment. Like it would be white shame and trying to extract something from identity. Identity politics, I think, would have taken root.
Right.
But you can't. Like Julius Malema, try as he might, like all this stuff with ESCOM. And it was nice, I think, having a white CEO for some time and him getting scapegoated, because that is a perfect microcosm of the story of, sort of the lie that is identity politics, like, and the fabrication and, the manipulation of reality that goes along with it. So, yeah, it keeps on eroding. We keep on getting such an obvious counterfactual of the identity politics worldview.
Yeah.
That, I don't know, I feel like we're much safer than we otherwise should be, because, things are going so badly in this country and there's every excuse to find a scapegoat. But, anyway. But I mean, I do think it would do the rest of the world wonders if they would just focus on South Africa, and report on it honestly. Like, I wish people would put pressure on the South African government. Like there was this beautiful speech recently that Ernst Roets made in the UN about, like how minorities in South Africa are being treated, like, and the racial discrimination, the law, and just how toxic the law is, and how racialist the law is, and how discriminatory it is, and how, but yeah, it's interesting how intellectual fashion and, this fad of identity politics, it does need to be, it still needs to be vanquished.
Yeah.
But it's so hard because, like, the people who are carrying the torch are just the sort of the mindless NPC mass. It's just this great swath of people who just like the simplistic platitudes and slogans, and they're so easy to repeat.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? And I was thinking about that vote. Remember that vote, the 54-12? How 12 people voted against, adding and supporting another racist and sexist policy that A&M's currently getting sued over one already. Yeah. Being since there's so many women on that Senate, I think that out of the 54, it's like they would have to vote that way, right? Because it's a similar kind of policy that made sure they got that job to begin with. Like, they wouldn't be there without a policy like that. So it's almost like they have to vote.
Is there a guideline of equity or something in senators?
No. Just the women that are professors and have those jobs.
Oh, I see.
Like the faculty members themselves.
In how they
were hired. Yes. So I think there's a level of guilt there. Like, well, I mean, none of the women up there can really vote against it, because it's the feminist baby. Diversity, inclusion, equity is literally the feminist baby. So it's like, how are you going to vote against something that got you into that fucking position to begin with?
Yeah, no, we suffer from a similar kind of problem in journalism, I would say, in my country,
Yeah.
because like a lot of the radio hosts and talk show hosts and things like that, they do have a chip on their shoulder because they got their job based on, not based on experience and quality and qualification, and they kind of know it.
Yeah.
And they have to make that, and so the ideology, they do have to have this ideological crutch to supplement for their integrity, which they now have to have an ideological integrity, in the group, and in the group being doled out some kind of systemic compensation.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
It's
I just say fire all the damn women. Fuck them.
well, I must say, in my country, it's not. I know the racial component is much bigger than the feminist component, I would say.
Yeah. 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 So how could you turn into, after the collapse, you know how you talk about your Russian aristocracy? How would you make that happen?
Well, I think in some sense it still can happen. It still does happen on a small scale. It isn't a big enough component of the culture. But I mean, I do think that people, I must say, I like this song by Lorde. I think it's Tennis Court is the name of the song. I hope that that's the right song. But the lyrics of the song are kind of like one of the lyrics of the song: "I've never seen a diamond in the flesh, and I'm not proud of my address in a torn up town, no postcode envy." Anyway, the song is actually the opposite of what I believe in, but because she's basically making a kind of lowest common denominator kind of. Oh, sorry, this is perhaps I shouldn't have even brought up the song, but I think, well, I think the song is called Royal or Royals maybe, but and the big lyric of the song is, "And we'll never be royal, or we'll never be royals." And I literally believe in the opposite. I think that you do have to hold yourself up to a royal pedigree of what matters, and that's, that's not something that you inherit. That's something that you have to believe in, and something that you have to understand. And it's something that the problem with it is that if you don't find people to share that with, it's very hard to keep it alive. But I do think that, I mean, I just, you see, I didn't have, well, I obviously didn't have the same childhood that everybody else had. But when I was very, very young, integrity, it seemed to me, was, like young children just naturally are, sort of authentic and genuine and honest.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think that is the kind of the royalty that I'm talking about. And it's sort of, how much can you keep that alive,
right,
in a mature form, or in a form that actually matures and that develops. And so I think that, so I mean, and obviously that can develop perhaps the wrong way, or it can incorporate things that are self-inconsistent, or that makes it fall apart, or that makes it lopsided. And that, and it can be open to being refined, or being repaired perhaps, or being renegotiated, and, that's why I do think communication and, sort of, what's the word? Just being able to negotiate things is such an important thing, like being able to radically renegotiate things in a way that you preserve your own level-headedness, or something like that. Because you can see that some people have got such strange ideas in their head that the only way to disabuse themselves of one of their stupid ideas is that they have to go through this tremendous drama, or they have to create, all these excuses to reassess and to drop something that they otherwise, because they're not able to say, I dropped this thing, like I set
Right.
myself apart from it or something like that.
Right.
They don't have that self-ownership in some sense. They're transparent self-ownership.
Yeah, they're overly attached to these things for some weird reason.
Yeah,
It's part of their identity that they've been wearing as armor or something.
They've got something in their style or something in their character, which is a kind of a peculiar style, which I don't know. I think forces them into misfitting. Problems and solutions, or I can't think of a universalist generalist rubric, but some people have very strange, perverse obsessions, obviously, and and they protect that about themselves, or they're afraid, about that, and that forces them into defensive posturing or defense mechanisms, probably. That then, like they're too busy doing the defense mechanism, which is reactive, that they can't be genuine and honest anymore because they're fearful about something. So,
well, they have a lot to be ashamed and fearful about, though. These kind of people are fucking degenerate trash that have done a lot of fucked up shit, and have no integrity.
Well, it's interesting because they have a weird kind of idealism, which, I mean, I do think that they are built on a kind of bad faith psychological machine, which is all based on trying to, like, it is based on envy. They envy things, but they don't want to be honest that they want something that doesn't belong to them. So then they say, no, it does belong to my identity, and it was stolen from my identity, and it was stolen by the unjust system. And so they can be jealous about something because it belongs to their identity, but it's all just made out of envy.
Yeah.
And so they just keep on trying to transmute envy into jealousy.
Right.
Which forces them also to believe in an orthodoxy about the identity, because the identity can't own things that were stolen from it unless that's an objective truth, or it's a kind of like like a real fact or something like that. And so it forces you into standing up for a certain orthodoxy about the truth of identity. And so already, if you're obsessed in the truth of identity and fighting over the truth of identity, you're in one stage of, you're quite far removed from being an authentic individual. Now you're not a discerning individual. You're an agent for an identity scheme.
Right.
And for a certain scheme of history. So I don't know. The whole thing is, I know it's scary because that's what fascism is built on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we can. I think we could spread that throughout the culture. I mean, there's already quite I already see quite a few people doing. That's why I like 21 Studios and that group and that kind of hub, because like one of the speakers was talking about a lot of our culture and how it's kind of built on the 7 deadly sins, and I mean, they're bringing it back to some kind of religious orthodoxy, and I like that they all have one thing in common. Most of them have one thing in common. They are vehemently against feminism because it's literally the Antichrist. So,
well, yeah. I mean,
fine tuning that, though. I think the evolution of that space, I think, is a good cornerstone.
To be optimistic, I saw something recently. What's his name? Tim Pool. was
Mhm.
talking about how he wants to open up coffee houses where, you know, it's basically, I mean, he didn't say it, but it's basically like he wants to create a more socially acceptable version of the Proud Boys. Like he said, he wants people to bring their children there and
Mhm.
watch stuff on television while the parents can organize, you know, like stuff about how to push back against the stuff in society or something like that. But he was saying, you know, he wants people to go to these coffee houses because they know that they can find other people there that share their values, that are pro-America.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I wonder if I would be welcome there, because I'm very critical of, you know, some deep structural things in the fabric of America. But anyway,
Yeah.
I must say I have this whole pent up argument against Joe Rogan being the antithesis of goodness, because anyway,
He's yeah.
I don't think he
I don't know.
cares. He doesn't care about the principle of anything.
No,
He just
he
cares
doesn't.
about, as far as I can tell, it's money and power, and he's just an American troll. Like, I
Right.
mean, I've never seen him actually stand up for anything. I've never seen him properly stand up for anything. I mean, he's
Yeah.
good at making jokes. He's clever enough to stand up for something, but he just doesn't care to. I don't think he cares to. Maybe that's a bit too overreaching, but
Yeah, I don't know. I used to watch. I just so many times, like so many times he made excuses for women and feminists, and you know, I don't know. Like he doesn't hold anybody accountable. He's just like, oh yeah, anything goes. Or if somebody like brings up somebody that did a bad thing, you know, and if it's a woman, he'll like defend it. I'm just like, oh, you're defending a crazy bitch again, damn it.
yeah, I do think that he's got a belief somewhere in his worldview, which he concedes too much. You know, like he just says like, well, that's how it is. You know, like, and he just then deals in the cynicism of whatever is after that.
Yeah. I like the coffee house idea though. I wonder if
Yeah,
it'll
that
be
might nice to see.
I wonder if
He
it would
says
be
he
like
wants to make it a franchise.
franchise. Okay. Yeah. That'd be cool. I mean, I do have my favorite coffee house in this community, but not like that. Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a coffee house. It could be. I'm just trying to think what else it could be. But I mean, would be nice if for there to be or he said he wanted it to be almost like a church, but obviously not for religious people or
Right.
for non-religious people to
Yeah.
be able to congregate at and find some collateral support, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I was just thinking church when you said that, because it's like they have, you know, the where you take the kids, you go drop the kids off for their little Sunday Bible school or whatever. Wonder if it could be like I don't know. It would have to be more set up like a church though.
Well, they haven't fully fleshed out the idea, but they said that they wanted to have like a games room on the second floor, and then they wanted to have a third floor that had a studio in it where they could do live shows from, and then they could incorporate some people from the community into their show. They'd already bought the place in where they stay at the moment, which I think, I can't remember the name of the state. I think he's in, no, I'm not, I'm going to get it wrong if I say it. So it's probably not Michigan. Where are they? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it would need to be. It would need to be good size. Shit, PBD could do something like that too. I think he bought a bank where he does his podcasts out of. God, and commercial property with so many damn businesses closing. I bet you could get a space a lot cheaper. I know in my community there were a lot of small businesses that shut down, and there's even parts of Bryan that have just been like empty for a long time.
So, I mean, how small is your university town?
How small?
Yeah.
College Station.
Is it like 100,000 or 50,000?
Hold on, let me see the BCS. Bryan, because it's kind of like a Twin City type of scenario.
Oh.
Station population. So, okay. 275,000.
Oh, wow, that's pretty big.
Well, but a lot of them are students. So, 40, how many? I mean, it's a growing place. It's constantly getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Texas A&M. Yeah, 73,000 students.
Oh, wow.
So, and the thing is, so many people that go there, like, because this is a big agricultural kind of area, and I mean the medical facilities. I mean, there's more supply than demand, because there will be like a doctor or a vet or somebody that like graduates, and then they'll open a business here in town because the town's getting bigger. Like out College Station ways, it just keeps growing outward. So a lot of people come here and want to stay here and raise their family and stuff here. So we have a lot of Aggie business owners. But no, that would be cool. A place like that. That would actually be very good in this area.
I'm trying to think how they would turn it into a franchise. But I mean, that's exactly what you need. Is you need a business that's kind of like, like, so that you can wear the keychain of the, on your keys.
Yeah.
You just need a symbol or a small insignia or something like that.
Yeah.
So that you can identify other people with the same values, and then you can, I guess they can be T-shirts as well.
Yeah, I was talking with one of my clients today. She's big in the Girl Scouts, and she was talking about because she's a retired teacher in dual language. She's actually Guatemalan, so that's where she came from. But she was talking about her little troop and how there's this one girl that's like the bad apple, and how apparently this girl got bullied out of other troops. But she's like, yeah, I'm going to have to actually talk to this mom because this kid doesn't listen. She has no boundaries. Of course, there's this disability aspect to it because I guess she's partially deaf. So mom doesn't want to overly, correct her or whatever. But she was talking about what she's doing as far as trying to help, because all her girls are Spanish speaking and dual language. So trying to impart culture through the Girl Scouts kind of onto the next generation to try to head off some of this crazy shit. She was telling me that when she first moved here, her neighbors, because I guess they didn't do Thanksgiving or anything like that, and her neighbors like invited her over, and she was just kind of talking about how her family, after they immigrated here, like adopted Western culture. So it was really interesting. I know Bandit talked about Boy Scouts before.
Yeah, I guess it's just sad that you can't get that through schools anymore, or you get the opposite through schools.
The opposite through schools, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier when you were talking about that stuff with Kush, because I was thinking it's sad how many parents will just go with the status quo, or like it'll just sort of become the new normal.
Yeah.
Just because it's the default of what's offered.
Right. Right. Hmm.
Oh man, it gets sad that this is, yeah. Well, there's not much more that can be said, really. I mean, this is the situation. We're going to be living with it for probably the next 20 years. It'll just be interesting to see what more will happen. I mean, there could still very easily be a genocide in my country, or what will happen in the elections. I mean, I'm just grateful that the main opposition party is anti-identity politics. I wish they would be more political about that part of their platform, because I don't think that they emphasize it enough, because I do actually think that it would eventually pay off. But at least it's part of their policy platform that they are anti-identity politics.
Right.
I mean, I guess you've kind of got that with the Republican Party, although no, that's not even necessarily true, because they're still.
Yeah, they're like Republican, conservative, right. Here on the right, like I have a hard time listening to any of them because they're like, it's still identity politics. It's still, and then with that group identity shit, it's like, oh, then you can't gatekeep, the crazy bitches that fucking infiltrated, that LARP under this traditional conservative thing, and are allowed to get away with it. Like, all of them are fucked. All of them.
Well, I mean, Florida seems to be going well with Ron DeSantis. I mean, I was just complaining that, what's his name? I can't remember his name. He's the guy with the sideburns. He marched with Black Lives Matter. He's like the one Republican, or two of the prominent Republicans that are like very into identity politics. But I think that or now I think his political fortune has crashed and burned. Man, I can't remember his name. I think he's a Mormon.
He's got that white guilt, does he?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Does he have that white guilt?
Yes, no, he definitely does, because he was kneeling with to the Black Lives Matter stuff.
Yeah.
Which I thought was very contradictory. I mean, people who will kneel for that stuff, I think is just in my view, it's very ungodly. I mean, there's like literal scripture against doing shit like that. It's like,
dude, it's praying at the altar of woke. Like, it's submitting to the authority of a crazy bitch. That's how I look at it. I find it disgusting personally. the kneeling thing. Well, actually, that's what this post was about that Billy posted on his channel. He was talking about he's trying to break down the different pills, like blue pill, red pill, black pill. You die on your knees crying to be spared is blue pill. Red pill, run or fight, trying to survive. And black pill, die standing, accepting the outcome, not to be confused with surrender.
that's self-martyring, I guess. Black pill is to be a martyr.
See, and then I added in here, so would black pill with red stripes die standing and fighting know it's going to kill him?
What did Billy say to that?
Interesting. Could be like Billy No Relation from Predator movie. I don't know who Billy is from the Predator movie.
I think that was the guy who covered himself, maybe, I'm guessing, was the guy who covered himself with mud so the predator couldn't see him. And then he had like stripes on his face, I think. Body paint.
Let me look it up. Oh yeah, I see. He does have stripes on his face. Oh, in the film, Billy seemed to have something of the sixth sense regarding the predator. In the novelization, however, his powers go even further. I take it he dies, though, in the movie. Does he die?
I don't recall. I'm very bad. Man, those are old movies.
Yeah. I haven't seen. I've only seen one, but I don't really remember
I
him.
wanted to go see. What is it? Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, I think. And I also wanted to go see the new Avatar movie.
Yeah. The blue people?
Yeah. And it's 3 hours.
Jesus.
Someone told me that that the plot is very thin.
And you can tolerate that for 3 hours?
Well, supposedly the visuals are spectacular.
Guardians of the Galaxy was good, though. That's funny, right?
Yeah, I wonder if it's still showing. I hope it's still showing. Yeah, it was always funny and entertaining.
Yeah. Dances with Smurfs. Well, I have the next 8 days off, psych.
Oh my word!
I know. I'm so happy.
What are you gonna do? Are you going? Are
I-
you going somewhere?
No, I mean I didn't plan to. I, I mean I have some house stuff to catch up on. But yeah, did my last hair appointment for 2022 this afternoon.
Have you slept? I must say, am I keeping you from sleeping?
No,
Oh, okay.
no. I mean after my hair appointment, I took a nap, so
Oh.
I'm good. I'm good for a while.
When you say this afternoon, you mean it happened already?
Yeah, my last hair appointment. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got some really good, what are those called? One of my clients hooked me up with a tamale dealer locally. It's hard to get a good tamale. I mean, we have a really high Hispanic population here. And like, so there's a lot of women that'll make tamales and like, you know, like huge batches of them.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Is this like a tomato
A
paste?
tamale? No,
Yeah.
a tamale. It's
Is it
like
a
a
cake? Or the-
no. It's like a kind of like a burrito, maybe. It's like wrapped in a corn tamale.
So, oh, okay, so it's like a meat pancake.
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, like that. Tamales.
Oh, wow. I've never had one of those.
What? Oh man, they're so good. They're so good. Yeah, wrapped in a corn husk. Hello, Manletopia. Poor Manletopia. He has been getting harassed so bad by these crazy bitches. They're convinced he's my son.
Oh my word.
So he's been trolling them hardcore, psych. They are convinced. It's weird. Like how viciously and vilely they attack that young man because they're convinced he's my son. Like they want to get at my son so bad. Yeah. And he fucks with them.
And there was one topic of conversation that we were talking about. I remember thinking that there's more to that subject matter.
Hmm.
And
Which?
I heard James Lindsay recently talk about that was on the Tim Pool IRL show, and he was saying that like many people, they haven't really joined the cult. They're just going with it because it's popular. And as
Right.
soon as it stops being popular, like they'll drop it very quickly. But I was just thinking, like, it's so hard to explain to people to stand on principle
Right.
when they don't care about principles at all, and they're not
Right.
even perhaps that invested in it in the first place. They'll just
Right.
go along with it.
Right. They will just go along with what's popular. And what gets rewarded. Like you were saying before last time we talked, like the true believers. Like who are the true believers? Because a lot of them aren't. Like the true believers are the dangerous ones. Actually, I don't know. I think the enablers are also the dangerous ones, and the ones that aren't the true believers that just go along to get along. They're also dangerous.
I can't even remember. I used to have a typology of them. There were at least two types of semi-true believers, which the one was sort of intellectually invested and the other one was emotionally invested. But they, because it's both based on bad faith, like I mean, it's very interesting if people look into the Führer principle and how complicated it is and how psychological it is, because it really is like a mythology. It really is like a religion, where because it's so toxic. The whole structure of belief is so toxic that you actually have to encapsulate the cognitive dissonance into the Führer, and the Führer deals with that by himself. And you're not the Führer, so you don't have to worry about it. You just believe in him. Like you just have to follow someone.
Right.
And so, like, that's how the fascists, or that's how the Nazis got away with it, is they use this whole Führer principle thing, which is very strange and mystical almost. But, because we don't have that, we deal with, what did I used to call them? Something monkeys. Can't remember. Oh my word! It's the kind of the ideological rainbow people are like
chaos merchants. I like that one.
And I can't remember my own typology, but I remember because there's sort of the dogs and the monkeys, because the dogs are the ones who actually do believe in the identity, whereas the monkeys are just, they need some idea to latch onto. And to propagate and to craft into a vehicle for their sort of intellectual narcissism.
Yeah.
Anyway. But it's weird, like how culture has been so infused with this kind of stuff, and it's been so focused on, I don't know, like, because everyone knows it. I'm pretty sure that everyone knows just how hollow it is. It only works if everyone buys into the same ploy, and then they've got something to play with. They've got like something to invest in and to protect the investment.
Yeah. And that's also how but that's also how the counterculture can work too. It just takes a while to build up the momentum. But at what point, like say we have our Russian aristocracy type of culture going on, it's like we couldn't let those monkeys in, right?
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing, is that they just don't comport. They wouldn't be welcome, or they wouldn't mix. Like it's like two different entities.
Yeah. But if it was popular or high value, we'll just say, they'd want in, and they wouldn't be allowed.
I made this whole recording, which I never uploaded, which was titled something like "The Solution Is." Man, I can't remember my own title now. It was something like high value, like the solution is to create a new elite.
Yeah.
A new definition of what high value is, and to basically gatekeep it against, exactly what you've just intuitively described now, is that, you create a new form of high value, and yeah. Man, I'm describing it horribly, but that's the basic idea.
Well, I feel like a lot of that's already going on. Just trying to figure out.
I just wish there was a more flamboyant way to do it than what 21 Studios is doing. Because 21 Studios, the only thing that I don't like about it, which is not a fair criticism at all, but just that, like, it seems too defensive. It doesn't seem aggressive enough, you know, in terms of being able to take over the culture. It doesn't seem to be modeling, you know, it's like it's reacting to the identity politics so much that it's not displacing it as much as it could.
Well, how could it displace it better?
Yeah, well, you see, that's the sort of that's the problematic kind of question, I guess. But I mean, my view is ignore them, and model a new value, a new high value. You know, like of what is regarded as high value, and then so it's that to disdain and disgust them, like, because I do think that they are treated as a contender for the culture. Whereas if they were already just seen as being plebs, as seen as being, you know, sort of like, I mean,
trash.
Yes.
The crazy bitch gutter trash that they are. Yeah.
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 But you see, I do think that. Yeah, we will see. Well, you just framed it within feminism, though, because I do think that though the monkeys and the dogs, as I put it earlier. That has a whole life of its own, just in terms of identity politics, which is not necessarily, I mean, it is usually instigated by feminism, but it is not necessarily feminism.
Yeah, but feminism has its hands up in all of it.
Historically, but I don't know if ideologically it's necessarily connected.
How? How's it not connected?
Well, I mean, it's perhaps connected in how people get into it physically, like, you know, that there's a kind of sexual allure there, or there's this idea that this is the easy way to be vested with some kind of right, that you deserve a position and a place and to feel accepted. You know, so sort of how men are coddled into it, perhaps.
I started a diagram for the I'm kind of playing with on exactly what it is, but it's pretty much the unholy trinity of feminism. It's like the basic principles of feminism. And it's like this for all the group identity politics. But here, I'm going to send it to myself and I'll put it on the...
I mean, I wonder if you can say that the identity is prototypically feminine in some way. Like, essentially, that the identity is always like a feminine, has a kind of feminine aura to it.
Toxic feminine.
I mean, I can get that distinction, but I still think that works for the dogs, but it doesn't work for the monkeys, because the monkeys aren't even interested in the feminine aura of their own identity or the identity politics aspect. They just look at it all as mechanics of power, and also how that they can, if they talk the talk, how well they can situate themselves within the hierarchy or within administering the ideology, like a kind of grand dragon wizard. You know, they're in it for the prestige, but
the prestige that they don't actually deserve. An entitlement.
I don't know if they even believe in it themselves, but they just like I think it's a power. It's more to do with the power that they gain access to. When I say that they don't believe in it themselves, I mean like they don't, like, it could be any other structure. They're just playing the game.
Right. But it's the same game.
To tell you the truth, I mean, I think that that's what Joe Rogan is. I think that he just will play any game, and I don't know, like, the only way he ever says the right things is because he's got some people that have his ear that he listens to, and if they push him enough, then he will present to be in a certain direction. But I don't know that. I don't want to be too cruel to Joe Rogan, because I do think maybe it's temperament, maybe it's to do with his personality style, that he just doesn't have the capability to stand on principle.
Yeah. Well, and he's a straight white man in fucking America. Like, from California. Like, his environment, he's in Texas now, but I mean, the environment of which that man was nurtured in, I think, has a lot to do with it.
It's weird as well. I wonder, fame and celebrity. I mean, I can just imagine. I was imagining if I was talking to Tim on Tim's show, I would attack Joe Rogan, and I know that Tim would defend Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And I don't know why there's this. People just respect success so much in America, it seems.
Yeah. I still need to do more with this, but this is kind of the start that I got. Yeah. Well, and like Milo was saying on Timcast, his part where he was like, he seems to not have very much respect for the people that, how did he put it? And he said, and I understand why you guys do this, but you pretty much say less, but you reach more people.
Yeah. Are you about to show your diagram?
Yeah. I have to email it to myself. The basic principles of all these group identity politics, these individual identity, well, you can't, these subsectors of group identities. I still have a lot to fill in, but the whole lie, cheat, steal aspect of it, that's how they get away with it. This is what they do. And that's only half of it, because the other half is the people they lie to, the people they cheat out of shit, and the people they steal from that let them get away with it. The intersectional dynamics of the unholy intersectional trinity of feminism. I don't know. It's just an idea I had.
Just trying to think if you could have, instead of lie, cheat, steal, if there's another 3 things on the outside. Man, I think I saw. I don't know, I can't even remember. It was an image of a woman's brain, and it had like, I can't remember, but it was something like seek attention, nag, and something else, and then all these three things were interconnected through a node that said like basically false rape accusation.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of that, but
Yeah, because the whole, I mean, the false rape accusation would fall under. I mean, because there's tons of lies that I could fill up this space with, right? And then there's, I guess these would be actions here. Or, I don't know, the lie and the cheat, like the biological sexual advantage women have over men, how they, like this was pertaining specifically for like the workplace, like using their body to get ahead. And that's where a lot of these false rape accusations come from, because these women are trying to use their body. And if they don't get their desired outcome from that, they will claim it was rape. Like a lot of the workplace stuff, where they have, you know, they blame the man that misused or abused his authority or whatever. But a lot of these women literally are just using their bodies to try to get something out of that man. And when it backfires, if they don't get what they want, or they don't get what they set out to achieve, they will claim it was that.
yeah, I know. It was like that. There was a story recently about a woman who was, I think, in politics. What was she? She was the running. She was a campaign manager or something like that. And when convenient to her current boss, she levied accusations against somebody else who he was running against in the primary or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was like the most strategic use of an allegation that I could, you know, it was conspicuously strategic. It was,
right.
Anyway, it's like, you know, if that's true, then why didn't you come out about it sooner or at the time?
Exactly.
It's amazing how these things, no one ever comes out about them at the time, because it's probably more subtle, or it's probably part of, yeah, well.
Because it's just a card that they've collected to put in their back pocket that they're going to play at will when it suits them.
I mean, I also wonder, you know, how much of it is just that, because, you know, you can have women who are very professional who also have a kind of sexual style. I mean, I don't know how to put it, but, you know, I mean, it also, you know, there are different people that have different kinds of, like SX individual types are the, you know, in Jungian psychology, there are like 3 instinctual variants for how people have survival strategies. And some people are just more into intimacy, like they're more into creating deep one-on-one personal relationships. And so they seemingly have more sexual, a bigger sexual component to their communication. And because they just like having strong one-on-one bonds and things like that. And women who are like that, I think, as long as they're intelligent and sophisticated, they can play that well.
Mm-hmm.
They know how to manage that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they know how to sort of have lines that aren't crossed and things like that, or they can comport themselves in a sophisticated way.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But that's not all women.
Yeah. And then I guess you get women who try to emulate that badly, or think that all
Yes.
women are allowed to play those kinds of games or something like
Right.
that it's just a
Right.
game, and
Right.
they don't have any real compunction.
Right. And it's a homunculus. whenever I see people LARPing, because they see another woman succeeded at something like that, right? So they try to emulate that woman, and they just make fools of themselves because they try to take shortcuts. Like it's not an authentic thing. They're acting like what they see or what they think other people see or something. I don't know, it's fucking weird.
Well, I do
Super
wonder
weird.
if that is exacerbated by the kind of identity politics thing, which
Right.
is a kind of fake it until you make it almost
I hate
theology,
that.
like where
Yeah.
you can imagine what was stolen from the identity and
Right.
already enjoy it in the present, so long as you're blaming the right group of people for its absence. You can
Right.
kind of already enjoy it as long as there's someone who you can get to sort of compensate you for it.
Yep, and that's cheating right there. It's cheating. Like they say in the manosphere, these kind of women that just show up and wait at the finish line. It's cheating. It's stealing somebody else's identity. Lying to themselves in the world. I don't know, like that's another thing that I was thinking about with this intersectionality shit. Like it's like each action or each behavior that they do has a component of lying, cheating, and stealing. It's like they're lying. They're trying to cheat something. They're not actually working for it. And it's an attempt to steal something from somebody else. Going back to, somebody has it and it was rightfully theirs. It was never theirs. They're just trying to steal it from somebody else. Like all their actions and their behavior has all of that in it. Yeah, I don't know if something else can be put in there. Maybe lie, cheat, and steal needs to go in the center. No, because there's overlap with certain things. So some of the feminists just lie to steal things. Some lie to cheat. But I guess to cheat and steal, you must lie also. I don't know. I'm supposed to be trying to write. I'm too busy making pictures.
Have you tried to write something?
Oh, I started. I got a couple sentences in and then started making this thing. I'm not a writer, psych. At all.
Do you think in stories at all?
Pictures, I think. I mean, kind of like in stories, I guess.
So I'm very good with making plots. I just can't do dialogue.
Hmm.
I can write whole plots in subtext. the hardest thing for me is people's accents. That's also why I can't write dialogue, is because any words that I write is in my own voice, and no one talks like me.
So when you read somebody else, you read it in your voice?
I mean, if I'm trying to write, I can only write in my own voice, the dialogue.
Yeah.
I need someone to translate my own thoughts into another voice.
Oh, I could do that. Wait,
Maybe not
does that
so
involve
loud.
writing?
Sorry?
Does that involve writing? Or just speaking?
Well, I guess you can do it as both, or either, as long as it's recorded.
Yeah.
I made some progress, I'd like to think, recently about just mapping out my psychology work that I've been focusing on.
Yeah.
A little bit slowly. I must have been very distracted in real life still. Which has been bad. Oh my word.
Yeah. I have to pee again, psych.
I can wait.
Okay. Yeah, here, I'll play the Black as a Colt little thing I have.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah. This is what was going on in my country during all the BLM crap.
This is what I'm talking about, Mandy. If you're listening, Mandy, if you're listening, this is what I'm talking about. They're white men are so afraid to tell the truth. Tell the truth.
No, we're not afraid.
They're so afraid of it.
No.
They don't want to be called these ad hominems or anything.
No, you have completely.
Carl, is black a cult? Yes or no?
If I were to say yes or no, I would be completely ignorant.
I'm being a bitch.
That's your takeaway.
Full of shit. You're full of shit because black is a cult. Black is a cult. Black is a cult. It's a cult. You always get quiet when I mention black as a cult. You always get quiet.
I give you the respect which for you to answer.
I need you to tell me it's a cult. It's a cult. Don't laugh.
No, it's
Fuck
just
you.
absurd.
Fuck
We've
you.
gone over
Don't
this
laugh.
over and over again, Clue. I enjoy talking to you. I love your perspective. I understand what you're trying to get across. But you're trying to say that it's either.
And I told you, I looked you directly. Hold up. I looked you directly in your eyes and I told you that it's a cult. Black is a motherfucking cult. And you won't believe me on that. It's a motherfucking cult.
Do you really think that all blacks think the same? Just like all whites? All whatever color their skin? No. Hey, Clue. Black is a cult. I get what what you were trying to get me to understand at the time. Maybe I came in late. I'm like, well, that's silly to paint it as broad brush as that, but yeah, I do agree and understand with what you're saying.
Wow.
That's a little clip that I made, dude. Clue and Carl both, man, it was a good 45 minutes at least where Clue was trying to explain to Carl. Now, Carl's a white dude that works in corporate America. and he's trying to explain how black is a cult because black this, black that, and Carl, man, he was not getting it. So, like, that was a really long conversation that they had that it just didn't end well. And then later on, Carl came back, and I took some clips. I shortened it and called it racial insensitivity training.
Man, it's not nice to watch.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, well, that wouldn't have unfolded like that in your country because there's too many black people. Like, you guys would have a very small number of servants bowing at the feet of black.
I mean, there's also been the progressive taxing of the country for like the last. Well, I mean, people would say that it's. I mean, obviously, apartheid. I'm not saying apartheid was a morally just structure and way of dealing with people in society, but materially, things were a lot better in apartheid. People didn't live in shacks in apartheid. They built houses. They lived in bricked houses. And I mean, people built hospitals in apartheid. We haven't had like new hospitals in forever now.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest hospital in the world, still the biggest hospital in the world, was built by apartheid for black people. Strange little facts and things like that.
Yeah.
Still the biggest hospital in the world.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, we've had since I've been living in this community. I think they've put up 2 hospitals.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess I'm talking about state hospitals, but I mean, I guess there are private clinics and private hospitals. But
I don't know if it's a state hospital. Scott and White, big Scott and White hospital. It's the last one. Yeah, because actually St. Joe's, the one I live by, I think St. Joe's is run by Catholic stuff. I think religion. There's a lot of religious stuff, like in every room, every part of St. Joe's. There's crosses and all kinds of stuff. I mean, St. Joseph's.
In the name.
Yeah. But Scott and White, I guess, would be after the Baylor Scott and White. I think there's another. I don't know. We have so many damn hospitals and clinics and doctors' offices, and this is a really highly industrial medical area. I keep thinking about that coffee shop. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I think in my country, they say people have gotten poorer for like the last 15 years.
Yeah.
We had negative growth for so long. It's crazy because, well, because we had obviously a tough time in the 2008 downturn and things like that. But other people, they still had up cycles. They still were recovering. Whereas
Right.
in my country, we've just been declining the whole time. We used to be the richest country in Africa, not anymore.
By the way, have you talked to Emmanuel lately?
No, I haven't. What's he up to?
I don't know.
He was going to come down to Cape Town, I think.
Yeah.
He was saying about it. Well, he's still, I think, studying.
We'll see if he comes up on the panel and checks in. Proof. Give us that proof of life. Because he is a clever Black, and I hear that they're kind of looked down upon in your neck of the woods.
Well, I wonder, he always says you said that first. I can't even remember. Was it Zuma? I know Thabo Mbeki would never speak like that.
Oh, the clever Black thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard it from Coach Red Pill. Where he was
Really?
talking. Yeah.
Was he talking about South Africa?
Yeah, he was talking about South Africa and how it's like going downhill and the first, because he was talking about the possible genocide and how the first thing would be the white dudes, second on the chopping block would be all the clever Blacks. Yeah.
I wonder what's happening on YouTube with all the censoring and things like that. That's the other thing that's coming out from Twitter. I don't know if you've heard about that, but
Mm-mm.
all the Twitter dump, the special, they've Elon Musk, like with Matt Taibbi, investigated they've got documentary evidence about all this collusion between the FBI and Twitter. Oh, there's Emmanuel.
Howdy. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you, Emmanuel?
I'm alive.
Good. I'm glad you're alive.
Yeah. I was just saying, I hopped onto the stream just as Syke was talking about how people have been getting prayer in South Africa for the last, 15 years now?
Oh, it's at least 15 years, I think.
Yeah, at least 15 years. I think technically you could say it's 15 years because if you look at the numbers, they basically peaked in 2008, right about when Thabo Mbeki was ousted out of the presidency. So it's just been downhill from there. We had, it's so strange. I know how Syke feels about this stuff, right? But personally, I'm at the stage where I actually want to see the people in power, people who are currently in power, stay in power, so that they can, essentially destroy themselves, because that's how incompetent they are. I don't see any other way out of it. Recently, we had a bit of a tumultuous time. Like I'm talking in the last week or so, with the president facing serious scrutiny for some other bit of corruption. It's a whole different story of suspected money laundering, theft, or whatever it is, and so a lot of South Africans are saying, yeah, we want this guy out, and I personally was thinking, I hope this guy stays and finishes his term, because he's only doing the rest of us, a service by staying there and destroying everything, So that's where we at in South Africa. We have load shedding. Power goes for 2, 3, 4, 6 hours, depending on. I know a certain area from my hometown hadn't had power for about a month. I mean, like entire month, no power at all. And yeah, so they went on a protest, protesting against the stuff, and in typical South African fashion, things sort of go out of control. Start burning some stuff. I think someone was shot. Yeah, so it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, but otherwise, how are you guys doing? How's Cape Town, Sai?
Oh, it's about the same, I think. I mean,
yeah,
it's slightly better here. The load shedding is slightly better because of the Steenbras Dam. But
yeah,
I wonder, do you have any predictions for the 2024 elections? Or is it still too early?
I do. I actually do have a couple of predictions. It's actually fence sitting, but okay, yeah. I think the most likely outcome is that the ANC will stay in power, right? However, I think they'll take a serious knock. And I think the fact that the current president has managed to evade being ousted only secures their demise. So I'm just hoping that the South Africans who are talking about we are really tired of the ANC in 2024, we're going to take them out. I hope they actually get they actually do what they're saying they're going to do. So I think the ANC will stay in power, but I think there'll be a seismic shift. I think they'll start to recognize that the generation that voted for them, with this blind loyalty, in a way that's very similar to the way Black people vote for Democrats in America. Good mother. That generation's dying, and the younger people don't have the attachment, the duty about it and all that stuff. They don't have that deep attachment to the ANC. I talk to most of my peers, and if you listen to them speak, a lot of them say, either they'll go radical left and still hope for the current party to be ousted, or they'll be somewhat central and say, yeah, this just it isn't working, So it's.
So you say your peers are either radical left or centrist, and
yeah.
So they either vote for the EFF or the ANC.
Yes, they either vote for the EFF or I have quite a few friends of mine who vote for the DA. I have and then I have people who just don't vote, right? So that. The main block actually is the people who don't vote. There's a huge chunk of people who don't vote. People who just totally lost faith in the democratic process. If you get the sense that every single year the people who've destroyed this country win.
Yep.
Ironically, the people who have the power and who have the motivation to change that will say, well, what's the point of me getting up and going to vote? To me, it doesn't make sense, but that's how they think, Yeah.
You see, this is why whenever I talk to the people in the DA, and they don't like me for bringing this up, or they always fight back whenever I say this. So I say that you should have a more caustic message. You should blame the electorate for the state of the country. You should, i.e., people who are eligible to vote. You should put it on them, and you should, that should be your angle, because that, I think, is the only way to activate people that don't vote, is to actually say, no, you are, basically voting for the status quo when you don't vote.
Yes.
And I mean, I think that blaming the electorate is the only way to make real change. But anyway, maybe that's just my strange contention.
I think you're spot on with that. I think blaming the current party doesn't work. Blaming the current president is even worse, because then all they need to do to just sort of pacify the masses is get that president out. And how many times has it happened now? We haven't had a president finish their term, good mother, for I think the last two presidents haven't finished their terms, and this third one, I'm talking consecutively,
Right.
was also about to not, possibly not finish his term. So yeah, that's just the tip of the iceberg of how unstable South Africa is. And I think the only difference between say South Africa and a lot of other countries in Africa is that where other countries would have civil war, we have massive crime. So that
Right.
crime, like, it's sort of like the stand-in for what would actually be, a war. We sort of have a micro level civil wars all over the place, so to speak. And yeah, so when people look at South Africa and say, "Oh, it's amazing that you guys don't have like a war. You've had people getting poorer year after year. You have record unemployment. I mean, highest in the world." The fundamentals would say this is ripe for a revolution, right? But people are so stuck in the mentality. This is one of the big flaws, I think, of South Africans, that they have as long as I can still get mine sorted,
Right.
I'm not going to complain. As
Yeah.
long as I still have a roof over my head, I'm not going to complain. What's the point of me complaining? Because nothing really ever changes. This is the sort of mentality that people have.
Yeah.
And what happens with that is that it leaves people who are actually viable candidates for fixing the country, hamstrung. They like, what do you do if you're someone who's a legitimate, voice of reason,
Yeah.
but the electorate just never gives you power?
Right.
Yeah. So it's strange. You walk around, you see people in town walking about, and you know that the vast majority of the people here who are walking just left home with whatever stipend they get from the government, whatever government assistance. They're just here to sort of like stay, and they say they're looking for work, but we all know they're not going to find any work. They sort of just roam around because who wants to stay cooped up in their home all day thinking about how terrible their life is, because they've been unemployed for what, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, 20 years, some of them. I have relatives who haven't had a stable job in 10 years, 15 years.
Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. This is not that doesn't make them the exception, though. This is not like an exceptional case. This is the average. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's obviously it's better in areas like say the Western Cape, but if you go to the north side of the country, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Gauteng is better, but not much better. All these areas have incredibly high unemployment, and people are just stuck because it's I remember talking to Bullets one time, and he was saying, well, if that's what you guys you get what you vote for, and I remember agreeing with him, but at the same time trying to explain to him that it's very difficult to even sort of get yourself out of this loop. Because say if you're stuck in one of these provinces I was speaking about, say you're in Limpopo, right? It's a dead-end province, apart from the capital city, which is rife with corruption. You've basically got no shot in life. The government will tell you guys can always plant some fruits and whatever, and then try to sell them. It's like, but sell them to whom? To other people who are also doing the same.
Right.
It's like, what are we doing here? Where am I actually going to get to the point where I can actually afford something? Start to I'll put it to you this way, to just give you a clear picture of South Africa's conditions. If you know how like Americans will say, would like make jokes about how this guy's a bum, he's still, in his mother's basement, or that sort of thing.
Right.
In South Africa, that is, you'd probably need to think twice before making a joke like that, because literally everyone is in that situation.
Right.
And the few who it's probably the best example of Animal Farm in real life. You look at the politicians, they're huge bellies, fat,
right,
clearly well off. If anything, still complaining about how asking for more benefits from the government, because they say, I remember the one guy was saying, we need to get paid more because our jobs are very unstable. All it takes is a particular political, and bit of political instability, and then you're out of a job. And it's like, wow, you're really saying that, like, while the rest of the country is unemployed. The nerve to even say that. Yeah, it's actually, when you actually sit and think about it, South Africa it's a hellhole.
Yeah.
It's a hellhole. I remember seeing one of the accounts that I like I follow on Twitter, and the guy was saying every South African immigrant he's met, he's from the UK, they're saying every South African immigrant he's met describes South Africa as a crime-ridden hellhole. And I was like, I was just thinking to myself, yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. The average South African, you ask them, there's certain things that you do that you only realize when you speak to people who are not from here, that it's not normal to live like that. To constantly consider being a victim of crime.
Right.
To walk into a room and know that basically 80-90% of the people in this room have been victims of crime.
Right.
Yeah. And to know for a fact that in any room, you can definitely find someone who's been a victim of crime, either being having their house broken into, or being mugged, or something like that. Definitely. It's not the exception, it's the rule.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know, just to go back to what Syke was saying, I don't know about, I can't really make predictions because, there's a strong, there's a very high likelihood that the ANC will retain power. But I think people are frustrated. And I think even the ANC's internal polling and stuff is reflecting the fact that they're losing their hold on power, because the people who their primary voting base is dying. I'm not sure if this quite translates to America, but I think the best way to describe it is with Democrats and Black Americans. The sort of hold that Democrats have over Black Americans is the same sort of hold that liberation parties have over the average electorate in Africa. Is that without us, you guys wouldn't have been able, you wouldn't have been free,
Right.
And if we are not empowered, the people who were previously oppressing you will come back into power, and they'll do the same thing again.
Right.
So
right.
do best to vote for us, and then there's obviously the cases of intimidation and all sorts of things. It's the fact that if you go into the average, most people are hoping to get a job in government somewhere, because the private sector is like dead. Or whatever's living, whatever's still breathing is being kicked into the ICU by the government anyway. So the average person is trying to find a job in government, and when you go to government, you basically have to be a voting ANC party member to get a job, and it's I mean, it's not said explicitly, but it's implied. You see it in the fact that you walk into the average hospital, the average police station, the average whatever the government institution you can think of, and you'll find like 4, 5, 6, 10 people with the same surname.
Yeah.
Yeah, meaning that obviously there's nepotism.
Right.
Obviously there's corruption. There's I get my cousin in, my cousin gets our other cousin in, then we get our uncle in, then we get our aunt in, that sort of thing. And what that does to the country as a whole, if you have that going on a macro level, is that it makes things so stagnant, so the technical word is sclerotic. So it's not just high unemployment, it's high unemployment and no turnover. So if you're unemployed, you're likely going to be unemployed for a very long time. If you're lucky enough to have found a job, okay, there's a good chance you won't lose it if you don't do anything like extraordinarily stupid, So that's if I were to describe South Africa, because I think Cape Town and the Western Cape obviously is still part of South Africa, but having lived there, it feels like it's a totally different country compared to the rest of South Africa. I don't know, Syke, have you ever been to the north of South Africa?
No, I've only ever been to KZN, and that was a long time ago. That was like more than 15 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, it's like, to give you an illustration, right? Durban is one of the tourist attractions of the country. It's hey, D-Dog. How you doing?
What's up, my man?
Hey, man. I was just saying about Durban. It's one of the tourist attractions of South Africa. It's like, if I could liken it to Miami, right? And it's got the beach, it's got all of that stuff. And right now it's like riddled with corruption. All the sightseeing areas are just not maintained. The pools are not being kept, in working order, and so tourists are coming there and they're just deeply disappointed because what they're seeing is very different from the pictures. And the pictures are what, if you think of it's just been over the last, say, 5-10 years, the decay is incredible. It surge on the roads to the point where they're saying they're advising tourists to not go into the beaches, into the sea, because of the fact that surge is running into the water there. So it's yeah, it's
so it's a literal shithole.
Yeah, literally
a shithole. Yeah.
Literally, you have we have how you have schools with pit toilets and kids routinely. You have news coming out that this kid died in a literally a toilet pit.
Right.
Yeah, and loads of it, and you just see it's a mess. Honestly, it's a mess. I don't know. Is there any like part of America that is,
comparable to that?
Yeah.
I don't.
California.
California, yeah. I mean, I don't know, D-Dog. What do you think's comparable to that? I mean, sewage running in the I mean, there's a lot of homeless that use the roads for their potty, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's something really strange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that I've heard from San Francisco, it doesn't even happen here. And like I've just described how dysfunctional South Africa is. We do have areas which are like filled with people who are obviously homeless and perhaps on drugs and stuff like that, but we don't have like needles on the side of the road, sort of, or people defecating in like just in public. We don't have. I don't know if that's down to like culture, just a basic level of decency that we still have,
Actually, hold on, because Rick shared something in the Discord, actually, from California, or not California, up in Washington, in Seattle, a picture. And it was two people, like, one dude doing a chick doggy style in the corner of like a road. Like,
wow.
Yeah. Oh, where is it? I'll share it. Keep talking though. Yeah. You guys have a little more decency than.
So, Emmanuel, you don't think that Because I mean, I thought that the ANC is definitely not going to win the majority, but the question is, will they, with the EFF, have enough to make an alliance? Or I thought that was the major question. You think the ANC will still skate by?
I think it's actually possible. But if it were, I think, look, the most likely outcome, given the what happened in the local elections of 2021, I think it's looking likely that the ANC will lose the majority, right? But they've literally got I don't know how that's going to work, because you could just have the EFF being, kingmaker, right? Saying, do whatever you need to please me, because I have the power to give it to either the DA or, say DA coalition, DA-led coalition, or the ANC, and I actually think this is quite a likely case. You could even have the DA form a coalition with the ANC. I don't think that's off the table.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think that's off the table. I think you can even see it in you can hear it in some of the remarks of the party main party leaders. They've gone from the ANC is a irreparable crime syndicate to certainly now considering the prospect of coalition. Politicians turn, a lot of people turn codes when there's a genuine chance of grasping some power. So you can't trust what any of these people have to say. That includes the DA. I mean, think of how the the Patriotic Alliance has been acting. They basically quite upfront, quite straightforwardly say, we don't care about like being consistent. We literally care about power, and if that power will allow us to do what we want to do, then we'll do whatever we can to get there. So we'll talk to anyone. We'll talk to people from totally opposite sides of the political spectrum, if it means we'll be able to get hold of some power. So I think certainly 2024 is going to be the most interesting election we've had in probably since we got freedom.
Yeah. Emmanuel, I got a little question for you.
Yeah.
The leader of one of the African states is trying to do a unified Africa, like our United States here.
Yeah.
Any connection?
Politically, that's been like a sort of like buzzword of late. It touches into Pan-Africanism. The idea that we are one Africa. We've all suffered from in very similar ways from the evils of Europe, of the Europeans. We need to band together and become one unit and become an economic powerhouse on the level of the EU, of the United States, right? But practically speaking, right, it is bound to fail. Practically speaking, it's bound to fail. We have way more diverse cultures than anything you'll find in Europe. We have way more diversity in terms of languages, all of this stuff, economic, outlooks, beliefs, personal beliefs, religious beliefs. It's just not going to work. You need some sense of unity to even build that sort of union. Say, for example, if someone leaves New York, right, and then goes to Los Angeles, yes, there's a bit of a culture shift, but you're all Americans. You all have there's something that binds you in being American. If you leave parts of South Africa and move to other parts of South Africa within the same country, right, you can get the sense that you're in a different country. That's how diverse Africa is. And with that level of diversity, I don't even think the current borders are making sense, right? Let alone having an entire union. So yes, people are trying to push for a united, like a union, an African union, like a legitimate African union, because we have one, and one currency. But from what I understand, from the conspiracy theorists as well, apparently the powers that be in America, Europe, and that are not really, chuffed about that, because they think, having that will make it more difficult to and rightly so, more difficult to apply pressure in individual states, to say, okay, you guys have to accept our heavily subsidized crops that we've subsidized to pacify the farmers in, say, France, right? And we come here, we dump it this side, because obviously it's been heavily subsidized, so we can sell it at a much cheaper price than you guys can even produce it at. And therefore we are undermining your entire economies, because a lot of you guys are built on agriculture and all sorts of other primary services, but we'll undermine them just for the sake of keeping our local interests, aligned, and our local, voter bases happy. So yeah, we sort of like take the raw end of the deal of whatever stuff that happens locally within the EU and America. We've had what's this? Maybe Syke, you can help me. There's we have this trade deal with America. I forget what it's called. But yeah, and part of the stuff that a part of that is, you guys are allowed to bring in your chicken and, essentially what we call economic dumping, which is the process I've described. You sell it at a price that undermines the local markets. So yeah, holy wow. Yeah, this sort of stuff wouldn't happen in South Africa. Like, no? And if it does, it is rare. It is incredibly rare, and people would shame you for it. They'd probably beat you up. So
right.
Yeah. Though I must say, I've been in a situation where that's happened right in front of me, but was in Cape Town. Was at a club in Cape Town, and I was like, wow, okay, really, like right here, okay. Yeah, but it's never happened like out in public,
yeah, like
in the streets or anything like that. No, I've never seen that. I've never heard anyone speak about that.
Yeah, JC was just, I think he's back overseas, but he was just back over here. He said he spent a couple weeks in California.
Yeah, he was saying, I was seeing the chat, he was saying that California is a dumpster fire, that's what he called it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, it's sad though, because obviously with California, it's like you guys have so many examples of what not to do. You've got South Africa, for example, yet we are hell bent on doing it. It's probably the best indicator of exactly how ideologically compromised America is. People like to say, I remember on the last stream I was on I was in the chat, and someone was asking, Timothy Sokol was asking if we think America is being deliberately sabotage or something like that, right? And I was saying, yeah, but the problem is that these guys are saying it. They're saying it publicly, It's not like these people are
they're not hiding anything.
Society. Yeah, it's not like some secret society. They're telling you, yes, we hate America. Right. Yes, we think it's a corrupt, it's a fundamentally flawed institution. It needs to be destroyed. Like they literally say these things, and nothing happens to them.
Because they're women. Because they're women.
What's strange is that I think back to like I was watching there's a show called the Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinders. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's very, very, very. I think it's one of the best shows I've watched recently. None of this woke nonsense.
Right.
And a reminder of like what masculinity is. You know, like obviously their flaws, but the guy is like fundamentally masculine. I
Right.
genuinely enjoyed the show. But in one of the seasons, they were discussing the rise of socialism in the UK, and how the government was taking actual like literal steps to effective measures to guard against it. You know, literally getting the law enforcement guys to round up socialists and to essentially try to discourage it, because the guys are pushing for all sorts of rights.
Yeah. And you remember that chick? You remember the chick?
Protests and stuff like that. Who's this?
The chick that went in to go talk to him about the socialism crap. I was like, see, there were feminists right there.
Yeah. Wait, have you watched the show?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So you're aware. What was her name? She had dark hair, either brunette or like black hair. I remember.
And then the chicks got together to go do stuff instead of like,
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I was like, yeah, those crazy bitches.
Exactly. So it was quite entertaining. Watching how that went down. But point is, America has plenty of examples to learn from, and it's very sad to see you guys commit the same, make the same mistakes, and
right.
It's like I guess I shouldn't be like I'm not the one to talk. I don't even really have the right to talk, because we have Zimbabwe as an example. Literally, we share a border with them, and we are going full steam ahead, with Zimbabwefication, literally following their same policies, a lot of the same policies. And it's just amazing to me how we can have millions of people do that and no one say, or not have a genuine voice of reason, like with some momentum behind it, saying, hey, guys, remember Zimbabwe did this? Hey, guys, remember Venezuela did this? Hey, guys, remember Cuba did this? Hey, guys, remember Russia did this? Hey, guys, remember, hey, maybe let's ask what the Russians are doing right now. The Russians hate this stuff. Oh, let's go talk to the Cubans who've left Cuba. Oh, they hate this stuff. Oh, let's go talk to the Chinese. They hate this stuff. It's like, it's sad, really. It's genuinely sad.
Like that article I sent you, Adam Kolazinski, our guy from the Mays Business School, the guy we've been kind of watching during these faculty senate meetings, he spoke up. Did you hear his little speech in that article I sent you?
No. Is this the one you tagged me in on
Discord? Yeah.
On Discord.
Yeah.
No, I didn't get around to reading, because you told me, I think we spoke on Twitter, was it? And you said, I sent you a link, but I didn't get around to seeing it. What happened? What was he talking about?
He was talking about, because Texas A&M is getting sued right now by a professor from, I think, UT, Austin.
University of Texas. Okay.
Yeah. So, because the ACES program is, I guess, a program where they were trying to hire, a bunch of people with specific skin colors or whatever.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Adam spoke up because the faculty senate was voting to, institute yet another diversity, inclusion, equity policy, and he spoke up, and he talked for, I think the clip was like, what, Psych, was it about 10 minutes?
Wow.
But
you see,
less than 10 minutes, but
less than 10 minutes.
All right, it was actually quite long. I think it maybe was about 8 minutes. That's just a guess, though.
Yeah, but following him, a feminist, because the feminists always shut him down, and like he made a really compelling argument for not to support this, and the faculty senate still voted 54 to support and 12 to not. The feminist that followed him was a dean of engineering.
Yeah, I think. Look, I was in the last stream. I remember saying, no, 2 streams ago, I was saying that I think a lot of the stuff is starting to. I think the tide is turning a lot of the stuff. I think maybe I'm romanticizing it, but with Elon taking over Twitter, right, and how that's gone down. Obviously, it's been chaotic, and a lot of the revelation stuff are crazy. But the fact that happened,
right,
is unreal. The fact that someone stood up and said, "Look, I'm going to fight for the First, Amendment. I'm going to fight for your right to free speech." And
yeah, Emmanuel, Psych said he has to go. Should we say
oh,
goodbye?
okay.
to him?
All
Psych.
right. Cheers, Psych.
Oh, good night, guys. Or
good night.
Or good morning, wherever you are.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for coming up, Psych. It was good chatting.
Yeah, Psych, I got a quick question if you got a minute. Oh, I guess not.
Oh man, he just left. Yeah.
I was just curious if you found his information having to do with his work on his constitution.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember you guys were talking about it the last time. Is this linking back to what because he said he was working on the constitution, he sent in some suggestions for I can't remember what he was saying, but he basically said that he was working on it, like the legal side of things, and he sent some sort of suggestions for amending it or sort of like fortifying it. I can't remember what he was saying. Yeah, but what was I saying? I was saying that the tide is turning on this stuff. The fact that Elon took over Twitter, right? Basically made the left feel what, like, everyone on the left who's squealing right now on Twitter is squealing after, like, what has it been? 2 months, a month of ownership?
Yeah.
And we basically had to face that for the last 10 years?
Right.
I remember seeing it's just like all of a sudden now you guys care about breaking up big tech. All of a sudden now you guys care about the fact that Twitter is a public public town square. Now you guys care about free speech. It's been hilarious watching it, but I think it's indicative of the fact that the tide is turning. I remember seeing some guys talking on some business news channel, and the guy was literally going in on wokeness, and I was like, wow, that wouldn't have happened a year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. That would never have happened. They would have just kowtowed to whatever the nonsense was. And I think Elon taking on Twitter has ushered in an era of the productive guys speaking up and saying a lot of these guys are useless.
Right.
Let's take Twitter, for example. They've fired so many people, and the guys were saying, yep. The guys were saying that it's going to implode, and it's like, if I can fire half of the staff and Twitter works the same, if not better than what it did before, what the hell are those guys doing there?
Yeah. Hanging out is what they were doing there.
Yeah. Posting videos about a day in the life of a Twitter employee,
Right.
Insane.
Well,
Insane.
see, and I noticed it looked very homely. And that's the part about having all these women and all these damn jobs and them trying to make their workplace a home environment. I feel like that's just part of their nature. They can't help themselves, really. Like to make them more comfortable and help their mental health and make them more successful at, being work mommy. They need all their home stuff.
It's hilarious. The parallels between feminism and socialism are so. I always talk about this, but it's hilarious every time it hits me.
Yeah.
Why don't the feminists really call for what they want, right? Instead of wanting to move into the male areas, why don't you guys segregate? Why don't you have a company, a social media platform that's for women by women, right? Why not have that? Why not have all these companies that you guys are calling for? No, these guys need to be changed, need some transformation or equity and stuff. Build your own.
Because they can't build their own. They can't do it. They can only appropriate what has already been created. But I think that's natural. I think that's in a woman's nature. Like me personally, when I think about, fixing this fucking problem, I think we need to go back into our institutions and reappropriate the ones that the men built before the women took them over. Because I know the guys are like, well, just build a new institution. But I'm like, no, that's not how my brain works. My brain as a woman, like I can't personally build a new institution, but I can go in and reappropriate one because that's what women do. Like the networking, women can't build like that. Men build.
I was laughing because I saw someone post a picture of a photo with the CEO and the staff at Twitter before and after Elon took it over, right? And before you could see like a whole lot of women, people of color, etc., etc. And then when you looked at the after photo, it's like full of white guys and Asians. Right. And I was cracking up because it's like, it's funny how when you get rid of equity and you just strip everything to the bare bones to become as lean and as efficient in a machine as possible. The main guys who are left are like white guys and Asians. Right. Mostly men.
The most competent.
The women are like, there was like one woman in the photo, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you could tell that even just looking at her, you could tell she's not one of these artsy-fartsy sort of women. She looks like one of the, like a woman who'd fit into an engineering faculty. She has the part.
Yeah.
She looks the part. So the question is why were we trying to resist this stuff? Why is it difficult to accept that if you want to have the most efficient people, they're probably going to be there's probably going to be an overrepresentation of white guys, of Asians, in the same way that if you want to have great basketball players, no one has a problem with the overrepresentation of black people in the NBA. Yet when you see Asians in university, all of a sudden it's a problem. Right. It's just not consistent.
Yeah.
It's not consistent. I think this is the most frustrating part about wokeness, is that it's not that they're crazy. It's not that it's they're annoying. It's the fact that they're not consistent. You just never know when you're in the right with them.
Well, because it's all based on feelings and offense, and their feelings are constantly changing.
Exactly.
They're never satisfied, so they always have to find something to complain about. So as soon as they say the thing that causes this behavior to change, then they look for the next thing to change, and then the next thing to change.
Yeah, it's. I mean, imagine running a company like that. Imagine being someone who's supposed to produce X many widgets a year.
Right. You can't.
And instead of you focusing on producing said widgets, you're being told, you need to change the feng shui of this room. It's just not right. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, what does that have to do with producing, microchips? What does that have to do with producing, I don't know, whatever other widget you want to think about? We've strayed so far away from being productive in an attempt to, as you say, be more homely, more welcoming, more warm in the workplace. And I think the model is dying. I remember learning about in varsity. learning about stakeholder capitalism. That's what they called it, where they say that we need to have a what they call a broader view of who's impacted by businesses. That's the sort of vibe they were giving, and they're saying, yeah, it's not just shareholders, it's the customers, it's the third parties to the business activity. In other words, the environment, other people who are not party to the transactions, who are being perhaps affected by, like, say, pollution and things like that. It's the broader community. We have to do social outreach and that sort of stuff, And I remember sitting there, and mind you, I was still quite lefty at the time, and I was thinking, this sounds like rubbish,
right?
Like, I don't like. I get how you're trying to be warm. I get that, but I mean, this is a business. We're supposed to be producing things. That's what we need to be focused on. And by focusing on profit, it doesn't mean that if you're very good at making profit, that means you more likely not. I'm obviously leaving out, like, corruption, which would need the government and willing, corrupt souls. But leaving out cronyism. If you're good at making profit, that means you're good at producing things that people want.
Right.
Which means that you're serving the community.
Right.
So much so that they're willing to pay for this stuff over and over again, or pay much more for the same sort of thing.
Right.
So where's the problem? I sort of had this idea of, like, I mean, that's the transaction there. It's done and dusted. The guy has produced, say, blankets, right? The blankets are used for the community. The community is happy. They're so happy they're willing to part with their money and not spend it on something else. They said, I'll buy this blanket, right? The company makes money. Everyone's happier, And yet they said, no, you need to make I remember listening to the marketing guys, because those are the worst. I hate they're two professions that I really hate, good mother. And it's people in marketing and people in human resources. I hate those two departments. I think they're riddled with these sort of left-leaning ideologues, The people who say, look, we like, think of the campaigns, think of, like, Gillette and all that stuff, The preachiness comes from the campaigns, the marketing campaigns, the policies that this guy is fighting against come from the human resources guys. That's where the infiltrations come in, because it's like, okay, simultaneously you need to change your image towards your customers, and then internally you need to change your image towards your workers, right? And if you don't change your image to your workers, we're going to make you look bad to your customers.
Right.
If you don't change your image to the customers, we are going to try pressure you to a point where it starts to hit your profits, So I think these are the two main departments that I don't even understand why most companies have marketing. I can understand, right? But I don't understand why most companies have such huge HR departments,
It's because they need a work mommy to go tell on each other too.
Yes,
it's because women are in the workplace.
It's ridiculous. It's sort of like, okay, I'll give an example, right? You'll have HR departments saying, say we have a particular post that we need to fill, right? Instead of looking at, this is one of the things that I admire, the tech guys for, is that instead of looking for who's the best at this job, they look at who's got the most, letters after their name, who's got the most sheets of paper that say he is competent in X, skill, right? And that it becomes a matter of how many papers can you stack, instead of how good are you at your job,
Yeah.
And I always ask myself, try to imagine the number of people who would have been the next Elon Musk, the next, you name whatever, great inventor or businessman you can think of,
Right.
who have been rejected by some lousy HR officer who says, you don't have the right qualifications for this job, or you don't have enough years of experience. And when you
Or
look at people,
or we need more women to fill these fucking positions, which
yeah,
they have
you're
been
not the right
doing for the
profile for
past
this job,
3 decades,
Yeah,
Emmanuel. 3
exactly.
decades. Yeah. Like this, for instance, this here, right here, is a perfect example. Okay. This is a micro example here. This university has spent 3 decades hiring based on affirmative action. Okay. So they're discussing this new thing to endorse professor recruitment initiative that specifically excludes whites and Asian applicants along with other diversity efforts. So because the university already has so many diversity hires, they have to vote 54-12, 54 people supporting the current diversity crap, because that's the only reason that the majority of these people got their fucking jobs to begin with. Here, I'm going to play Adam's because I thought Adam did a fucking great job. Oh. Hello?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm back. Sorry, I just popped out. I remember reading this article with you. I remember it now.
But you didn't listen to what Adam said? You didn't.
I think I did.
Did you?
I did. Okay, play it. I don't mind listening to it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senator Kolozinski has his hand up.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Klein.
Could you pause for a
I
second?
believe that voting on.
His surname sounds Polish.
I was wondering what you were gonna. Yeah, Kolozinski.
Yeah. So if I'm guessing now, if his parents come from Poland, and perhaps came from Poland during the time like the wars and stuff like that, right? Perhaps that's
Maybe.
a factor in his outlook on a lot of this nonsense. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, this James Howell. Hold on, let me. Yeah, this James Howell, he is a German professor. He teaches German.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how, like, really how a lot of these people vote, but I was watching him because I was watching a whole bunch of the people during, and he's like multitasking, like grading papers and kind of attentively listening. But I know that there's this German guilt thing too, so he could have totally voted the other way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or even debating this resolution is extremely unwise, because one of the programs it endorses is subject to litigation. Someone has sued the university alleging that the ACES Plus program violates the Civil Rights Act of 1965. Weighing in on a program that is subject to litigation, whose outcome is highly uncertain, is an extremely bad idea, as we are not court and we are not lawyers. Some of you may not want to hear this, but quite a few legal experts think the case against the university has a reasonable chance of succeeding.
Wow.
The plaintiff's attorneys are not some fly-by-night hacks. One of the lead attorneys, Jonathan Mitchell, served as the Solicitor General of the state of Texas for 5 years and has argued 5 cases before the Supreme Court. He's also been on the law school faculty at Stanford and the University of Chicago. Many of you, I am sure, are diametrically opposed to his politics, but it would be very foolish for you not to acknowledge that he is a highly knowledgeable, experienced, and successful litigator. Someone of his caliber does not take a case like this unless it has a reasonable chance of success. A professor at UC Berkeley Law School, John Yoo, as well as a sitting federal civil rights commissioner and professor of law at San Diego State, Gail Heriot, have both publicly opined that the plaintiff has a strong case. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and neither are most of you, but I think you need to take seriously that several formidable legal minds think the plaintiff's case is strong. I realize that other lawyers have been quoted saying otherwise, so it's no slam dunk. Nevertheless, if you are honest with yourself, I think you cannot help but conclude that there is some significant probability a court will rule the ACES Plus program is illegal. I don't know exactly what that probability is, but it certainly is well above zero. Now ask yourself, how would it make this body look if we ended up endorsing a program that turned out to violate federal civil rights law? Do I need to remind you all that higher education features prominently on the agenda of the upcoming legislative session, and that we are going to be receiving an unusually high degree of scrutiny this time around? I'm sorry, but in this environment, it's just not prudent for us to be endorsing a program for which there is a risk it will be ruled illegal, especially when a majority of state legislatures would probably disagree with the program, even if it were legal. What's the upside of passing this resolution? This case is going to be decided on the legal merits. Our opinion is irrelevant to the court. So if you support the ACES Plus program, what good could this resolution possibly do for you? As a financial economist, I see all risk and no reward. Now, some people might answer me by saying the resolution doesn't endorse the possibly illegal ACES Plus program itself, but only its goals. Well, I hate to break it to you, but the lawsuit alleges that one of the goals of the program is one of the things that makes it illegal. I'm talking about the goal to, quote, move the structural composition of our faculty toward parity with that of the state of Texas. I took that verbatim from the ACES Plus memo NK sent out to the deans back in July. That means the resolution as written is explicitly taking a position on the merits of the lawsuit. I submit to you that we are not a court, we are not a jury. Very few of us are lawyers. We therefore have no business inserting ourselves into such litigation. But I'll go.
Mother, could you pause it there for a second, please?
Yeah,
even
yeah,
if
hold
this
on.
ACES Plus
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said before, it's quite amazing watching you guys do the exact same nonsense we've tried in South Africa.
Mm.
This whole representation thing, we're just going to make an arbitrary level, and we need to make everyone look like that. Everyone needs to look. Every single department needs to look by proportions and stuff, exactly like, I don't know, Texas, or exactly like America on average, as though people are, I don't know, pieces on a chessboard or on a checkers board where you can just move them evenly, distribute them evenly across America. That's not how it works. I mean, by virtue of the states themselves are not the same, right? So, say for example, there are areas of America that have oil, right? There are areas of America that have, say, I don't know if you guys have coal. Let's say you have coal in certain areas. People who are skilled in extracting coal from the earth are not the same sorts of people who would be extracting oil from the earth.
Right.
Right? Same
Right?
in much the same way, it's not the same sorts of people who'd be extracting.
Hold on. No. Emmanuel, you're talking about a person's ability versus what they look like. You're trying to group people by competency, not by skin color and genitalia, which is exactly what these feminists have been doing.
I'm not even coming out from a point of skill. I'm even talking about it from a point of interest. Never mind skill. Let's say interest.
Well,
right?
you're not going to gain a skill in something you're not interested in. I'm just saying you're talking about an action versus a born this way thing. Like,
you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
I'm basically trying to say that people who want to do certain things will be drawn to certain areas, right? By interest. Never mind competence. They could be terrible at that thing, right? Let's say think about the average person trying to be an actor in Los Angeles, right? Not everyone's a good actor, right? Not everyone's good at acting, but by virtue of being interested in it, they'll most likely find themselves in, say, Los Angeles, right?
Right.
They won't find themselves in some rural town in, I don't know, Idaho. I don't know if that's a state, right? But
Right.
you get what I'm saying? It's
I mean, but
it's
but
ridiculous.
this one is
So how,
the composition to reflect. See, they're looking for an equality of outcome thing. They're looking at the numbers. That's why that big report that they did, they broke down the
yeah.
numbers in each department and which how many people that looked like whatever demographic. They're trying to have it mirror the population of Texas.
No,
That's their
but
goal.
the idea is that
It's racist and
people,
sexist, Emmanuel.
no, it's racist and sexist to presume that people, by virtue, that people will not have differences in
Right.
interests.
Right.
It's to assume that everyone's the same, and because they're the same, there's no problem with bulldozing everything and making everything uniform. So suppose Black people have an overwhelmingly high interest in, say, sorry for the stereotype, basketball, right? But to force them to go and play a sport that they don't have no interest in. I'm going to use an example that no Americans think about: cricket, right? Imagine if you were to say, okay, now we're going to try shoehorn Americans into cricket because there's not enough representation of Americans in cricket. It's like, but they're not interested in that.
Yeah.
And yeah,
but the way they get around this, they do prey on the interest because they've been trying to get more and more women into STEM. A lot of these feminist professors will literally run like summer camps and do community outreach to go to the schools to go talk to the young girls that have been told already you can be whatever you want to be, and then they start planting those seeds of interest. How about engineering? How about math? How about
these guys are socialists? They sound like socialists. They sound like lefties.
No. Emmanuel, women are naturally socialists.
But like,
It's
I'll give you
natural
this
for
example,
women.
right?
Yeah.
We have in economics, we have Keynesian economics, right?
Yeah.
Where the idea is that you can stimulate demand by sort of like driving resources into that particular area, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So so the idea is people don't know what they want until you tell them what they want.
Exactly.
Or like, yeah, so it's like, it's the same sort of logic here where they say that it's not that women don't want to be engineers, it's just that they haven't been exposed to enough adverts or adverts that show them, that reflect that women can also be engineers, or women can also be, that's the sort of logic that they have. It's exactly like Keynesian. And it's lefty.
It is, but it's also natural, because and this is where it's kind of super dark. They tap into all of our nature, right? I mean, human behavior we learn after modeling. So they take this professor in biology, and she runs up a summer camp, and then just like Kamala Harris, look at me. I'm vice president. Any girl in our state could, or our country could be too. Like, look at me. I'm doing this thing, even though I need a team of people.
It's tokenistic.
Yes.
So it's like, look at me. I'm the token.
Yes.
This. I'm the token X. I'm the token this. I'm the guy you guys can look to and say.
Yeah, but it's also inspiring for the younger generations. Like, oh, look, maybe, she's a biologist. Maybe I could be a biologist too, or I could be in engineering too, because I see that woman who looks like me doing it.
Now, okay, I'll just speak for myself now, right? The career that I chose, none of the people in my family did it. The only time I'd been exposed to it was after listening to like a white professor talk to me.
Right.
So I literally did not need to see like a person, like a black guy or whatever other attribute you want to take from me and say, I did not need to see someone who was my height, my skin color, my hair texture, my whatever, and be like, oh, now that I've seen that, now I believe I can be that. You know, the idea was that, oh, he's a person, I'm a person, I have a brain, he has a brain.
Yeah. But
Surely
but
I can do the
Emmanuel,
stuff. Yeah.
you're a dude. Women are different. To get girls inspired to go do, you know, shit that goes against their fucking nature, you need a woman and they need to be able to emulate that after a woman. Like women, girls, like
Why is that? Is that like a social thing?
It's a social thing. Yes. Yeah. That's why that's the sisterhood that y'all complain about. the hive mind, the this or that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It's in a woman's nature.
Right.
I mean,
so they sort of got into it to
yeah.
Oh, so it's not coming from an angle of, you know, trying to be the best at something, or good at something, or compete, you know. It's coming from an angle of, I'm trying to emulate what other people have done. I'm trying to fit in.
Yeah. That's why they all suck. That's why they're all in. I mean, not all, of course. There is a small number that.
Yeah, but you don't have to speak in with qualifications. I know YouTube is annoying. I know people who you know, we used to say all for. I always use this as an example. No one says like, you know, Dettol or whatever other cleaning agent, you know, like a disinfectant. No one says that, oh no, it kills, like, and says the exact percentage every time they say, you know,
99.9.
we say it kills germs.
Yeah.
We just say it kills germs. That's what we say.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No one says, okay, 99.9%. Okay, yes, we get it. It's not 100, but
but just like what you said, Elon Musk, like that one engineer chick was in, you know, because there's always an exception to a rule, right? There's always the outlier. Like maybe, you know, she from an early age looked up to her dad, and then she followed, you know, whatever, you know. But that's not typical. But all the women want to be treated and given all the cash and prizes because they're women.
This is so different from the way that I view life, because
you're a dude.
I wouldn't. Perhaps yes. That's probably. I wouldn't view it as I need to see someone else do it in order for me to do it. I'd view it as perhaps I need someone to tell me that that's possible, in the sense of that there's this thing called, say, engineering. If I literally have no idea of it existing, like that career, perhaps, okay, then I'd need that. Like, but I don't need a person. I just need a pamphlet, you know, to sort of describe it. I could read it in a textbook, you know. Yeah, I just need the information.
But as a man,
I don't care about who's saying it. You know?
Right. But as a man, you're more into things versus people.
Yeah. This is just it's very difficult for me to understand. I think this is my bias here from being a man. I can't wrap my head around needing someone who looks like me to do something in order for me to have the courage to do it.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd be motivated by the fact that I haven't seen someone who looks like me do it. That'd be like I'd be the first person to do it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah, it would be like if someone said, there's no person of a particular height, let's say of my height, has been able to squeeze themselves into a suitcase. I'm just thinking of a random challenge, right?
Right.
Then I'll be like, okay, I'm 6 foot. Let's see if I can do it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm 6 feet tall. Let's see if I can do it. I'd have that sort of motivation. I wouldn't need to see someone else who's 6 feet tall. That would actually like kind of take some of the motivation away, because it's like, oh man, I'm not special anymore.
Well, but when you're a kid, you learn by modeling. I mean, we're okay. I'm talking like this is you now, yes, but when you were a young boy, I'm sure,
Yeah.
you know, you saw, you
Yeah,
looked
yeah.
up to people. Yeah, that's why I'm saying like this kind of indoctrination that they do to the schools and in our society and with our TV. I mean, they're targeting children with these ideas that rely on this kind of stuff. Adults, you know, you grow out of it. You know, but we have a lot of
there's only
adults.
one.
Yeah.
I think there's one career choice that I could say perhaps I'd need to see other men do it in order for me to have the courage to do it. And that would be like, say, typically feminine stuff, nursing, right? For example, if someone said to me, Emmanuel, nursing is an option for you as a career, I'd be like, no. I'd rather go, you know, clean, you know, I don't know, pipes or whatever somewhere, I don't know, than do nursing. No, it's like, but Emmanuel pays a lot, but I'd be like, but that's like dominated by women. No thanks, you know.
Right.
But perhaps I'd need to see a man do it for me to get the sort of get over some sort of what's the word? A stigma, you know, of joining a more female-dominated thing. Maybe from that angle, I can understand it.
Yeah.
But then, even then, that stigma is like there's no one who says women can't be engineers.
Right.
You know, like I don't know. Maybe there used to be like 50 years ago, people would be like, "Oh, you're a woman. There's no way you can code correctly." You know, maybe there were people like that, but those people like are nowhere today. You know, they don't exist. It's sort of like people are haunted by an era that's like long gone, and they want us to live as though that is still alive. In much the same way people talk about racism, you know, in much the same way people talk about all this stuff. It's like, if you get to a point where people are so scared of being called racist that you can use it as a power, like you can leverage that as a power against them to get them to do anything, even harm themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Then perhaps that country's not racist,
Right.
you know?
Right.
But yeah.
I don't know. I might be a little sexist though, Emmanuel, because I went to Florida and I got on the plane and one of the pilots was a chick, and like the stewardess were all stewards. They were gay men, and there was one black lady, but the rest was like her harem of men. And I texted my son. I'm like, all right, dude, if I don't make it home, it's because I have a woman pilot. Because you know what? I do not trust, like if there is something to happen, I don't trust the ability of a woman over a man to make rational decisions during an
emergency.
An emergency, yeah. With a big plane, with a big thing. No, I would trust a man over a woman with that. Yeah.
Question: at what point does pattern recognition, you know, just seeing trends, right, turn into racism? I
don't know.
It can be
racism.
Like say, racism is sexism, right? When say for example, if you've seen, I always say this to people that I'm a black person and I cross the road when I see a black person at night. Right.
I
always say this to people, and they'll say no, but that's self-hating, and you know that's racist. And I'm like, bro, I've only ever been robbed by black people, you know.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I have, you know, it's sort of like if you've had your hand, you know, burned by the stove, you sort of learn not to tap
exactly
hot place. It's
There's a couple channels that I'm not going to for a little bit because same thing. Because I felt and I wanted to talk to one of the hosts about this, but at what point so is it racism? Because the specific blackosphere that's like blackity black, I do this because I'm black, I'm an asshole because I'm black, I'm going to be a fucking bitch to you because you're white and I'm black. At what point do I'm like, okay, I'm tired of your fucking bullshit and disrespect. And maybe I hate you because you're black, because the black shit is what makes you behave like an asshole. So is it racist? Like, is that my fault now
because they're the ones
that I don't? Yeah.
I think you even have a better chance of not being racist in that case, because not only is the person just happening to be black, he is explicitly stating that it's because I'm black that I'm behaving this way.
Yeah.
Right? So
it's
that makes
because
it,
I'm black that I hate you and I want to abuse you and I want to steal from you and extort you and fucking stab you in the back. It's because I'm black. So do I hate that individual
it's sort of like
that's
they're doing
making that
the reason.
choice?
It's sort of like they're actually doing the racist reasoning for you.
Right.
It's like they're actually justifying racism.
Right.
By introducing it as a factor, introducing race as the causing, factor. So it's like, I come to you, I say, I'm treating you like this because I'm black and you're not black.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But if you respond to it and say, okay, people who are black will treat me like this because I'm white and they're black, all of a sudden you're racist.
Right.
Yet I'm the one that initiated it.
Wait. So yeah, exactly.
That doesn't make sense to me.
But Emmanuel, as an individual, I can go to an individual and be like, I don't like you because you're black. I don't not like black people. I just don't like you because you're black, because that is the excuse you use for being a fucking asshole to white people. Is that a thing? Like individual racism?
I'm not mad at that. The fact that the people initiate here's the factor. The point is, these people said, I'm doing this to you because I'm black. They didn't do something to you and just happen to be black, and then you started making like assumptions from there, because obviously even there, I think it's still pattern recognition, obviously. But the fact that they explicitly told you that I'm black and that's why I'm doing it, that's what makes it justified. It's like if I were to say to you that I am, let's take race out of this factor, right? Let's say I am German, right? That's why I'm going to harass you as a Polish person. I'm just making random examples, right?
Right.
If I were said Polish person, and it happens not just once, but again and again and again, of people telling me that I am German, that's why I'm harassing you.
Yeah.
Right? Because I think as a Polish person and me being a German person, I have the right to do this, or I'm obligated to do this, or I think this is what you deserve as a Polish person, right?
Right.
Then, I mean, it's only fair for you to go after like a series of these instances, for you to go, okay, maybe I should start. If someone says I'm German, maybe I need to cross the road. you know? It's only fair for you to do that, or it's only fair for you to then start to develop some sort of bias against them, and I mean, they would have caused that because they would have been saying it explicitly, right?
Yeah. So
now, if someone says to you that, for example, right, that most black people don't feel this way, right? Here's the tricky part, right? Let's say if a black person says most black people don't speak like these woke blackety black people, as you say, right?
Yeah.
Most black people don't have a problem with white people. Heck, they actually try to get along with them. We're just trying to get along. That's all, right? And in that case, right? Here's the question: is it prejudice for you to still hold the beliefs that you hold it? Is it racist for you to do that? Because here's where this is where maybe I might even sound kind of like the feminist here, but if the danger is sufficiently large, if the potential harm is sufficiently significant, right? Then isn't it wise for you to sort of like do your best to avoid said harm, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm maybe tacitly approving of racism here, but I'm trying to work this out. I'm thinking out loud, so bear with me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If you have the threat of, say, harm from black people who believe that white people are fundamentally bad and they need to be, I don't know, done
Eradicated.
away with, or
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then maybe it would be prejudice for you to say, to use that against every black person, but the harm is real, and it's massive. It's not just like you risking losing, I don't know, a part of your hair. You're risking losing your life in this case,
Right.
So perhaps it would be wise for you to avoid that.
Yeah. I avoid, I mean, because I kind of, well, the blackosphere is kind of bifurcated into black people that aren't considering their skin color the base foundation to their identity, and then you got the black people. So I'm just racist, I guess, towards the black people because they're assholes because they're black, so they say. I just have to believe what they say. And if that's the excuse that they're going to give me, that's going to be my reason for disliking them. Uh-oh. I think Emmanuel's headset. Or his power's out again. Damn it. Damn it. I want to finish having him listen to this. Yes, the black cult. Well, Clue said it was a cult. Right? RBR calls me the good Nazi. Yeah, it's funny. Roll the tape. Hello?
Hey, hello.
Yeah.
Just see. Oh man, give me a second.
Yeah.
We back?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can't hear you now. It's strange.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let me drop out and then try drop in again.
Okay. Wait, can you guys in the chat hear me? Hello, Frank. All right, you can hear me. Testing.
Yes, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good. I was just making the point. What was I saying? Oh, I was making the point of if the harm is great enough, it shouldn't be bad for you to try avoid it. If someone told me that there's a 50% chance that the pool of water that I'm jumping into may have sharks, right? I probably wouldn't jump into that pool of sharks, you know,
Yeah.
or into that pool of water. And even if someone dropped it to the point of say 10%, I still wouldn't take the risk. Because it's like, okay, I'm in the pool, I'm in the water. I don't have any sort of like way to defend myself, or at least not one that I know of currently, you know. So the risk makes you less willing to, makes you way more strict with regards to how much of a tolerance for that risk you have, you know. So if the risk isn't, if you're not losing a lot, you're more willing to take on the risk, you know. So yeah, this is the weird dynamic when it comes to say crime and black people or whatever other demographic you want to talk about. Let's say how women talk about men, you know, feminists who talk about rape and men, right?
Yep.
So this is the gray area, right? Where on one hand I kind of feel for the feminists, but on the other hand I do feel they kind of irrationally.
So I think it's very irrational because I think the fear that they have about men is based on just what they've been told, not what they've experienced. Like, I only came to my conclusion with the blackity black people after spending a good year trying to fucking talk to these fools. So that's based on my personal fucking experience with the black identitarians. So whether, and they're all feminists, strangely. So I feel like the more group identities you're trying to pile up and try to take on as your own, the bigger fucking asshole you are.
Oh yes, definitely. Because then you don't really you don't have any identity of your own, right?
Right.
You've got to please so many different political groups, political movements. You've got to be an ally to both feminists and, you know, what you call it, black nationalists, so to speak, or you know.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like you've got to please all of these groups, and conveniently for the current mix on the left, they've made it so that, you know, it's easy to please quite a lot of them. Obviously, the one spanner in the works is the trans movement that's kind of thrown a lot of the stuff into disarray.
Yeah. But back to the feminists, like their irrational fear of men is based on what other women have told them. It's not based on their actual experience with men.
Right. So, okay, here's the question, right? Say with the case of rape and women, right? I happen to live in the country which has the highest, which is the rape capital of the world, right? And having spoken to a lot of women.
Wait. It's literally the rape capital of the world?
Yeah, that's the phrase they use to describe the fact that rape is most, like, it's the highest occurrence in South Africa compared to the rest of the world, right? I think, I don't know if this is on a per capita basis or just like as an absolute number, but yeah, rape is quite a highly occurring crime in South Africa, right? So what you have with that is a lot of the women who talk about it, you know, obviously talk about, oh, rape is such a big problem in South Africa, etc., right? And on one hand, I feel for them, right? But on the other hand, I get the sense that a lot of them like the attention that comes from discussing this stuff. It's sort of like they want to be victims. It's sort of like they want to be pitied. It's like that's a currency of sorts. It's like people who chase the dollar. In this case, they're chasing victim points, you know?
Yep.
And that it gives me a slimy feeling to everything that they say. You know, it's just like, it's like,
it's because they're getting off on being a victim.
Exactly. It's sort of like,
it's sleazy, slimy.
Yeah, it's sleazy. It's sort of like it gets annoying when you start hearing people who are not victims of the crime, who are not related to people who are victims of the crime, making more noise than the actual victims.
Yep. Well, it's the
You know,
collective.
it becomes like
It's the
it's like
collective.
clout chasing. But
Yeah, but also it's like vicarious trauma. It's like, and by trauma, I mean it could even be a lie of trauma. So,
yeah,
and I think that's where the whole woke group identity religion stuff comes into play, because, and I think it's kind of like a weird reflection of, I don't know, vicarious redemption through Jesus and all that kind of shit. I don't know. I think it's the feminist rendition of that of course is fucked up. You can't have an exception, you know, like everybody has to be like that. There's no special person. Everybody's special.
yeah, it's very annoying because you can't read this. It becomes difficult to distinguish between the people who are clout chasing,
Yeah.
which is very disgusting to use rape as a way to do some clout chasing, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Versus the people who are like genuinely concerned about the issue, right? I think that one of the ways that I sort of distinguish between the two is who's more campaigny about it, you know, who is more, let's make a movement about it, who's more of a politician about it. Those people tend to be the most slimy, you know.
Yeah.
The people who are more like, hey, trying to take practical steps to teach people how to deal with the aftermath of, say, a rape. Please be aware that you should, as soon as possible, try to get, you know, the rape kit and all that stuff done. Try to get this stuff. Maybe you need to approach the policeman in this sort of way. These are the sorts of areas that you can get help from. That sounds more genuine than,
yeah,
hey, let's make it a hashtag that trends on Twitter and yap on about it without really achieving anything.
Let's go.
You know,
Let's
as
go
though-
march in the streets with our pussy hats on.
Yeah, we had like a whole thing about domestic violence aside as well. It's even got like it's been like sloganized as GBV, gender-based violence, which I think is also used in America. And what I've hated about it is the fact that the crime has only gone higher, right, since then, from what I understand, and the people who are campaigning about it are squealing more instead of recognizing the fact that their squealing is not working.
Squealing.
It's like, okay, let's just scream about this. Let's just put it. Let's just call men trash even more than we did last year. Let's. It's like, instead of addressing the fact that maybe the sorts of men who rape, who send women to ICU, or kill them, maybe those sorts of people don't respond to hashtags, you know.
Right.
Maybe those people
Yeah,
are not
don't give
thinking,
a
oh
shit."
man, you know what? I've been doing this every day, but you know what's the one thing that could stop me from doing this? A hashtag.
Right.
A hashtag. You know,
Right.
some women protesting with their breasts out in order to get, you know, the newspapers to come and take photos of them and say hashtag stop this. Yeah, that's going to stop a person who rapes from raping.
Right.
You know, that's going to stop someone who beats their kids and their wives black and blue from doing so, right? Because that's what's going to. It's stupid. It's honestly, these people are just trying to. It's like they. It's like they sort of like masturbating.
Yes, exactly. They're masturbating. That's exactly. They're fucking perverts, is what they are.
It's really disgusting because they use the most concerning social issues as a medium. I have no problem if they're doing it with other, you know, stupid things, but they're doing it with like rape, you know.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is a lot of these people become so ideological that, you know, when things go, because you know how they present it, just like feminists, they talk about, you know, we all have certain rights to, you know, basic decency, you know, and then when cases that have occur that go against the narrative that say men are always the perpetrators or what's the other one, or that women are always the victims, right?
Yeah.
It's like they just, you know, like the NPC meme. It's like they don't know how to process that.
Yeah.
The entire software is, how can I frame the man as the villain? So in a case where the women are bad, they don't even know how to respond to that. In fact, this is what they tend to do. They'll say, what did the man do to make the woman do that?
Right.
Which is hilarious, because that's typically what you know, rapists and abusers would say. What did you do to make me do this to you?
Right.
But you did this, you made me do this to you. It's like, wow, you've gone from being a person who campaigns against abuse to literally using the same software that abusers use.
Yep.
It kind of begs the question, perhaps they've been abusers the entire time.
Exactly. That's what, oh man, that's what I've been wondering about the whole psychology field and the whole narcissism. And, you know, I know feminists have had a huge hand in that.
Contrivers in the chat challenging our status in South Africa as a rape
I know.
I'm sorry, Contriver. You know, of all
Here,
things we could compete on, you know, I've never challenged you on anything, but I think we run this. Yeah, yes, South Africa is a hellhole when it comes to crime, man, and yeah, it's sad that obviously the campaigning friendly crowd is always ready to, you know, put some hashtag on or get some movement or say, let's post this sort of post today, you know, Camilla, to just give you an idea of how big this thing became, right? It became like an issue that would sway politics. It became an issue that would that companies would put on, like companies would spend money to put it onto, you know, to push the campaign, to put it onto their shopping bags, adverts and things like that. You know, at the end of their adverts, they put stuff like that. At the end of shows on TV, that put numbers on where you can contact, etc., etc., etc. You know, and I'm just like, but the crime has been getting worse since then.
Right.
You know, so it's like
weird how that happens, right?
Perhaps
it's almost like they're suggesting people go do these things. They're advertising it.
You know what I think it is, actually? I actually think it's just we've always had a crime problem in South Africa. And I think if you dig even deeper than that, it's anger and frustration, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's largely rooted in now, obviously, women being, I mean, feminists being what they are, will try frame it as insecurity.
Right.
But I think it's frustration with this, you know, state, you know, the state of our country.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's right to be frustrated that you say, for example, that you're unemployed and then go and rape some innocent lady. No, I don't think that's correct. However, I think we need to have some analysis behind why people do things, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that's a factor. I think if every man in South Africa was employed, working in a job that leaves him, you know, dead at the end of the day, and getting paid well for it, being able to you know, build something with it, be proud, you know, do something that he's proud of, and say, look, I've built this, I've built a house, I'm taking care of a family. I've got kids. I've got a wife. I'm fairly secure that I can do this until I retire, et cetera, et cetera. If these things were in place, I think there'd be a drastic decrease in crime. And to act like that's not the case, and to just act like men are fundamentally evil.
Right. Yeah, it's wrong.
I mean, that's peak ideological behavior.
Yeah.
It's like you're removing all of the other possible variables and just saying, no, they're evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the sort of, feminism has really taken off in Africa. And
It is not a good place for feminism.
it isn't. Yeah. It's annoying because we're starting to see a lot of the same problems that the West has. Men are clocking out of marriage. Men are clocking out of family building. They're a lot more. It's way more common to have women typically having kids out of wedlock in their early. Heck, from the age of 12 all the way up to say 30, they're having kids out of wedlock. Like, you actually expect to have, when you hear someone's pregnant, you expect to hear that they're not married. Probably the father is not present. He's absent. He's not really showing any interest. There's no sense of like it was planned or anything.
Right.
And mind you, most of the people that I'm talking about are not raped. So I'm just putting that to the side, because a lot of these feminists would have you believe that every woman who doesn't have a child that's planned was raped. That's the sort of framing they sort of want to have around it. But that's not the case. A lot of these women are just reckless, and so and then obviously the men are just not interested because of various factors. It's easy to hook up with women now. You trust women less because a lot of women are quite frankly hoey,
oh yeah, super hoey.
So it's sort of eradicated the bond, basic social fabric between men and women in South Africa, and I think Africa as a whole.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see the same sort of population dynamics that we're seeing in America. Women having kids later, more likely to be single. Heck, I've seen quite a lot of women born in, say, the 80s who don't have kids and are now in their 40s, approaching 40s.
Yep.
Yeah. It's sad, really, because it's just like, why have you got to live for then?
Right, exactly. What in the hell have you been doing with your life if you haven't been raising children?
Yeah. It's hilarious because it's like this. There's a stark difference. You have one part of South Africa which is like just chaos, where people just have kids willy-nilly, with whomever, just recklessly. Then you've got the maybe say similarly significant number of women who are single, childless, very successful in their careers, but that sort of demographic.
Yeah.
And neither of them are actually achieving any of what they ideally want,
Right.
Yet they demonize the thing that they actually that they actually want. They want to find themselves in a situation where they have a caring husband who is someone they respect, someone they admire, are attracted to, taking care of them. But all of the decisions that each of them make, basically make them stray away from the path to achieving that,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's like, and no one's talking about it because the main, what can I call it? What's the word I can use here? The main goal, the ethos of this particular generation is maximize the freedom that women have. So make them as free as possible. Minimize any sort of punishments, minimize any sort of accountability, minimize any sort of responsibility. responsibility, accountability, all of that is oppression.
Yep.
It's control. It's you being insecure. It's you being narcissistic. These are the typical words you'll hear now. It's you being backward. You know, you think this is the 1950s. It's 2022. We no longer do this and that. It's the you're a man. You're supposed to provide. You're supposed to protect. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do that. Yet you have no right to expect me to clean, to cook, to take care of the kids. You know,
Right.
it's we are basically like America now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the intersectionality of feminism right here. It's a
Venn diagram. Yeah.
Venn diagram I'm working on.
Let's see. Let me just try see this clearly.
It's just lie, cheat, and steal. It's the unholy trinity of feminism.
Lie, cheat, and steal. That's there was a wrestler who I loved back in the day. He used to use this as his like slogan. Like it was like his I lie, I cheat, I steal. Eddie Guerrero on the WWE. So yeah, it's kind of hilarious that this is coming full circle now, and I'm seeing it full circle on a Venn diagram.
Well, the lie and steal portion blame men for everything wrong. I put it in that category because it's both lie and a way to steal from men.
Mm.
And then the cheating aspect, I put in between steal and or the institutional laws and policies, I put between cheat and steal. And then lie and cheat, biological sexual advantage is.
Oh, could you explain that one?
The biological sexual advantage? It's a tool
Yeah,
women
like
use.
in what sense is that a combination of lying and cheating? Yeah.
Like, for instance, a woman that uses her womanly sexual superpowers to maybe get, like, work her way up the corporate ladder, or
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's a lie and it's cheating. Like she's not doing it for, you know, it's for nefarious purposes.
It's definitely it's definitely cheating. It's definitely cheating. Yeah, it's
Well, and then the lie,
it's annoying
because
'cause
it
you can't even
it
address this
comes,
stuff without getting cancelled and stuff.
what, right? But
Yeah.
but the lie part is when they get caught, because sex is a woman's superpower, physical shit is a man's. Okay, like women, it's a tool that a lot of women will use to try to achieve a certain outcome. Right now,
Yeah.
if they for some reason don't achieve that outcome, then they'll lie and say it was fucking rape.
Yeah. Or they'll start shaming you for say if you are immune to their sexual, you know,
Yeah, they'll call
moves,
you gay.
right?
Yeah,
They'll call you gay. That's the
they'll
one.
call you gay. Yep.
I've had that happen to me countless times.
Yeah.
Where you reject a woman's advances, or you reject her appeal, her using her sexual appeal to get you to bend the rules for her, right?
Right.
And then you'll be called gay for doing it, and it's like, what?
Right.
Yeah. This Adam guy, I remember Andrew Klein speaking the last time, but he's saying a lot of stuff he's saying is very similar to what Adam's saying. They seem to be of the similar mind, you know. What's happening at Texas A&M is very concerning, and I've been looking at all of these other professors. And some of them are have this indifferent, like, who cares sort of thing.
Yeah.
to what he's saying. And what's annoying about that is I don't know if that's them being so ideologically, bound to the idea of equity, diversity, etc., etc. Are they that devoted to the religion, or is it a thing of no skin in the game, so they couldn't care less? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what it is, but I'd be concerned as a member of an institution if I am part and parcel of enforcing a policy that we know will get us sued.
Right.
I'd be very concerned.
Yeah.
Imagine that being on your CV, like, oh yeah, this guy was part of the board that did this thing that got his previous employer sued.
Oh yeah.
And the lack of, I don't see a sense of urgency.
Right. Right.
Yeah, like if I were hearing that, right? Say if I were in this meeting, I'd find it very difficult to keep a poker face. I'd be like, we're getting sued? What?
No, everybody knows they're getting sued. Yeah.
So everyone knows.
Yeah.
And he's just addressing that fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still don't see a sense of like. I see. Maybe this is just because they're tired. Maybe it's because they're just used to these long meetings. I don't know, but I don't get a sense of. It's like they're very indifferent. If this is the sort of people who run universities, I can understand why they are, failing.
Yeah.
What he's saying makes sense. He says this is not prudent. This is not wise. We know that this could get like these guys don't play. They're not taking on the case just for the fun of it. They actually genuinely believe that they could win it.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, perhaps we need to start thinking about what we're doing, because that means there's as he said, significantly above zero chance that we're going to lose this case.
Right.
It's not just non-zero, it's significantly above zero, because lawyers don't take on, especially lawyers who've got, good reputation and stuff like that. They don't take cases on just for the sake of, I don't know, some, charity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So yeah, he's given the logical part, right? Now I'm gonna play more because he checks a lot of boxes in this whole thing. Like a lot of boxes.
We therefore have no business inserting ourselves into such litigation. But I'll go a step even further. Even if this ACES plus goal is legal, and several independent legal experts I've spoken with personally think it most likely isn't, it's immoral in my view. According to the Diversity Office, 15% of our faculty are Asian. But that only counts Asians who are US citizens. If we are also to include the international Asian faculty, by my very rough estimate, Asians are around 20% of our faculty.
Wow.
Now, do any of you all know what the Texas population of Asians is? Yeah, it's about 5%. So Asians are overrepresented among our faculty relative to Texas by a factor of about 3 or 4, depending on if you use the 15% or 20% estimate. If you are serious about supporting the ACES Plus program goal of moving the structural composition of our faculty to parity with the state of Texas, then we are effectively supporting the replacement of 2/3 to 3/4 of our Asian faculty solely because of their race. If you support this resolution, I ask you, which 3/4 of your Asian colleagues do you want to get rid of? Or do you instead support making most new faculty positions one to which Asians need not apply for like the next decade? By the way, that's what the ACES Plus program does. It creates new faculty positions to which no Asians need apply, and also Irish. It's kind of funny. We're back to the point in our country's history where Irish need not apply either, it looks like. But that is what the goal of the ACES program, the ACES Plus program of structural parity is going to require. Is NK Anand, one of the architects of the ACES Plus program and an Asian, willing to resign his position to bring about structural parity with the state population? And this is, of course, nothing to say to all the white senators who support this program. Whites aren't overrepresented on our faculty to nearly the degree Asians are, but they're overrepresented nonetheless. Are all you white supporters of the ACES Plus program willing to step down so that we can move toward structural parity with the state of Texas? Somehow I doubt it. Before you vote, please reflect on how this resolution will support the immoral goals of the ACES Plus program will make our Asian colleagues feel. Will it make them feel welcome? You know, would it make you feel welcome if you know that your group is overrepresented by a factor of 3 or 4, and the university has the goal of bringing the university to structural parity with Texas? I doubt it. I can in fact tell you that many of my Asian constituents are pretty damn angry about it. In fact, a lot of my constituents of all ethnicities are pretty angry because many of us agree with the 70% of the American people and probably a higher percentage of the Texas populace that it is grossly immoral to make hiring decisions on the basis of race, no matter what your lofty goals to rationalize it may be. Perhaps some of you support this resolution for the purposes of virtue signaling, knowing well that it's not going to impact the outcome of the case. Well, the polling data suggests most Texans, the people we serve, will think you're vice signaling. Please think about that and its political ramifications in the next legislative session before you vote. Thank you.
Mic drop.
Well, right? Right?
Yeah. The last line was the kicker. He basically said,
right.
You appeal to the slimy nature of most politicians.
Right.
Say, hey. Say, hey. You might just lose your job.
Okay.
Man.
Are you ready for the feminists' response?
Oh yeah, let's go.
Okay. This is a dean of engineering, mind you.
No way.
Dean of engineering, let's go.
Senator Hill Price has her hand raised.
I am almost speechless. I think that was extraordinarily offensive, and but you're entitled to your opinion and to your freedom of speech, and I appreciate the fact that you have that. I absolutely disagree with the things that you said. I support this resolution, and so I'd like to talk about that again, pointing out that it doesn't say that we are specifically supporting those programs, but programs that are things such as that, those examples. I hope that we can help support our DEI initiatives and intent from our university and support the coordinating board initiatives to be able to better represent the people of the state of Texas who are paying for our services and paying taxes to support us. And so I would encourage you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Wait, so why was it offensive?
I don't know. Because it had numbers in it, Emmanuel, and statistics, and yeah, logic and reason, and I even thought he touched on the Fifi's aspect. He said, "Would it make you feel welcome if you were in that, category?" I don't know. Maybe he didn't stroke the Fifis enough. Maybe that's why she's offended.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Too many numbers for the engineer. I don't know.
Could you make a good case for representation?
For representation.
Like, is there any place where you'd be like, okay, I could hear I could hear someone maybe arguing for representation here. I can think of one.
Yeah, I want people in jobs that deserve to be there because they're good at what they do.
Okay. I can only think of one example of representation that may actually be a net good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And correct me if I may be siding with the lefties here, right?
Okay.
I'm thinking of the case of London, right? The UK as a whole, really. But most prominently in London. I've heard from a lot of people who've been there, and obviously from people who live there who speak about it, that London is not an English city anymore. You know, I remember my mother said when she was there, she was like, there were so many like Indian people. I guess she meant Pakistani people because I mean, you can tell their nationality.
Mass immigration fucked up Europe.
So she was like, you can barely tell. Obviously, you see a lot of white people because I mean, it's still England, but
yeah, that's not.
It's high. It's to the point where you ask yourself, am I really in England? You know?
Yeah.
And
I don't think that's a
the one case.
representation argument that the left makes. That argument with that is xenophobic. It's anti-inclusivity. That's what they would label that argument as.
Okay, let me put it this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
If imagine if you had an industry, right, in America,
Mm-hmm.
right? Let's take hairdressing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by some coincidence, the best hairdressers in the world all happen to come from, say, India, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to have the best hair industry you could in America, the best hairdressers everywhere, you'd have to get them from India, and you'd have to get them to take all of the hairdressing jobs or businesses in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you'd be left with is the best hairdresser industry in the world, because you would have poached the best in the world from India, right?
Right.
But what would happen in that case is that you start to have the hairdressing industry no longer representing the average ratio of, say, immigrants to citizens that you'd find in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd have it overwhelmingly, represented by immigrant Indians, right?
Right.
What does this sort of now I'm talking from a spillover effect, right? What does this do to national pride, to unity, to a sense of being a nation? What happens to the people who were displaced, who only had that as their skill, and now they're being destroyed by people who are way better than them, without any protection, without any sort of way to reskill themselves in some other industry, and fundamentally, what if those people come into America and start living as Indian people in America instead of assimilating the American, assimilating into America? You know, what happens to America if that doesn't only happen with hairdressing, but it happens with more and more and more industries?
Mm-hmm.
You know? I think that's the one case where I could argue for perhaps you need to have a certain percentage of Americans, right? Perhaps what you could do is say import. I say import, but you could basically import the Indians, get them to teach the Americans how to be good at what they do, and then send them back.
But you're talking about a nationalism type thing. You just said Americans. Like, They're talking about
Race.
race. Yes.
They're talking about race. They're talking about
Yes.
race and gender.
Because 15% of the faculty, right, are Asian Americans, technically, right?
Yeah.
So who fucking cares, really? But they want more Hispanic and Black women in faculty positions. That's what they're going for. Hispanic and Black women in more faculty. Never mind, they outnumber a whole bunch of people as far as the staff positions go. They want more in faculty positions. They've already overrun the staff positions. Now they're working on faculty.
It's also very
They're
concerning
still
because,
Americans.
okay, here's another factor that I say is perhaps unique to South Africa compared to America. We have the unemployment factor as well, you know. So that it's very difficult to push immigration in a situation where 50% of the or more of the population is sitting at home not working. Right? But like it's kind of like a slap in the face, you know. It's like half the population is unemployed, and you've got the nerve to employ someone who's not even a citizen, you know. So that's another angle that representation could come from. I think the reason why the left would hate my sort of argument for it is because my argument doesn't divide the nation. It actually divides people by are you a citizen or not. So it divides. The division is between nations, not between people, not within people, not within America, not dividing Americans. We're dividing Americans and non-Americans, right?
But that's nationalism, and that's not okay for the left. Unless it's Black nationalism, which is weird. Like it's okay, yeah. Black nationalism is okay.
If anything, they praise it. It's like some sort of holy, you know, goal to maximize the number of immigrants you get into your country. That's why, like, you'll hear a lot of these people talk about melting pot. You know, immigration with diversity, and it's like, if I walked into a room full of white people, right, and they were all good at their job, versus walking into a room where it's really mixed, the cultures are mixed. Oh, a great experience. You get to talk to someone who's from Taiwan, you get to talk to someone who's from South Africa, you get to talk to someone who's from Egypt, you get to talk to someone from Peru, I don't know, you know. But like maybe 2 out of 5 of them are really terrible at their jobs.
Right.
I know I'd rather work for the people who are like all white, because I know that perhaps there'd be some cultural awkwardness, or, you know, like I'm the only Black guy there, but we'd be united in the fact that we'd be working hard and trying to do our best for whatever goal we're doing in that particular company. We're trying to achieve in that particular company. So,
yeah.
That's the thing. I'm not trying to unite with people across. Yeah.
JC is getting deprogrammed.
Yeah. I told you, Godmother, that JC's on our side. He just needs a little nudge. I've been saying it for years. JC, welcome to the dark side.
Here, I'm gonna drop the link in case JC wants to come up. Bullets.
Yeah, JC's the one, man. It's
I know.
Yeah, but
he's the only representation the left had over here, though. And by left, I mean crazy bitches. Yeah.
The thing about JC though is that he's part of the left that has some sort of grasp on reality. You know, it's the left that we talk about today is just, it's off the charts.
Yeah.
with their
Well,
madness.
they're crazy bitches, all of them, and they're
Yeah,
all
like-
over the right too, Emmanuel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely.
I mean,
Oh, here's
we
a question I want to ask you. Sorry, I have a question
Yeah.
for you, good mother. It's
Yeah.
it's kind of off topic, but
that's fine.
it just popped into my head. There are a few guys from South Africa that I've followed for a couple of years now, and they have my politics, but I think are further to the right than me, right?
What?
And yeah, and one of the things they've been talking about, like the guy, I think you'd really get along with him, or like what he tweets, because he goes in on feminists like all the time.
Yeah.
But he's brutal with it, and especially he likes to go in on conservative feminists as well, like these feminists in conservative clothing, so to speak.
Yeah.
And one of the topics that has come up of late is the traditional wife thing, and how a lot of these women are using it's now become the new vogue to be, oh no, I want to be a traditional stay-at-home wife. And obviously conservatives being conservatives, they just lap it up, because if anyone just says a few lines that work for them, they just go crazy,
Right.
But it's like these people they're not traditional in any sense. Like just Pearly always says this as well, like if you're not a virgin on your wedding day, then you're not traditional. That's her way of saying it. And
Wait. So are you saying a 37-year-old piece of white trash that wears a grill in her mouth, that has been pregnant 3 times out of wedlock, isn't a traditional conservative woman?
No way. She can be someone who has lived a modern lifestyle, who obviously still lives a modern lifestyle, because you can't just like Thanos snap your kids out of existence.
Right.
So, but attempting to live according to the conservative values, right?
Right.
But by there's some things you can't take back, man. And there's certain ways in which, especially for women, in which you're just tainted for life. If you have kids out of wedlock, you are not traditional. You broke one of the cardinal rules of being a traditional woman.
Right. Well, and I've called her kids bastards, and she claims they're not because they have their heavenly Father.
No, that's, you see, now that really irritates me, because that's that church going feminist nonsense that I really hate. Where instead of getting a son husband, they get a God husband, and it's just like,
oh no, she's got 2 son husbands in training, so yeah, son and God husband. Damn, she's polyamorous. I think.
Polyamorous, yeah. And it's yes, I was basically saying about the whole traditional wife thing, and how they're sort of using it like some sort of some other commentator was calling it a skin suit,
Yeah.
It's like like how they talk about beards for gay people, like a person who they date to sort of like disguise the fact that they're actually gay. The woman knows it.
Right.
He obviously knows it, but the community doesn't know. He's just using the woman as a way to hide the fact that he's actually gay. And a lot of these women seem to want to all of a sudden be traditional. Oh, I want I want to have a husband and some kids. And when you actually scratch, just a little bit beneath the surface level stuff, you start to realize, no, this is just a modern woman in a dress that doesn't reveal her cleavage. That's just that's all it is. She just happens to be carrying a Bible. That's all it is. But she's not traditional. You'll ask for say for example the expectations, and here's some of the typical things you'll hear. Oh, I don't care. I don't care about money. You know, he just has to be ambitious. So it's like, oh, so you don't care about how much money he's making now, right? You still do care about money. You just are willing to accept a low salary now. But should
Yeah.
it stay there, you know,
Right.
you start to behave like the average modern woman, you know, which is to ditch to break your wedding vows, you know,
Right. Emmanuel,
so
keep talking. I need to look under my tank. I hear something weird and funky.
okay, cool.
But-
Phyllis, you there?
By the way, Bullets is here. So is JC. Hi, JC.
What's up? What's up?
What's up, guys? I was just talking about the issue of the rise of the new trad wife, you know, and how conservatives are lapping it up, thinking it's a victory. And
But first I'd
I'm
like to
concerned
say,
it's a
Emmanuel,
Trojan
that,
horse.
Emmanuel, it's good to see you. It's been a long time since we've met on a panel.
Yeah, it's been a while. I was actually talking about you earlier.
And you too, JC.
I'm gonna ditto that too.
I remember the conversation we
wherever
had.
you are.
Yeah, JC, how you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you? That was a very fine compliment you kicked at me just a minute ago.
Oh yeah. No, I'm alive, man. I'm alive.
Somebody from the
I'm
left who
alive.
still has a grasp on reality.
Yeah.
It was cool
Yeah,
to see D-Dog on earlier too.
Yeah, he had his whole Father Christmas beard on as well. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Oh,
who we're
man.
missing. It'd be cool if Black Wolf would stop by.
Yeah, I
Shoot the
haven't seen him
shit.
in a long time. Yeah,
I know, man. It has been a while,
yeah.
We're getting the
Yeah,
band,
anyway,
get the band back together, and go on
When
tour.
you get the band back together, yeah. Hell yeah. It's quick question though. What do you guys have to say about the whole rise of the trad wife movement? What are your thoughts on it?
It's gaining momentum. If we look at the state of Florida and the maneuvers that's going on there with that DeSantis is making in response
Yeah.
to the school boards trying to get the federal government and the DOJ to label parents as domestic terrorists. Historically, if we
Yeah,
look in the
that's insane.
past, that's what tyrannical governments have done in the past. They attack the family, and that was the biggest mistake that the Democrats made. To even entertain the idea of that, because that's
Yeah.
their base. A lot of those parents are single mothers, and you have single mothers showing up at the school saying, "I don't want to teach my child this." Well, we're going to label you a domestic terrorist. The bishop's going to say, "What? Say what?" And that's when shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
And that's what pushed DeSantis over the edge into the governorship in Florida. And now we're seeing all those changes. We're seeing the propaganda, the communist globalist population control agenda of companies like Walt Disney being exposed. We're seeing pedophile rings being round up, and we're
Yeah.
to the point to where we're starting to see even now how that's has been supported and infiltrated by social media like Facebook and Twitter, which has been engaged in supporting pedophilia type activities on their platforms. Just recently, I
Yeah.
heard today in the news that the FBI, that Elon Musk exposed that the FBI, the DOJ, and other federal government entities were telling social media outlets like Twitter not to promote the Hunter Biden laptop scandal thing. Okay. That being the case, if they're infiltrating and if the government is manipulating what Twitter can and cannot say, that also bleeds over into Facebook, Google, news media outlets like MSNBC, CNN, Washington Post, all these other major news media outlets that are answering to the will of the government to limit the information to the people. Okay, that means basically there is no free press in this country. That's beyond fake news. That's propaganda. So traditionally, I think as all this gets exposed, I think people generally feel that they want a family. When I came out of high school, I figured, I would meet a woman, we would have children, we would have a family, and I would build legacy,
Yeah.
and it's going to be perfect, just like, storybook, kind of like, the Waltons or the Brady Bunch. This is how we're programmed. This is how we grow up, the traditional modern nuclear family. People generally want that. They want the home. They want the pink house with the white picket fence, they want just, the one parent to be able to support a family of four. As I mentioned in the chat earlier, back in the 1950s, a young man who graduates high school could go out and get a job at the oil rig or the steel mill or wherever hell he's got to work and support his a family of four, his wife and children, on his
And buy a
income
house.
alone. Yeah,
buy a
buy a
house as well.
house
That's a
and a
big one.
car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Our government has intentionally attacked the modern nuclear family and destroyed it to the point to where, they're giving women money through welfare programs to implode their modern nuclear family. And they're preying on the greed and stupidity of women who don't know any better, who don't know how politics work. Women vote with their feelings. They don't vote with their brain. So I think we're going to see a resurgence of traditional modern nuclear families. I think we're already seeing a change in the law with the repeal of the abortion laws by the Supreme Court and other laws. Other countries are also making that turn. In Hungary, they've basically passed a law that says that if a couple has more than four children, if they get married and have more than four children, they don't have to pay taxes for the rest of their life. There are people over in Hungary getting married left and right, fucking and having kids, okay, to get out of paying taxes. They're here in the next 10, 20 years, you're going to see a population explosion coming out of Hungary, okay? China is doing similar things as well. A few years ago, they've passed laws, that allow families to have more than one child because they had one child policy for decades. Xi Jinping is kind of like reeling right now because his soldiers don't want to fight because basically what they have is a generation of golden boys. You have a generation of one son per family to carry on the family name, and Chinese are very, very traditional. They're very tradcon, more so than Americans, and they know that they need to survive to carry on their family name. They're expected to. So if they die in war, their family name dies. You see where I'm coming from? Their legacy dies.
100%.
Yeah, and you put these men.
Can I get in on this?
Yeah, JC, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to start kind of at the beginning of your question, Emmanuel. It used to be a lot of stigma attached with calling yourself a conservative or a tradcon because of the predominance of the woke mentality and how glorified that has been promoted along with feminism and slut culture and feminism and the government being proactive in the destruction of the nuclear family, the nanny state, the daddy state position, the government positioning itself to be the husband, like Bullets mentioned, the repeal of abortion. Abortion is studies have shown abortion is the number one reason why Black communities have languished across the board. The abortion is responsible for taking more Black lives than anything else, unquestionably. So I say all that to say that it's becoming apparent in the social consciousness that that it is not possible to have a nuclear family, to have security in a relationship, if you're going to be a feminist out there slutting it around until you're fucking 30 or 35 and then hoping to have a geriatric pregnancy, and because of social media, even though there's a lot of manipulation, there's been enough percolation of the idea that being a traditional woman and being a traditional wife, not necessarily a virgin, and getting your fucking priorities straight when you're in your mid-20s and locking down, perceivably a good man to have a family with is a much better path forward. And the studies and their results are being, widely disseminated on social media about, a third of men between 18 and 30 have not had sex in the last year, and that's not because they're fucking incels. There's a lot of factors, socioeconomic, social factors, dudes checking out of the dating scene and the dating market altogether. They might be attractive, they might be good looking, they just don't want the fucking hassles. They don't want to expose themselves to rape in family court. And man, there have been a lot of dudes come through this channel who were married and have had kids and have been through hellish divorces, and losing your kids to the fucking system and to some bitch who's not excited anymore but wants to take half your money and keep you from your kids, man, devastating. It's financially, mentally, emotionally devastating. A lot of guys bounce back, but a lot of guys don't. Anyway, I think we're going to continue to see a resurgence in this idea of being a tradcon wife as a path forward and the alternative to feminism, because I think enough people, especially young women, have woken up to the fact that feminism is just this gigantic fucking lie. It's a cancer, and it's actually robbing women of the futures that they would prefer. It's there's a whole idea that you can be a slut until you're 30 or 35 and ride the cock carousel and no consequences when you're ready to settle down is being dispelled. And the numbers speak for themselves. Dudes do not want to marry a fucking slut. I'm a hoe, man, and I don't want to marry a fucking hoe. I'll fuck a hoe. I'll keep her around for fun for months, and we'll have a great time and we'll have a good relationship. Is that somebody I want to, have as my partner for the rest of my life? I don't think so, because they're broken. The pair bonding, the hypergamy, and chicks who engage in that continuous hypergamy for a decade or more, they're fucking broken, man. They cannot settle down. They can never be satisfied. They're always thinking about that one dude who they, their first love, or the dude who piped them down like nobody else. And there's just so many emotional issues and damage that make them unworthy, untrustworthy. The never-ending need for fucking validation and attention. I broke up with a girl out here after 9 months, man, because she was great. We had a great time, funny. We make each other laugh. She's smart. She owns her own business here. Hardworking, cunning, beautiful. The sex was amazing, but she could not get enough fucking attention. Constantly putting herself out there on fucking Instagram and Facebook, making sure that dudes can get to her ass in her DMs and shit, and as a promiscuous dude, to a certain level, that kind of shit doesn't bother me. But for a lot of dudes, at some point, it's unacceptable. And for a lot of dudes, their threshold is lower than mine. And I think women are starting to fucking understand this. Why can't I find a man? The only guys I have to choose from are fucking fuckboys. Oh, it's because that's the lifestyle you've chosen. You're going to get what you, reap what you sow. Yeah. And feminism has sold in this lie that you can do whatever you want and still get the outcomes you want. And I think time is finally fucking proven out after what, 70 years, about, around 70 years of this social experiment of feminism, that it's a lie, that you will not get the outcome you want after having acted any old fucking way you want.
Right. My question, perhaps I need to make a bit more clear. I was trying to talk about the women who claim to be traditional, but actually modern women who perhaps are seeing being traditional as a new grift.
Yes. There is that. There's definitely that going on. The born again virgin and all that. That's an outgrowth of that. They've returned to the church after hoeing it up for all these years.
Yeah.
I found God, and I'm going to find a man in church to take me and my 3 kids, and I can't give him any more babies, but I'm a born again virgin. Yeah, dude.
By any chance, did any of you watch Just Pearly Things?
I've watched a lot of that.
Yeah, I find the
Parrots
stuff
Kevin
that she.
Samuels to a T.
Yeah, but if anything, I like her because she gets great guests. I like Fresh and Fit, but a lot of the people they get are just like mind-numbingly stupid. But what the guests that Pearl tends to have are so stupid, but like in a more like they come to dumb conclusions, but in a more intelligent way. Come again?
Can I expound on that?
Yeah, go on.
Because I've talked about this before. When it comes to traditional women, especially now, since we're seeing a lot of these feminist normies, get red pilled. Let's take Minka for example. Okay, Minka took the red pill. She's done some panels with Kush and Mandy and others, and she's talking about, that she doesn't, support feminism and wants to, she's trying to encourage other women to be more traditional as well. That's all well and good. It's nice to see that they're waking up, to what's going on. But one thing that you need to understand, and Terrence Popp will be the first to point this out, is that they still have a bigger legal dick than you do. Still to this day, no matter how traditional, she could be, conservative, dress conservative, act conservative, talk conservative, vote conservative, but she still holds all the cards. There's still, gender wise, as per the Constitution, they have more rights than men do. Men are second-class citizens. You will always be a second-class citizen in this country until the 19th is repealed. Okay, until women surrender their right to vote, and I'll explain why. Terrence Popp said this, and I quote: "There are over 150 plus laws on the books. We're talking welfare laws and all these other benefit bullshit that the women get that men don't. Okay, these laws subvert the Constitution of the United States to benefit one gender over another, to specifically benefit women. There are 0 laws that benefit men, and not one conservative woman, not one traditional woman that's coming up today has ever walked on the floor of any state or federal legislature and said, I have some legislation I would like to enter on the floor that will benefit men and boys and make both men and women equal under the law. You haven't seen that. You will never see that. So be aware of these women, no matter how traditional they are, no matter how hot they look or how they come off. They still hold all the cards. She could pull the rug out from under you at any time and leave you homeless on the streets wondering what the fuck just happened.
Yeah.
And with that, I got to go tend to my mom, dude. I'm being paged.
Look after your
I'll be
mum,
back in a few.
fella. Yeah.
All right.
Take care.
All right,
Look
all right.
after mum. Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
it's
up, Mark? Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm very concerned about this stuff because I think conservatives have a weird tendency to embrace people who just happen to, mouth off a lot of their talking points. It's okay. Maybe a person says they're against feminism. They say they're against affirmative action. They say they're against high taxation, and then it's all of a sudden, oh, let's embrace this guy like they are proven and tested, conservative, And what happens with that is that they tend to, have literally bring an explosive right to their face, and it just obviously goes off, and they're left looking stupid. And I wonder if that's not the case with a lot of these women who perhaps some of them are not even hoes, A lot of these here's the concerning thing, right? Say if you find a woman who actually doesn't have a hoish past, but has everything else that modern women have. The lack of I don't want to say subservience, but submission, right? The lack of just like a default respect for the man. Everything you do, everything he does, you question. Everything he says, you challenge, and you find it like to be some sort of honor to constantly challenge whatever this guy has to say. You're constantly holding it over his head, just like Bo said, that you can make him homeless. You can take everything away from him, and yet you call that traditional. And perhaps on your side of things, your responsibilities and things, you're constantly shirking, you're constantly avoiding, you're constantly saying, but I have the option, I should have the option not to do it. I don't have to clean, I don't have to cook. Or perhaps you even do those things, but still when we actually take a look, properly analyze the deal you're offering for the man, you still, there's no sense of like equal exchange or equitable exchange. This is my question. I see no difference between the new age trad, woman, and your Cardi B's that rob men while they're in the sleep, after having slept with them or whatever, right? It's just that one is packaged in a more, in a more conventionally conservative way, not so revealing dress, says the things that you'd expect a conservative to say, just looks the part, but just when you actually dig into the the substance, she just doesn't have it, I find it really concerning because I think that's a serious blind spot that conservatives have.
So I got a couple things to say about that. One, I think conservatives are more open to initially accepting someone who says that they're conservative and, espouses the things that conservatives broadly and generally believe in. I think for the acceptance on the liberal side is much higher. You got to have the fucking tattoo on your forehead, and you got to have the receipts that you've been run through, and all of this kind of stuff. What I think you were talking about, I've heard Kevin Samuels describe to some of his guests many times, is put your dick away. She might claim to be traditional, but she's still trying to swing that big dick. She's still trying to dominate over a man. She's still flexing. She might not be out there hoeing around, but she's still trying to hold on to some of those feminist ideals that her career is the most important thing, that she's on par with a man, that men and women are equal, even if she's parroting all these other more conservative points. I mean, at the end of the day, it's how somebody moves that is really the determiner of who you're dealing with. So yeah, I guess answer your question more directly, I think we are going to continue to see a rise in these more or less feminists wrapping themselves in the cloak of conservatism even if they're not out there, going through their hoe phase and stuff, there's still a lot of the latent programming that, in my opinion, prevents them from actually being who they proclaim to be.
I was on a panel last night. It's a good answer to Andy Feminazi. I was on a panel last night. The panel was Ladies' Nights Out. That's what it was. It was from Minka. I've got nothing against her. But I was only there in and out, like because I had jobs to do, work to do, things. And but they spent a lot of time, and it was basically, I think there is a subversion. And I think it swung to Father Saunders was talking about this, talking about the swings too far one way and the other way. Well, I think people are going to stop helping out people. Who was it? Esther Vila in the Manipulated Man, talking about the Esther Vila is still alive, funnily enough, and I think men are going to. Especially after the last 5 years, after hashtag, whatever it is. I shouldn't have said hashtag probably.
Yeah, hashtag me too.
Yeah.
Hashtag believe all women.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Hashtag kill all men.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think Mandy will get smashed for that. Because Mandy, she always points out she's a woman. I mean, I had a lot of channels. All the channels get yeeted. They get destroyed because someone has something between their legs. But Mandy doesn't. So I was on that panel. I lasted about not even 10 minutes, not even that. And I don't know. It was nice. A chap on there was good. Another chap on there was looked like Coolio. Coolio. Remember Coolio? Rest in peace, Coolio. And they can't answer any of these single things. So the thing is, this is something about females invading male spaces. I keep out of Mandy's way, not because I'm afraid of Mandy, not one, but I'm not afraid of anyone, no one at all. But I love people, so I just keep out of the ways of my friends. If my mate was going for a fight, and it's like, oh yeah, so I keep out of Mandy's way because I think she's doing well, and a lot of other people, big hitters too, big people, in the sphere, keep out of her way. Just don't address it. But I lasted about a couple of minutes on the stream before I was shut down. Reason for that is because I was actually telling them the fucking truth. Excuse my language, but I was telling them the truth, and so that's why I didn't last on Minka's channel much. And apparently the next stream that Minka's going to do, and I've got nothing against Minka at all. She was very polite, and everyone was polite, except one girl. She was just looking at me like trying to shame me. You cannot shame a MGTOW. I've been a MGTOW. Right. I've been a MGTOW before, around about possibly before Barbarossa, but that's when I found Barbarossa. You can't shame me. I mean, not one bit. It's a laugh. You can do nothing to us, nothing at all. But anyway, there is an invasion of the sphere, and the reason for that is multifarious, I think, multifold. For one thing, when the men start checking out, when 7 million men plus more, because that's only the stat, they're all checking out in America. I'm talking about America now. They don't want to work anymore. They just said, stuff it. And especially after what happened 2 to 3 years ago with a little jibby jabby thing. This is not my channel. After that, they just thought, stuff it. And a lot of people lost their jobs. The funny thing is that the vast majority of the people who lost their jobs were female. After that, well, then the barbarians at the gate, because if they can't get any money, they don't have their jobs in human resources and a bank teller. When they can't get that, when all the banks are shut down, and when the jewelers go out of business and all the jewelry stores are shut down, and when it's this and that and the other thing, you've got to wear a mask and this and that and the other thing, and when crime runs rampant, and there's all these big criminals out there who outweigh them by, who are stronger than them by like 300%. Well, they need a man. But But the funny thing is, they all left their men. The rate of married or just in a whatever they want to call it, de facto, the rates went skyrocketed round about the coof time. The jib, whatever I say. You know, when you have to get that thing in your arm. I didn't get it.
Yep.
And they all left their men, and that shows a lot about female nature. One thing I always thought, now when Barbarossa would have a problem with a guy, what's his name, Wandering Cauldron of Bernard Chapin. I was there in those days, and they seemed to come down on the same thing that someone like Paul Elam or Dean Esme would have come down on, which was that this is just females being bewildered by, they're being traduced by media or we didn't even have Facebook in those days. I don't think they had Facebook. Oh, maybe no, 2011, 2010. I don't know. Maybe it was, but we had social media.
Yeah, there was Facebook.
It was Facebook then, but not really. There was no TikTok then, and no other things, all the other OnlyFans and all that. But they seem to come down on a different way of conservatism, which is that Bernard, and I've got nothing against either Bernard or Barbarossa, but they had a lot of problems, and the problem stemmed from, is this problem feminism? Is this innate, or is it a social construct? So did Marxism cause feminism, or did feminism cause Marxism? What is feminism? No one can get down to the grassroots of it. And that was where they really had a lot of problems between each other. Not to throw any shade on either of them. But the thing, the way I look at it, I approach it, and I am spiritual, is from my own way of looking at the world. It is innate. It is women have a certain nature. Even if you're a naturalist, even if you're a materialist, or you believe whatever you want to believe, it is objectively observable. It's empirical that women have a nature, and it's fixed, and it will always remain the same. And it doesn't mean I dislike women. I mean, Good Mother and one other, Karen Strawn, about the only two ladies that now they still have a nature. I have a nature. I have a male nature. Has these things in it. Mate guarding, protection, all those natures. I have a nature, so I'm not apologizing for it. Just that people can't see turd flinging monkey even. But he's not a believer exactly. I can't speak for him. So I think that we've never got to the grassroots of it all, and that unfortunately, because we have so many people in the sphere, the grassroots has to do with a spiritual component, and that's my best uptake of this whole situation. I've been here for a long time. I just didn't speak up, and there's a lot of people have been here longer than, well, probably not. Well, as long as me. You can be MGTOW before MGTOW was even a term. You can be
that's me. I was MGTOW long before it was a term.
Arthur Schopenhauer was MGTOW couple of hundred years before we were born. Arthur Schopenhauer.
Nietzsche, same thing. Aristotle, same thing. They all preach the fucking woes of fucking relationships with women and how women can be the demise of a man.
Yes.
Even in the Bible, they talk about keeping your woman in check.
In Genesis 3, that was the main thing, and it actually says the woman's cursed, and unfortunately, the man's cursed because of the woman. That's why I don't get into spiritual stuff, because just my own uptake on it. And Bullets is the same. Bullets mentors people. We mentor. He mentors the best he can. We do the best we can. That's the only reason. Well, not the only reason. I like to socialize, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Anti AF.
Anti-feminazi.
Anti-feminazi.
Because feminists are fucking Nazis.
Yeah.
My whole point was not to get on a spiritual track, just saying that this idea that
No, you're dead on. You're dead
MGTOW
on.
is
But
somehow
even
some
in the book of Genesis, it says that a man will bruise a woman's head and a woman will bruise his heel. If I remember correctly, I can't remember what verse that was, but that is definitely in Genesis.
I think my point was that this whole idea that what we're doing and MGTOW and flavors of that as a response to the modern social landscape as it has changed to advantage women and seriously handicap and disadvantage men is that these are not new concepts. They're just making a resurgence in response to the situation. You know, as a society, we've forgotten some of the lessons that were rather common in the social consciousness, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and more. Let's not forget, men facilitated fucking feminism as a response to their whining and complaining.
Exactly. I agree. Yeah.
And we acquiesced to women thinking that it's more modern times. They have all the creature fucking comforts. They don't want for shit. They don't have to be out there slaving away on a farm or, working a sweatshop factory job. And, they're not forced to work in brothels, and women have options. They have lots of options. Men have basically conquered nature and pulled together to create modern society as we know it and made it very cushy for them. So they want more comfort. Okay, we acquiesce. And that's our mistake.
Yeah.
It says in Genesis 3, to the serpent, God says in part, and I will put enmity or hostility between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. I think this is when God is speaking to Eve.
I think bullets. That's the seed that they call it. The seed. Hang on. The seed promise.
Genesis 3:15. Yeah, I believe so.
Seed promise.
And then when he's talking about enmity, there's hostility, animosity, animus, all indicate deep-seated dislike or ill will towards each other.
Yeah.
Enmity, which derives from Anglo-French word meaning enemy, suggests true hatred. This is what we've talked about before. Me and other MGTOW in the past have talked about these feminists having penis envy against men. In other words, they're like Lilith. They're born in the world and not willing to accept their position. I'm sure you've all heard the biblical myth of Lilith.
Yes. Oh, yes.
From the scriptures.
Apocryphal. Yes.
Yeah. That's kind of like the feminist version. She had a lot of enmity and hostility toward Adam and didn't want to submit.
Yes.
We've been using the term that women have had penis envy since I was a fucking teenager, and I'm over 50. So that type of thinking in relation to women and how they conduct themselves and sometimes the sheer fucking irrational envy that they display towards men is part of their seething towards us. It's been there. We made a joke out of it.
Yes, exactly.
I think the meaning. I think the meaning of a lot of this is based in women not just having penis envy, not just wanting to accept the position in the world that they're born into. Damn, it slipped my mind.
It's about power parity and women thinking that if they just had a fucking penis, that their lives would be as amazing as they think a man's life is, being completely oblivious to the fact that men go out into the world typically until recently and killed themselves every day to make a life for themselves, to take care of their families, to build society, to build up the infrastructure, to do whatever they have to do to maintain and get ahead. And women think that somehow having a fucking penis magically makes us all powerful, failing to understand that they're comparing 95% of average dudes to the 5% of the power brokers who are actually wealthy, who actually control shit. But they think that, oh, you got a penis, your life is so easy. Bitch, you are clueless. You're fucking clueless. Almost every woman that has masqueraded herself as a man to get the inside dirt on what it's like to be inside the circle of men has come out fucking appalled and horrified. Yeah, that one chick committed suicide, but there have been others. She wasn't the first. You know, and they're
you
all
could always
fucking
refer to Brother
horrified.
Ned.
Huh?
The teachings of Brother Ned about how Brother Ned tried to live as a man for a couple of
Yeah,
years.
Ned. Yeah, that's the girl who.
Yeah.
She killed herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brother
But she's
Ned,
not. She's not the
couldn't
first woman
handle
to
it,
have attempted to do that. Sorry. Go ahead.
He went back to being I'll just say Brother Ned couldn't handle it, so he went back to being a woman, and she couldn't even handle that, and eventually committed, assisted suicide in Sweden or Denmark somewhere.
She did it so that she could write a book, and she set out to write a book about how fucking misogynist men are when we're alone, and what manipulating creatures we are, and how easy life is for men. And she was interested in exploring the brotherhood that men who are friends with each other share, as a counter to the sisterhood that women have. And she got something she did not fucking expect. And again, she's not the first woman to try to do this, pretend to be a man and try to get on the inside circle of men and try to have an inside view, fly on the wall kind of a situation.
Yeah,
but because she wrote the book, she's one of the more prominent ones that were in the social conscience.
Mandy talked about this one time before. You said that she was already mentally ill.
Oh yeah, no, that
since her high school
crazy
life.
lesbian feminist has been mentally ill and suicidal since she was in college. So I read her book after that, Voluntary Madness, where she spent some time in some mental institutions voluntarily because she's a quote unquote immersive journalist. Now that crazy bitch has been a crazy bitch her whole life. So I don't call her Brother Ned. She was a lesbian that got off actually on dressing like a man to attempt to get straight women to sleep with. So fuck her. Anyway, I need to finish. I have something stuck in my fish thing.
I hope you
No, my fish. One of them passed. I think they were spawning, and I think she got pushed over, so she got fucking stuck.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah.
Well, I'll drop off now. Good to see you, Bullets, Mandy, and good to meet you.
No, don't be dropping off, Frank. I'm enjoying your conversation actually. While listening to it while That's Frank.
Hey,
Yeah.
Frank. Oh,
Hi, Frank.
Look, the Bullets. I did it because I thought I was thinking. I think about a lot of things. I thought about a lot of things that I think about. I think about my community here, and online here, where which is as real as to me. I think about it when I'm driving down the road and driving to the whatever. And I thought to myself, and I thought, here's Mandy. And I think Bullet said this point, and someone else, Father Saunders, said this, and whatever. Think about Hermit. We're all going to Hermit's Hawaii. I think about all these thoughts zing through my mind. And I thought to myself, hey, my next name, because I always troll people, but they know it's me, basically, because I can't do any accents anymore, because I'm useless at accents. And I thought, Mandy, Mork and Mandy, because I was thinking about Robin Williams. And I thought, Mork. And I thought, Mandy, next time Mandy does a live stream, Mork and Mandy. I thought she'd absolutely spot who I was. So I thought, Mork and Mandy.
Did Emmanuel come backstage?
Nanu.
Yeah,
So,
you can't
Amanda.
leave until you sign up with the Nanus.
Did Emmanuel pop back on? He dropped off unexpectedly.
Emmanuel, I don't see him backstage.
Okay.
He might be having a power outage though.
Yeah, they still got the rolling blackout sometimes.
Yeah.
Is he still in South Africa, or did I got him mixed up with somebody else?
No, he's
still.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still in South Africa.
Yeah.
Him and Contriver were talking about what the biggest GRAPE problem was what is it, India or South Africa? So I don't know, but I do know that South Africa and African countries, South Africa, it's always been that way since I was born, long time. So yeah, they've always had the biggest problem of, grapefruit.
According to the WHO, it is South Africa, and India is running a close second, if I recall correctly.
Okay, yeah. That's a big.
There's been a lot of pushback in India because there's a little more organized democracy, but there's still a lot of class issues there that prevent men who actually do that from being called onto the carpet for that. So
yeah.
I mean, people talk about equality. Yeah, a woman should be able to walk down the street without getting raped. Without getting drugged into an alley by 10 dudes and losing her life, or some of these horrific fucking stories we keep hearing about. Yeah. Women have the right to choose, but modern feminism isn't about the right to choose or equality of opportunity. It's about dominating men. And it's about dominating every aspect of society the way they think that we have. That's part of the problem. Feminism thinks that men have dominated every facet of society. No, we just built the motherfucker. We paid for everything. We helped keep the train on the motherfucking tracks. And to that point, I'm going to step away. I'm still listening, but I'm going to mute myself. But I want to throw this bone out there for the two of you. Why is it that the most adamant fucking feminists are lesbians? And the man-hating lesbian at that. Why? Why is that?
Because a lesbian is not a woman. It looks like a woman, but it's not a woman. It's got its own political agenda. In other words, it's turned against its nature to be a woman. It's not. In other words, once a woman isn't submissive to its mate, then it's no longer a woman. We see this aspect in feminist relationships. Lesbian relationships are some of the most violent homosexual relationships out there.
Yes.
And you could. It's kind of like this: when you have two women who think they're roosters, you're going to get a cockfight between these two women because they think they're roosters. It's no different than when you put two males together in a room full of women and shit. They're gonna compete with each other. They're gonna fight each other. It's kind of like it goes against their genetic makeup, against their nature. It's ingrained in a woman's DNA to be a woman, to reproduce, to submit to her mate in order to procreate the species. When you enter conscious thought, abstract thought, to where they can understand certain social structures and not want to participate in those traditional social structures, they'll withdraw from that and create their own world. That's what I see.
Yeah, I'm with Bullets. I think once the mind's been perverted in some way, I do not have a gay bone in my body. And look, I've got a couple of gay friends, and I love them to bits, but they're gay. I'm not gay, and do I agree with? Look, I don't even agree with my own. I'm not perfect. I'm not a perfect person, but I think once you've given yourself over to, what is it, reprobate mind. In the New Testament, I think Paul said it, maybe Romans 1, I don't know. Talked to Scorpthot, and Mandy was there too, and so was Contriver on Hermit's channel once, and she was trying to quote biblical stuff to me, and like, go and hug a tree. But I think once you've given yourself over to that stuff, it's like the occult. The occult may actually have some power to it, a limited amount of power. But it's not the right way to go about, in my philosophical and also religious, because religio means the relationship between God and man. and I am a theist. I mean, many people are here are atheists. Fair enough. Love them. They're still welcome. But I think that once you've given yourself over to those things, like the occult, which I did when I was young, very young, teenager, you're opening the door to a lot of bad things. And it's the same with I don't understand lesbians. Some people are born with apparently 2 different sets of genitals. I don't understand that. I don't get it. I have never been in that situation. It's so very, very rare. Something happens with the zygote. I don't know. So I can't really speak on it. But I just think I myself I could not counsel someone who was Bullets and I were talking to another friend of ours who was really pissed, really drunk, from Taiwan, I think. Anyway, but all that, I've spoken to him many times before. He's a nice young chap, 40 years old. But we couldn't counsel him because he needs professional help, a professional counselor. So I couldn't help anyone who's gay because I've never understood that situation. I don't have any gay bones in my body. And so I don't know.
No, you can't
Bullets.
counsel. No, you have to. The thing about this is, one thing that I pride myself in doing when I'm talking to other guys, and we're talking about mentorship, I kind of like take it upon myself. Okay. It's not, I can't, I have to know my limits.
Yeah.
And if I'm a mentor training other mentors, like Kush, like Contriver, like you, like JC, like Mandy, you also have to know your limits. Okay. You have to ask yourself, are we going to get a takeaway out of this conversation with this person that I'm talking to that's posing these questions for me? Why are they posing these questions to me? What kind of takeaway? Are they generating a circular argument and just here for their own entertainment? Or are they actually trying to contribute something, not just in helping themselves, but being an example for others to follow so they can help themselves as well? When it comes to dealing with people who are members of the LGBTQ community, you have to understand that they have a different worldview than somebody straight like myself.
Yeah.
So it may require another mentor that can relate to their lifestyle, that can help them with whatever they're dealing with. I remember one time when I used to drive a cab. I used to drive a yellow cab in Austin, Texas, way back in the early 2000s. It was a cool job. I loved it. It was fun as hell. Anyway, I picked up this young man, early 20s, and he got in my cab, and I asked him where to, and he gave me his destination, and we're driving down the road, and he was just, started crying. And I'm like, hey, dude, are you all right? Because, really rare, you see a dude crying, and he told me that, he was homosexual, and that when he was downtown, he ran into a Bible thumper and shit, because they're down there downtown too, and basically told me he's going to burn in hell and everything, and there was a big argument and shit that he got involved with, and it just really affected him, and I had to, like, I tried to, a cab driver is kind of like your bartender, you dump your problems on, and I just listened to him, and it's kind of like what we do here, and I explained to him, like, well, let me ask you this, God, do you believe that God makes junk? Because, the way that I look at it, God don't make no junk. I mean, just because, if you're homosexual, you don't know. I mean, yes, it could be a sin, but later on in life, as you have these epiphanies, as you get older, you'll have these epiphanies come before you. You may come to the realization, kind of like Milo did, that, hey, I don't want to be homosexual. I'm not meant to be homosexual. I want to get baptized and be reborn and become a new person. That's the beautiful thing about Christianity, is that it's a very forgiving religion, and even Jesus, you have to put yourself in the position of Jesus. How would Jesus handle this? Jesus would forgive you for your sins. and admonish you for your sins, give you a path of redemption. And I explained to him that God don't make no junk, my friend. You know, and if you're homosexual, you know, and you're happy with that lifestyle that you're living and everything, be it unto you. You know, but don't ever think for a moment that you can't repent your sins and be reborn and be baptized and accept Jesus and change your life, because all of us that are here today are not the same person we were a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. That was somebody else that was growing up, that was going through space, through the constant motion of the space-time continuum, and molding you into the person that you are today. And most people like who condemn others, like the Bible thumper that was condemning this man to burn in hell and purgatory and shit like that, went about his mentoring the wrong way. And you need to be aware of people like that, those types of people who come out, and speak out of the Bible and blah and blah 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 words, and speak words they themselves do not understand. That's why you don't see me quoting a lot of the Bible stuff, because I believe that before you read anything out of the Bible, you should pray. You should pray to the Lord, for guidance and understanding, because when you do that, when you pray before you read your Bible, new words and new paragraphs will open up to you. This is the way that I was taught how to read the Bible. When you read the verses, you'll pick up things that you normally wouldn't. Most people just open the Bible, they read it for what it is, they close it up and they put it away, they never pick it up again, they don't understand anything. They think they do. Yeah, they may have memorized the verses and everything, but did you pray before you read those verses, before you read those scriptures, so you have a deeper understanding of those scriptures and what they actually mean?
I'm with you.
So I'm generally against the institution of organized religion, just because in a lot of cases it ends up being a form of social control. There's a whole social aspect to it that I get. I was raised in church. I was raised in a very religious household, and those people were my family. But to your other point, I do understand why some people are born homosexual, and the scientific reasoning for that has been sought, and it's relatively understood now how and why that happens. Just like other mutations that happen in our species and other species, it happens. But at the end of the day, part of what I like to think is a large contributor to my success in life and my friendships is that I don't care who they want to sleep with. I have to remember that they're another human being.
That's right.
Just like me. They have feelings and dreams and aspirations and hopes and fears. And, when talking with people, when counseling people, especially men, that is the most important thing. Who they're attracted to is irrelevant. Helping people be comfortable in their own skin, whatever that might be, and again, acknowledging them as a fellow human being. And not all people are human, but most, is the most important way to relate to people.
I agree with.
I don't believe
Sorry.
God can be. Let me get this out. I don't believe God can be confined in the aspect of a religion. When it comes to religion, the way that I look at it is like, okay, these are the way that people believe in God in a certain way as it pertains to them. But God is omnipotent and supernatural and all powerful. It can go anywhere. It's all around us. At any given point, we are surrounded by the light, constantly surrounded by the light. Even in total darkness, there's always a speck of light, and it's always present. I don't believe that you can confine God in a book or in one religious belief, because it's our puny gray matter, between our ears, compared to the omnipotent knowledge base of the entire, cosmos, as far as we can see out 93 billion light years in all directions, is nothing. We're just, like Carl Sagan said, we're just a mote of dust dancing in a beam of sunlight. That's it. We're a speck. Reminds me of the movie Finding Nemo, when they're swimming in the middle of nothing and everything, and the only thing they find is a speck. Well, that's us, the speck. We're we're created in the image of God, and we aspire to be like that, but we will never achieve that, the knowledge, the contained in the total expanse of the cosmos. There's no freaking way. There's no way. I mean, if we're talking about creation, about from the first verse when it said, "Let there be light," when God's face appeared in the waters, and He spoke, the spoken word is very, very powerful. In the first verse that He speaks, first words He speaks, "Let there be light," and let there be light in the world and in the mind of man, and continuing on from there. But I don't believe that light can be constrained in a religious belief. It's kind of like the way the Buddhists look at the lotus flower. I remember reading Eckhart Tolle, and he spoke of this one Buddhist monk who was very revered, who did what's called a silent sermon. And he did this silent sermon, I think it was for like 8 hours straight, and all he did, he walked in front of the crowd, in front of the village, and he held up a single flower, and he just stared at it for like 8 to 12 hours straight. And at the end of the sermon, one guy stood up and started shouting and jumping for joy, because he's the only one that understood it. And I believe that when in the teachings of Eckhart Tolle, if you haven't read his books, I highly recommend you do. He speaks about opening the flower of the mind, and as we go through our life, it's like that gentleman that was in my cab at that time. His flower, the flower of his mind wasn't fully open. He couldn't see the world for what it was, that there was a path of enlightenment, available to him. And we as mentors, that's something that we do here. This is something that I try to preach here, is to open the flower of your mind, opening the, not the third eye, not reading any bullshit esoteric crap into it, but we're talking true Zen Buddhism and opening the flower of your mind. I'm sure Contriver is very, very well versed on this type of philosophy, theological philosophy, about opening the lotus flower of your mind. That's what they mean when you see the lotus flower in that religion of what they're speaking of.
So I'm an agnostic spiritualist, and to go along with what you're saying, the opening of the flower of the mind, I have a phrase for that, and it's called living outside yourselves. And that is what spirituality and some religions, especially, the things from Southeast Asia, Buddhism, Tao's, and, it's about removing yourself from inside yourself. See the world beyond what it is that you want, that you think you need, and that's what allows us to see other people. It's difficult for a lot of people in this day and age to remove themselves from themselves, to see beyond themselves, and to simply acknowledge other people that they encounter as fellow human beings. They can be friends, they can be friendly, but the majority of their lives revolve around pleasing themselves. And I'll be honest, I was married a long time, raised kids that weren't mine. And after being married a few years, I had an epiphany that I had spent a lot of years living outside myself. My family was what was important. Providing for them was what was important. Meeting my own needs was not even second or tertiary. Being a good person, my idea of a good person: being patient, being kind, you know, being loving, trying to understand other people's experience of the human condition, you know, in particular my family. But yeah, so yeah, that particular experience was very. It was a realization that I didn't know. I was just living. I was living and doing what I thought was right, you know. And then to have that epiphany was kind of humbling. Not kind of. It was humbling.
And well, would you say that epiphany, you know, looking back on it, did it, you know, it made you a wiser man? Would you not agree?
I'm not going to disagree. It was just a very clear moment of insight into myself and how I had been conducting myself, and the ramifications of that, you know, and how positive that had been for everyone in my life, my business partner, my clients, my family, my friends. Yeah. It was,
well, it's kind of like,
I think it was reaffirming. It was a reaffirming thing, you know,
right?
Because sometimes we have doubts. We have doubts about how we conduct ourselves, or if we're living the right way and whatnot. And to realize that I've spent years living outside myself in the service of the people I love, was extremely reaffirming. That's what I'll say.
Well, it's kind of like the way that I look at it, and through my worldview, from what I have learned and all the past experiences that I've been through that have tempered me into the awesome dude that I am today. You know, and that's the way that I look at it. No matter what I went through, good or bad, it made me into the person that I am today. You know, and Eckhart Tolle even talks about this. It's like the world will eventually come to the realization, you know, that as we travel through our lives, as we start out as little sprouts and we grow into little stems and sprout leaves, you know, and we enter the age of wisdom, and we start to bud, you know, the lotus bud and everything. And as we age into our old age, and the lotus flower opens up into a new, to the point to where, you know, we have open minds and can understand, you know, wisdom and so forth, you know, a person who like murdered somebody or did a crime, you know, in their early 20s, by the time they're 30 or 40s, isn't the same person they used to be. So his point of view is like, it's kind of redundant to sentence a murderer, you know, in their like early 20s, or say like a child murderer, you know, to prison for the rest of their life. Kind of like that little Parkland school shooter and everything. He got sentenced to like 16 life sentences or something like that. You know, in about 10 to 20 years, he's not going to be the same person he was when he committed that crime. He's going to be a totally different person. So who are we prosecuting? It's kind of like his stance. I mean, like, as we enter this age of wisdom and as we grow older, we're not the same people that we used to be. I'm not the same person I was in my teens or 20s or 30s.
Oh, I agree. 100%. I agree.
You know, I would never, you know, it's not my intent to go out and, you know, commit a crime again or anything like that. You know, it's not just the system I don't think it's the system that is a correction mechanism, because the system fails all the time. Man-made systems fail all the time. The only systems that are consistent that don't fail are natural systems. So I think as we grow, they call it New Age religion or whatever like that. I don't believe in that. I think this, you know, when Chopra and Tolle talk about it, they talk about this is not New Age. This is old age. We're talking like Graham Hancock talking about, you know, us, you know, mankind having amnesia type of old age. You know, this type of of belief that, of the lotus flower goes back, thousands, if not a million years or more. It goes back to the dawn of time, to the first civilizations and so forth. Göbekli Tepe and all that.
Yeah, I think ever since humans became conscious of themselves, there has been a pursuit of trying to understand beyond our own minds and our own personal experience. Yeah, dude, I absolutely agree with that.
The point that I'm trying to make is like, these, when we come into the world, we're lost, we're confused. Like this Parkland shooter, they admit that he had mental problems. He was lost and confused, and he probably didn't have the proper family support that he needed. He was probably neglected as, being neglected and everything, and he took out his rage, on his classmates, And I think that as a lot of people that go into the world are also lost, and they look for other people to follow that because they think, they may know the path. And I speak about this when in my mentoring, when I tell people, look, I am not your leader. You can follow me for a certain period of time if you'd like, but you must eventually become your own leader, be your own hero, and it's something, and I tell them that I may not be the mentor that you seek. You may need, a JC Blunch to mentor you, because he whatever path you want to go down, that he's been down may be similar, and he may be able to help guide you better than I can. Same thing when it comes to Kush, Contriver, Mandy, and others. I will, if I can't help somebody, it's like this dude CDP that me and Frank were just talking about, who came in intoxicated. I was very point blank because I know my limits of what I can and cannot do. As a mentor, that if I can't help you, I will recommend you to somebody else. And his first response was denial and refusal. He said, well, I don't click with Kush. I'm like, you've never spoken to Kush. Kush is in the chat. He's like, what do you mean you don't click with me and shit? Because
yeah, you don't even know me. We haven't even talked, like you said.
Yeah.
You don't know me.
Yeah.
Hashtag awesome Alice.
And he would have much better experience at helping him than I would. It's kind of like when Rusty Rivers brought Angler to me, and Angler was very hostile. I couldn't mentor Angler. I couldn't, because he was too combative, and he threatened my channel, and that's a big no-no, because if you threaten my channel.
Bullets. Angler was already subverted by the crazy bitch crew, so he was already charged up to come.
So I belong to this particular men's chat group. I'm not going to get into the details about how it came about, but it centers on traveling, and MGTOW philosophy and mongering and whatever. And there's over 100 dudes in this Telegram group, and there's one dude, and I've been in this group a couple years, and there's one dude who's been in there almost as long as me, and he is fucked up. He is misogynistic. He pops off with the fucking weirdest shit. And he and I have had a lot of direct contact, and private message and shit like that.
Wait, JC, more misogynistic than me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. This dude's broken inside. And I've told him on multiple occasions, and so have other guys, in our group, bro, instead of trying to come to fucking Thailand and fuck some chicks, you should spend your money on some therapy. And we've been nice about it. We're not trying to be dicks because we got a community going on. But after talking with this guy over the course of many months, and other guys trying to coach this guy over the course of many months, this is where it's the point that we've come to, and so that's to your point.
He's refusing. He's really quick. He's refusing to get clear, right?
Yeah. He's caught up in his own fucking pain and misery, and he refuses to let it go and move past it, dude. he's been hung
Right.
up in red pill rage mode for fucking, I don't know. I'm going to guess multiple years, you know, instead of accepting
You
it
just-
and for what it is and then
Send 'em
moving
to me.
past it into a better version of himself. Are you on
Send it
Telegram?
to me. Am I on Telegram? No, I only do YouTube.
Okay.
Send them a link to my channel. Tell them to come talk to me.
Sure, man.
Because
I mean, I'm patient,
I'll tell,
but this guy's just blowing it.
One thing I'll tell them, and everybody in my community will tell them, if I have mentors to prove it. If you don't come out of that red pill rage, it will kill you.
Yeah, and he's a young dude. He's like 32 or something, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll kill you.
Never married,
Even at
no
32.
kids. Oh, I agree. I totally agree. You know?
This content, like with the,
my red pill rage after I got divorced, you know, I went through the whole 7 steps of grief and shit, but part of that was I was hung up on my red pill rage for a couple years, I'm not gonna lie. You know, but because I am the kind of person that I am, that was just part of my process. I wasn't stuck there. I was working through it. It just took a long time to work through. Working through betrayal, man, after being with somebody more than a decade is it's a lot.
Yeah. Well, I think the Bastard Factory is finally giving up.
The Witch Factory?
The Bastard Factory.
Oh.
One of these crazy bitches.
I'm not familiar with that. I've been out of the loop for a while.
She's a traditional conservative woman.
Mm-hmm.
Much like what you guys were talking about earlier. Oh, she got rid of her content.
A lot of the dudes in our community, you know, I'm sure you know JC, you know Contriver. I'm sure you probably met Kush. If you haven't, you should. You know,
I have
these
not,
two guys will be the
actually.
first to tell you they went through red pill rage a lot long. They were in it a lot longer than us, than me or you. I went through for like 2.5 years, and it took my friend Lori and Lycan and another community to help pull me out of it. Because it's like this. It's kind of like being blue pill. When I was blue pill, I couldn't see the red pill. You know, the red pill can be the same way. You know, you take the red pill, you don't see an out. You don't see an out. You know, and that's something you need to challenge your crew on. You know, I mean, okay, you got the red pill, you understand it, you can see the gynocentric landscape for what it is. What's the next step in your life? You know, are you gonna be an island hermit? You know, you're gonna work out, you're gonna make plans, you're gonna buy your own island and shit and live in paradise, or you want to go to school, you know, and study to be a biochemist, you know, and stack paper to the ceiling and wear gold chains like my bro Kush. You know, or do you want to like focus on your career and shit and write fucking books, you know, base books about MGTOW shit and try to change the course of your country like Contriver's doing in India? You know, those are positive goals, you know. But if you got guys just sitting in an echo chamber and all they're doing is raging and being nihilistic, you know, and letting their health go, that's not a good thing. That's what we're trying to do over here. We're going in a new direction, trying to give people positives and encourage them to get healed. Like I was on Contriver's butt earlier, you know, to go see the doctor. And this is the other thing I wanted to interject on when we're talking about all of this mentorship stuff and doing a deep dive into spirituality and whatnot like that, and the lotus flower of the mind. You know, I've noticed that, you know, over the past hour, there've only been like, you know, 2 or 3 people in the chat. You know, Mr. Pliskin's here. Salute to you, Snake. Good to see you. So salute to you too, Salty General. Salt must flow. Absolutely. You know, but I'm just saying, you know, a lot of people that dropped out or went to bed, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5 a.m.
Yeah. I don't blame them for that, because I believe that it's the nature of the universe that, you know, we can't absorb everything, and I can't absorb everything, you know, but as you go through life, you know, things will be revealed to you. That's why I always say, you know, you should choose your mentors wisely. I tell everybody, choose your mentors wisely. It doesn't have to be me. I don't have to be your mentor, but whoever you're following, be sure they don't follow you down a path of destruction like like you wind up with Gay Bro who does fat lines of coke on live streams and shit. That's not the mentor that you need, unless you want to do fat lines on a live stream, or like who's that other dude, the pedo bro, Gel Maxer,
Hormaxer, yeah.
Yeah, Hormaxer, that Hormaxer guy, who got busted, screwing around with underage kids on Omegle and everything. That's not a positive mentor. That's not the way, that's not the MGTOW way.
Yeah, absolutely not, man. And everybody engages in some self-destructive behavior at some point in their lives, but having the presence of mind to realize that that is not the solution to your fucking problem, is part of what separates us from the rest of the animals.
Mm-hmm. It's the same thing I told CDP, I can't help you, because he even told me point blank that I need to stop counseling him. Okay. Then we need to end this conversation because it's not going anywhere. If we can't have a conversation,
stop asking for your insight.
And get a takeaway from it, and the chat can get a takeaway from it. Why are we even here? I understand. A lot of dudes do drugs and alcohol and whatnot, but there's a time and place for that. This isn't it. MGTOW is not AA. That's not what we do here. I'm not an Alcoholics Anonymous counselor. And that's what I told him. I'm like, you need to go get some professional help in your real life, because what you're looking for, sympathy or whatever, or maybe some hope of recovery, isn't going to help you. You need to go get an actual sponsor to help you. And this dude's like down on like a fifth of vodka every day, like half a gallon of vodka every day. He's gonna die.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Man, that's kind of how I was feeling about Black Wolf, before I dropped off and came here, is the dude would come on and he's just constantly shit-faced, and he's trying to espouse his point of view, but he, for real, he's trying to drown his own fucking pain and then, publicize that. And I'm not hacking on him. When he's got his shit together, he's a nice guy, and he can make some good points and whatever.
Right. It's called facilitation. He's looking for an environment or a group of people that will facilitate his alcoholism or drug addiction.
Yes. Agreed. 100% agree. But when they're in that mode, there's nothing that anybody can say that's actually going to help him, assist him. There's nothing anyone can say that he wants to hear.
You know what? Don't even worry about it. What I would do if I were you, it's what I do over here. If I can't help this individual, if I can't, talk any sense in CDP, if we can't get a takeaway, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to mentor the chat or whoever's on panel on what's going on here. This dude here is looking for somebody to facilitate his alcoholism. He's looking for a place to come and get drunk, and get angry and argumentative with a group and everything. To him, this is, you're allowing him in here to continue this behavior, to continue drinking and doing what he's doing is facilitating. It's using us to facilitate whatever it is he's doing. So if you can't help him, you need to tell your group what's going on. He's just, this dude over here is looking for a place to facilitate. And then what you do, the whole group will turn on him and begin mentoring him on, hey, dude, we don't appreciate you. Just the only time you want to come over here and hang out with us is when you want to fucking get drunk. So we're not good enough to hang around when we're sober, huh? Or when you're sober, right?
Right.
See where I'm going with that?
Oh yeah, dude, I totally
get
that.
Work. Mm-hmm. I live with an alcoholic. I know.
I was an alcoholic.
Right.
But that was so long ago, man. That's fucking so long ago. Like we were talking about, I am such a different person. After 30 years of sobriety or whatever, I'm a totally different person.
I quit drinking totally in 2019. I haven't touched his stuff since. I don't want to.
Yeah, I actually started drinking again when I came back to Thailand, but it's in moderation, man. Again, I'm not the same person. I'm not drinking until I'm fucking stupid, pissed drunk and stuff, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you not to drink alcohol.
And
or
that's how
anything. I mean, if you want a beer with your steak, I mean, go for it. You know?
Yeah.
If you
Alcohol
get-
wasn't the
if you-
problem. I was the problem.
You know, I'm talking like dudes that
Right.
do it every fucking day, every day. It's kind of like I live with an alcoholic. He can't go a day without downing a 12-pack of fucking beer or more. Come in
Yeah.
shit-faced drunk, you know, reminding me to, you know, after, you know, cleaning the house all day and taking care of the property and everything and all the animals and everything, busting my ass off, you know, he walks in the house and reminds me what a piece of shit I am. You know,
Oh,
that
that's
kind of shit
lovely.
I have to put up with. Oh yeah, you know, and yeah, man, it sucks that I have to come online and face that as well. You
Yeah.
know, and get in arguments, you know, with, you know, I got in a big argument online with somebody who was intoxicated, you know, to the point to where I had to make a video about it. It's called MGTOW is not AA. I think I can't remember if I looked it up on my channel or not. I think I need to repost it. I did some last minute work before at the beginning of the month on my channel. I'm still organizing stuff.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of alcoholics personally. when they get on the panel, I'm like, oh god.
The only person I can really stand when they're drunk is the chick in my bed. That's about it. And even then, there's fucking too much sometimes.
Right.
If she's too drunk to be actively participating, that's not good. I'll still work with it, but it's not good.
Most don't do. I may have a glass of warm steak. Not it.
Tasty.
Oh yeah, I'm a beast.
Right.
I take no prisoners. Zero.
And one of my favorite things to do is get one of those big custom deli cheese plates from HEB. Get some red onion and some wine. It's awesome.
One of my favorite things is to go downtown Bangkok and pop off a couple little Smirnoffs at the 7-Eleven and then take my time and walk up the street and see everything, see everybody. I go park myself at this one pub, have a couple pints, and man, almost every fucking time some dude rolls up in there and he looks a little pouty in the mouth, or I can tell that he's there for the first time because he's got that kid in the candy store look. Oh my God, I've never seen so much shit. I don't know, so much pussy. Where do I even start? I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, man, I meet so many fucking guys. And yeah, we just have conversations and, you know,
I'd probably
I
have
coach a little
that deer
bit
in the
on-
headlights look myself if I was over there.
Oh yeah, dude. Hey, I had that look the first time I was here too, believe. And I've been all over. I've been so many places before I came here, and even with that history, coming here, it's a whole nother fucking ball game. Because it's not illegal. There's nothing nefarious about women walking up and down the street scantily clad looking for a date. There's nothing nefarious about me looking at women, whether she's a hooker or a normal girl. You know, there's nothing nefarious about being in the mall and looking at people and making eye contact. There's nothing nefarious about cold approaching, you know. Yeah, it takes some dudes come over here and they adapt very quickly for their holiday. Some dudes, they have to come here 3 or 4 times.
Get your ass arrested.
Dude. No, man, when I was there in the States, dude, I had to keep my head down. I go into Target, man. I'm just looking at the fucking floor. I didn't want to get accused of eye raping some woman.
Right.
God.
Right.
And you know it's going to be that 400-pound feminist in some yoga pants. Looks like she's got 3 puppies wrestling under a blanket and shit. You know. Oh, stop staring at me. Believe me, I didn't even look at you. Ugh.
Ain't nothing around here but cans of dough.
Oh, the bread tubers.
The bread tubers.
Man, I was gonna play you this traditional conservative woman that's tired of being called a thought because, well, she's saying tired of being called a thought for having my 2 sons. No, I called her a thought.
2 kids outside of marriage. Yeah, that's a thought.
She was pregnant 3 times outside of wedlock.
Yeah, no, fuck her. And probably 3 baby daddy. No. I'm gonna mute this, but I've got my headphones on. I can still hear everything. I'm just gonna step out on the balcony and have a quick smoke.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys keep rocking it. I'm gonna mute myself until I come back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it looks like she's given up. Some of this stuff I've never even heard. Tired of being called pedo bait.
I busted open a can of cinnamon rolls that I cooked today, and it was dough all busting out the can and shit, and I started laughing my ass off.
Tired of lies, dehumanizing. Tired.
What is that?
Them.
What are you reading?
Oh, this is Alice's last farewell, I guess, from 5 hours ago.
Oh, shit.
Truth is, I'm tired of being called a thought for having my 2 sons. Tired of being cut down for just being me. Tired of men looking at me on her panel like I'm a piece of meat saying the most pervert things. Tired of being called a meth head or some kind of drug addict, and I don't do drugs. Tired being called crazy bitch just because I am human and kept standing up to the nonsense YouTube allows. Tired of being called pedo bait. Tired of falsely accused of being a child abuser. Tired of my son being presented as a victim to abuse, and there was none. Tired them bringing up my 3 pregnancies, and I only have 2 live children. Tired of... Huh?
So what happened to the third one? She eat it?
No, I guess her first pregnancy, she miscarried. But still not married. Supposed to marry before you carry if you're a conservative, right? That's kind of one of the main things. Tired of people disrespecting my veteran dad, making false claims he married his sister, and I am so kind of inbred. Tired of being called trailer park trash, and I don't even live in a trailer park. Tired of men and women cutting me down for not wearing makeup. See, I've never mentioned her makeup. Tired of women
I don't care.
Yeah. Tired of women defaming me and my children and family on this app. Tired of people claiming they know my intelligence or what I think. Tired of being called a mud shark. Tired of a woman using men to sexualize me on her panel. When she says her, she means me. Tired of men and women call my sons bastards just for being born. Tired of lies, name calling, dehumanizing me as a woman. Tired of them calling me a white strag. Tired them that asked me for my papers for my DNA.
What?
Tired, I don't know. Tired them saying I can't be conservative because I don't fit their idea of it. Oh, tired them saying I am virtue signaling. Tired of being accused I'm coming after men and attacking men when that woman had all them men on her panel to belittle me for her pleasure. Tired of being called a bastard factory. Tired of people trying to tell me what race I am. Tired of collecting the lies from others' mouths. Tired hours on end, months on end. This what I have collected from GM channel. Tired of just because I got a grill being called a can opener. Tired of being made front of being called dumb, names, point your fingers and blame. This list is longer than this. Tired of being called a liar. Yeah.
You don't know where, your problem thought is that, you don't know your place and you're not willing
Right.
to accept your place.
Yeah. Tired of being called a liar. I don't have to put up with this any longer, and I won't. I'm just tired of YouTube and the people on here like this. To all that went along with this, hope you feel better about yourself, for you've been cutting down someone that never said she was perfect or claimed to be, just made content. You all did this for a woman on a mission because I refused her and blocked her. I am just tired and I'm done with YouTube. This year has been enough for a lifetime. Her channel has shown me why I don't need to be on here because YouTube allow all of this to be done. I truly understand why some women hate men. I will leave behind this channel list of all the channels that had part in this defamation campaign to dehumanizing and cut down a disabled single mother for likes and views. Y'all made enough money off me. I was here share for free. I just don't have nothing I want to share anymore. No one should have to put up with all of this or have to collect all this nonsense I had to. A woman that was sick and tired of cyber stalkers and harassment. I get it. Now it's time to go. For me to go. Peace. I don't believe her.
You know what? I'm
Oh, no,
tired.
she'll
I'm
be
tired of
back.
this shit. I'm tired of this shit.
Yep.
I'm tired of
She'll
this
be
shit.
back.
Tired of this shit.
Oh, by
Ain't
the
going
way,
nowhere. Women
this
love abuse. She'll be back.
this Elspeth Meyer has been saying her and Red
Yeah, I
Pill
stepped
Mike were a
some
thing.
Elspeth the other day. I had to scrape it off. my
Really?
boot.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
Oh, wait a second. Now you piqued my interest talking about our boy. What's
Right?
this bitch have to say? Yeah.
She claims that her and Red Pill Mike had a love affair behind the scenes, even though I blocked this bitch from my channel like pretty early on because she was doing some kind of saying pedophilia was okay. But yeah, she claimed that she was at his side on his deathbed.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe it
fucking
either.
believe that.
I
No,
don't either.
no. Mike would have mentioned that, a long time ago.
He and I talked on the
Mike's pretty
phone
upfront.
3-4 times a week. Sometimes we talk for anywhere from a half hour to 2.5 hours. And yeah, he was fucking a
I've
couple
never seen
girls,
this
but
slur I've never seen this slur until like a month ago, a month or two ago. I just started hearing about Elspeth. That was it.
and let me be
I haven't
clear,
heard-
Mike would not fuck with any bitch that had any scent of pedo on her.
Right.
He was
No,
so
Mike.
he was so adamant about his hatred for that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, not to mention, he's very well aware of how women are, especially in his work environment, because he worked for Baylor Scott and White. He was like a all pro dude, very very professional.
Oh yeah,
and yeah, he ain't gonna fall for no stupid bitches bullshit online like this pile of Elspeth.
Well, now she's claiming to be Angler's new girl, so we'll see.
I mean, Mike
speaking
fucked
of
some
LARPer,
hoes, but
Angler
this
coming
one
in
sounds
here
like she's
LARPing as a
unhinged.
MGTOW. You ain't no MGTOW. He ain't no MGTOW.
Right.
You try to come off with some kind of like fucking hard pill rager and shit. You ain't shit.
A truth
That's big.
seeker.
Yeah, when he ran into me, I think, everybody over in Shinobi server and shit really started to see what he was about. And everybody was generally trying to help the dude,
Yeah.
But, you can't help an alcoholic. You can't help somebody that's using your Discord, using your MGTOW group to facilitate their alcoholism. And that's exactly what that is. No different than CD Punk, Hey, I understand, you guys want to party and have fun, get drunk online, shoot the shit. Hey, there's a place for that, but it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be a place, to facilitate that.
I like to get a little drunk sometimes, and believe me, I never bring my ass online. Never. Oh, hell no.
Right.
Oh no.
I did that once. Last time I did that, I woke up in the morning and the cops were looking for me, and I found my pants in the dishwasher.
The pants in the dishwasher part is funny.
Oh, trying to wash away that DNA evidence, but you're a little too fucked up to pull it off, huh?
Yeah, well, apparently I drank an entire bottle of Evan Williams. Entire bottle of Evan Williams, and I don't fucking remember a damn thing. Just a blank.
I got to be honest. That's one of there's a particular reason why I feel comfortable drinking here in Thailand. And there's a couple of them. One, you can walk down the street with a beer or a bottle or a mixed drink anytime, day or night, and a cop is not going to say anything to you. It is legal. You're not breaking any laws. You can buy a beer, pop it open, hang out front at the 7-Eleven with your friends and drink that. You can drink 2 or 3. People bring food and sit in front of the 7-Eleven and eat and drink. The other thing is, unlike the States, it's relatively fucking safe here. I see so many dudes stumbling down the fucking street. Sometimes it's only 8 p.m. and they are already fucking ripped out of the frame. But you know what? They don't have to worry about getting mugged or robbed or rolled or being hauled off to jail for being drunk in public. Being drunk in public is not a good look for anybody, myself included. And there've been a couple times. Oh, fuck, man. And I say that because, I say this to dudes that I meet here, because I meet dudes from my group when they arrive here, and we meet up and we talk, and I'll play tour guide and show them around and, kind of give them the inside track on a bunch of shit. And one of the things I tell them, be careful with your fucking drinking, because it is too easy to get too fucked up before you even realize it. The beers are cold. They go down easy. It's not like being in the States. You're not having to look over your shoulder, worrying about a cop, worrying about being drunk on the street. It's too easy to wander from bar to bar to bar. And, all of a sudden you realize, oh shit, I'm so fucked up. I can't even walk. I've seen it too many times. It's happened to me a couple times. So yeah, that's a little.
Yeah. We've had that conversation before about the passport bros. They need to be careful. Otherwise, if they go to because a lot of them want to go to Brazil and shit. And Kush was saying, you can go down there, and they got some, you can get rolled and you'll wake up in some seedy motel room with your fucking kid in a bathtub full of ice with your kidneys missing.
Yeah, it's not like that here. So I'll share a quick story. I was walking to dinner, Jesus, man, maybe 9 months ago. And I was on the main street downtown. It's well lit for the most part. Lots of people out. It was early. It was like 8:30. And I'm just walking up the street to this restaurant that I know that has good seafood. It's very well known. And a couple of lady boys approached me. There's nothing unusual about that. And they got a little handsy. Nothing unusual about that. I wasn't drunk. I'd had one beer, just one. And I was still carrying it with me because I was just whatever. And they stole my gold necklace off of me. And it happened so fucking fast that I didn't even know it until a couple hours later. And I'd had that thing 23 years. It was a gift for my 30th birthday. I don't take it off. It's been all over the world with me, you know, and it was sentimental. Yeah, it was expensive. It was expensive as fuck, but I keep it tucked. It's not like I'm I'm not somebody who's showing off. Oh, look at me! I don't wear a watch. I don't wear rings. I don't wear jewelry. Most of the time the necklace was completely hidden under my shirt. So how that even happened? Anyway, and I reported it to the police. But my whole point is, as long as I've been here, and that's the worst thing that happened to me.
Right.
Yeah. It's still relatively fucking safe compared to the U.S., compared to the Bay Area. Yeah. When I'm in the States, I don't drink, not a drop. Oh, the exception to that when I was home is I stopped in to see some friends in Colorado. I specifically flew into Denver to spend a couple of days with them, and we were holed up in their fucking apartment, big ass place, 3 bedrooms, 3 bath, whatever. And we just hung out. I drank a little bit. We smoked weed, and we just laughed and talked and watched movies and caught up, because I hadn't seen them in a couple of years. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I don't drink and nothing, especially when I'm visiting. Shit, no. Too easy for things to go sideways too quickly.
All right, I got to read this one too.
All right.
I'm not coming back, Truth Seeker. Oh, because Truth Seeker's Scorp Thought's little white knight that's been at me too. Yeah, it's best to take a break. In a few months, you can come back and just ignore. What I saying isn't true. I think maybe what she is saying, maybe?
The grammatical genius of these people.
I'm not coming back, Truth Seeker. No reason to. I will just do my volunteer work in my town. No want or need to make content no more. In 2023, my paperwork will be complete, and these people will be held accountable for this defamation campaign against me and my family. Almost over 350 live streams I have collected. And yes, Captain Dave is my brother. I am just tired and I am sick. Not just physically, but emotionally. I have PTSD that is real. I have never been through anything like this, nor have I ever ran into people like this. See, I take that as a compliment. See, this is what women go through when they're actually held accountable and somebody doesn't fucking let up on them. She's never been held accountable before.
I think she brought it on herself. She kept slamming her head into the wall, and this is what happens when you do that.
Right. She started it.
Right?
She did. She called you out first.
Well, no. Well, because I was making comments and she wanted to talk shit. Yeah. And then she fucking went on the attack to try to get Contriver away from those gulag dudes that he was having a conversation with. And then accused him of being a fucking pedophile. Like, you stupid bitch.
I was there.
That dude's... Whoa. Not only is he not a pedophile, I'm pretty sure he's in fucking monk mode.
Right.
Oh,
I am better.
Trevor's one of the most base people in this community.
Right.
Yeah.
I am better off signing out, dealing with those that see me for the person I really am and know me. My brother asked them to stop. I know as long as I am on here, it won't. So I am left with no choice but one. Keep doing what you doing. But after all this, I just can't no more. Mandy has her list. This a part of my partial list of lies and insults. It's a lot longer than this one. Been collecting data since March when she did the first live stream on me. The internet is forever, where men and women act like animals. Difference between Mandy and me, I can prove everything she can't.
Hey, we're not the ones hanging over in animals. What do you mean? We're not the ones hanging over in petting zoo.
Right.
That's her stomping ground is petting zoo.
Truth Seeker. Karma will get her. I suggest you pray a lot. Prayer can heal. Take care. You will get better. And then her Brandon guy she picked up at the AA hall. I'm sorry you're going through this, Alice. We will see that she pays. She will get what she deserves. You don't deserve this, Alice. You don't deserve to disrespected like that. I'm here for you. I love you so much, friend. See, this is the poor me stuff she wants. Oh, you poor baby.
The validation. She wants the validation.
Yeah.
She's not responsible in everything you've read in the last 20 minutes from her. She's not responsible for anything. She's
right.
a victim. A continuous fucking
Dudes like
victim.
Truth Seeker and Brandon are thirsty like a motherfucker.
Truth Seeker actually recently uploaded a video about my son.
Huh?
Yeah. He's been tagging me.
All those thoughts on it. Go back to his home channel. Let me see that. Let me see that.
Yeah, he put me on here too.
Yeah, look at all this. Yeah. Oh, okay. He's got a thing for blondes and Asians. Okay. Well, look, when you type in a man's channel and shit, you can tell a lot
what's wrong with
about that man.
Asians? Hey? Huh?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you
Or
can tell. I
blondes.
mean, the first thing you see on Truth Seeker's channel.
Look, he's an Asian man. He's an Asian man.
Yeah. He a thirsty.
No wonder he
motherfucker.
likes
He's
blondes.
a thirsty Asian dude. Thirsty simp. Look at that simp.
Those first videos on his homepage look like thirst traps.
Oh yeah. Oh
Clickbait.
yeah. We talked with this dude. Yeah. I remember him now. Okay, because he, this is the same dude that does Expose the Manosphere.
Yeah. Well, he gave me a public apology,
there's Hammerhand.
and then retracted it.
Yeah. Since
Jesus, how many times have they canceled Hammerhand? Man.
Right. Too many. He's
it's been doing
monetized right
live
now.
feeds,
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
monetized
he
too.
I've been following him. You know, he made a good point a couple days ago.
Just
that
watch a
YouTube
video.
Sorry.
Continuing
Sorry.
to crush
That's
MGTOW
good.
creators with under 10K followers. If you had over 10K, you know, I guess they're given a little leeway, but they're crushing all the upstarts.
Yeah, Red
Go ahead,
Ranger
Fred.
just got a second strike.
Yeah, True Seeker, he's just got too much time on his hand, and he's pining away his sorrows. You know, if you wanted some poon, you know, you need to get out there in the world and go look for poon. There's poon out there. You know, if all you got to do, look, I've talked to dudes about this, about picking up chicks, because they come in here like, oh, I can't meet women. Well, do you think you're gonna fucking meet any woman hanging out here online? No.
Exactly. I get
You
the
gotta
same
get out in
thing
the
here,
real
man.
world.
Which app should I
Right.
use? Is it Tinder? Is it Thai Friendly? Should I use Asian Connection? Should I use this? I'm like, man, you know, I've used a bunch of those apps, and yeah, off of Thai Friendly, I met 2 women that were long-term girlfriends, but for real, the best thing to do is just get the fuck out, be out in public, you know?
Yep. That's what I tell dudes, man. You know, go hang out, you know, wherever it is you hang out, go like, you know, where do women go? Grocery stores, you know, whatever, you know, just, you don't even have to fucking buy anything. Just go to the grocery store and pretend like you're just shopping around and actually accidentally bump into them. You'll meet all
One
fucking
piece of
kinds
advice I
women.
give is one of the best places to meet women is in the middle of the day at the fucking mall. Because
Walmart.
if she's at the mall and she's shopping on a Wednesday at 1 o'clock or 11 o'clock in the morning, yeah, that's somebody to fucking.
If you go to like any like bar or like hotel bar and you know and you see a woman there in the day, you know, you know,
Oh, yeah.
with a drink and she's just stirring that drink, she's there for one reason and one reason only. She's there for some dick.
That's right. If you're a
You know,
good looking
I've
dude,
met
she's going to
women-
give it to you for free. If you're not, you're going to pay for it. But she's still looking for the D.
Right. If she's power walking or jogging or cycling through your neighborhood in the middle of the day, she's looking for some dick. You know, all you got to do is say hi, you know, say I'm not being a creep or anything, you know, but you're really attractive, you know, I mean, my name's so-and-so, you know, and would you like to exchange numbers?
I don't
you know,
even.
and have a coffee later
I don't
some
even
later
tell
on, you
women
know?
they're attractive. I don't tell them they're pretty or cute until after I've banged them.
Whatever. I'm just tossing lines out. You know, whatever it is, whatever game it is that you're playing.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I can get away with that. I don't need to stroke a bitch's ego.
Right.
And the less and the and,
I don't doubt it.
and
I'm not
the
questioning
less
your game.
validation we give them, the more hungry they are to fucking do whatever they think it is they need to do to get it.
Yeah,
A
my
little
whole
reverse
idea
psychology at play.
that I tell dudes is just like, you got to be available. You know, you got to make yourself available. You know, keep going back to the same place over and over again. If you see the same woman, you know, she happens to show up, you know, or she's still working there, you know, and just she sees you as a regular, you know, pick her up. You know, talk to her. I mean, that's how you meet people in the real world. That's the thing about it, man. People are so fucking socially inept these days, because you know this internet social media bullshit.
Shit, I'll give you a real life story. Just last week, me and a dude that I'd met from my men's chat group, we met up for a second time, and we were sitting at the pub having a couple beers before we headed out to, you know, go out and party and do whatever. And this cutie, what looked like a fucking cutie, walked by. He and I both looked at her, and we were like, mm-hmm. And she gave us the look. We're sitting at the bar looking onto the street, and she's walking by, and she gave us a second look. I waved that bitch in. What are you talking about? Come here. We'll buy you a drink. Come sit for a minute. She got up close. She wasn't as cute up close. But we bought her a drink, and we sat there and we chatted with her a little bit, you know, and we finished our beers and split and paid for her drink. And, you know, she was able to sit there for, you know, finish half of her vodka on her own, trying to scope out another dude or whatever, you know. I'm just saying, it's easy. It's fucking so easy. And she was ready to go. If either one of us would have pulled the trigger, she'd have come back to our room. Oh shit. I was out a couple days ago with this older dude. He's like in his mid 60s. And I went to the spot and I rolled up on him and met him. And one of his friends was there with this hot Palestinian girl. She's not, and I say hot because she's not wearing makeup. She's not dressed sexy. She's wearing a nice like summer dress. It's dark colored, but she just fucking no makeup. Beautiful. Oh my God. Fucking beautiful. And my older buddy's friend, this dude's also in his 60s, you know, he bought her a few beers, bought her a fucking Caesar salad, and then took her back to his room and fucked her, and then left her there to sleep while he came back out and kept partying with us. And partying is we're talking, we're drinking.
The most beautiful women don't need makeup.
I agree, dude. The less makeup, the better, in my opinion. I prefer the natural look. I mean, when I was a teenager in high school, the best looking girlfriend that I had wore zero makeup. And she was beautiful to me. Fucking beautiful. My ex-wife hardly wore any makeup, man. Just a little eyeshadow and a little mascara. And she'd put on a little lipstick sometimes, but just fucking beautiful. And I know she was beautiful because if we were out and I stepped away for a minute, other dudes could not step up over there fucking fast enough, you know?
My sister, when we raised our niece, my niece, you know, let me see, I think she was like 13 or 14 years old. She got really pissed off at her mom because her mom came home because I guess her friend came over and they were playing with makeup and stuff. She looked like a fucking clown. I mean, she had like her mascara all over her eyes, bright red lipstick, and, you know, heavy rouge and shit on. She looked like I was laughing at her. You know, she's like, "It's not funny, Uncle Bullets." I'm like, "Yeah, it's fucking hilarious," you know, because you look like a clown. And, you know, and I told her, like, you know, your mom doesn't want you wearing makeup. Take that shit off, you know, because if her mom comes home, she's going to whoop your ass. Because she wasn't allowed to wear makeup until she turned 18. That was her mom's rule. She wasn't supposed to wear makeup.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
No, she's a child. She doesn't need to be wearing makeup like that. She got in trouble at school because I was at work. I didn't hear about it till I got home. And I lived with my sister for like 2 years at this time, back in, what was it, 99, 2000, I think it was, up until the point, you know, shit took a turn for the worse, you know, and I had other obligations I had to take care of. But where was I going with that? Lost my train of thought. You gonna say something? Yeah, she got in trouble at school because her and her friend did a dance routine when I was at work. They had some kind of little show that they were doing, and they did a little hoochie mama routine in we're talking these short hoochie mama shorts that Alice likes to wear in halter tops.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
Alice reminded me of. She reminded me of my 13-year-old niece, doing hoochie mama dances in front of her at the elementary school or junior high, wherever she wanted to at the time. But the teachers took my sister aside and had a talk with her, look, we can't have your daughter up there dancing like that, because apparently whatever they were doing was pretty provocative, at that young age,
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, she got called into
Yeah,
school
dude.
over that.
They blame us men for, sexualization, but fucking chicks are sexualizing themselves all the time from an early age. And it's even worse now, thanks to Snapchat and fucking, Instagram and Twitter. And God only knows what new platform the fucking kiddies are gravitating to, that's anonymous and whatever.
Well, she was almost raped once. I remember, because I wanted to kill him, but little bastard. I was at work, and I got a phone call from my sister, that something was up at the house. I get there at the house, my niece is in her room. She's crying. My sister's there consoling her and explains to me, what the hell's going on, and I immediately wanted to go out and kill the little shit, because apparently, he tried to make a move on her or something like that, put her on the bed and held her down, But she's like, I'm gonna handle this. I just need you here at the house while I go handle it. I'm like, sure, don't want me to go handle it? She's saying, no, I don't want you to get arrested. So,
Right.
but yeah, apparently, when my sister went over to this kid's house, had a talk with their parents, and I think their parents, took a belt to his ass or something. But yeah, that almost happened, and that's when things really started to change. After the hoochie mama shit, dance routine shit, and the makeup and that, her whole fucking world changed because she started to realize, there are people out there that will take advantage of her and shit, So I've had the same talk with my nephew too. Same thing with boys, boys can wind up in that situation as well.
Oh yeah, Cam had a situation like that when he was 13 with a girl. Girl was all kinds of daddy issues, and I kind of I made it a point to ask her specifically in front of him, he didn't try to force you into anything, right? And Cam was looking at me like, Mom, no. I was like, yeah, I know, because somebody facilitated this little thing, and I know it wasn't you, Cameron.
Fast forward to the incident in the car in the driveway.
Right? Right?
Oh, did I miss something?
Daddy issues are still strong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute myself for a minute while I take care of this.
Okay.
That's cool.
I'm still listening. I got my headphones on. I can hear everything. I just need to mute this for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, Cam actually lied to the police because he lied to a chick. Apparently, he told this chick he was 18. So I guess they were hanging out in the car. And I guess the cops got called because this dude, I guess this dude was trying to get with this chick. And he was upset that she was interested in Cam. So he called the cops on them, and they were in the parking lot. And so when the cop showed up, he asked him for his driver's license or date of birth or whatever. And he gave him the wrong date of birth because he told her the he was 18 and he was 16. So he got to come home in cuffs because he lied to the police. I was like, good. Yeah.
Probably did him a huge favor right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The cop was like, because he knocked on my door and I opened the door and I was just like, oh, he's like, oh, no, your son's okay. I was like, oh, okay. Because that's like your worst fear when your kid's out and he's driving and he's hanging out with friends and stuff, like getting a visit from the cops, like something happened. He's like, no, he's okay. He's just learning a valuable lesson right now. I was like, ooh, what happened? He's like, yeah, he lied to me. I was like, oh, he's like, yeah, he was with a girl. And apparently because he lied, she was 21.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's a player, man.
21.
She would have gotten in trouble too.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it works both ways. It's not just, women can be charged, with what do they call it? Like sexual assault with a minor and shit if they're over age of 18. Except in Texas, where they do have the Romeo and Juliet law here. I find it strange that they put that in the Salty Cracker pointed that out, that it was strange that they put that in the Transformers movie and explained the law to the kids. That
what is the Romeo and Juliet
legally-
law?
Yeah, well, like if you're over the age of 18 and you're in a relationship with somebody who's as young as 14, it can be protected under the Romeo and Juliet laws. Basically, it's a license to be a pedophile, which I find that a very strange law,
Right.
But they want really, I think it was, what was it, Age of Extinction? I think they wanted into that. Yeah, I think it was. It was the first one with Mark Wahlberg and that blonde chick and that wannabe dude who wants to be Chris Pratt but isn't Chris Pratt.
I haven't seen it. I only saw the very first one, I think, because that was like the first movie I ever took Cameron to.
So I want to chime in on what Bullets was saying about the Romeo and Juliet law. There's been a movement in California to change the laws of consent there, so that boys as young as 12 can quote unquote engage in consensual relationships, specifically with fucking men. So it's just another sign of how far down our society is fucking falling, trying to normalize being a sexual predator, of young boys. This is not applicable to girls. This
Right.
is specifically for young boys. So,
That's weird.
well, it's part of that whole MAPS thing, minor attracted persons, aka fucking pedos.
So it's okay to predate on young boys, but not girls.
Right. And it's this whole
I'm
movement of trying to
DMing it to
normalize
you.
pedophilia and shit, which it sickens me to fucking pieces. And now I was almost 16 when I lost my virginity, and she was 29, but she wasn't some stranger, and I hadn't been groomed or anything. Wasn't like that. I was grown beyond my years at that point. But that's not the point.
Right.
I was almost 16, I'd already had I'd had a life that made me more grown than most people my age already. So, Anyway, you guys,
Yeah.
it's dark here. It's almost
Yeah.
7. I'm gonna
Yeah.
grab a shower and go get some food.
All right.
Thank you
It's
for
good
having
chatting.
me.
Thanks for coming, JC. It's
Yeah,
good to hear
seeing
from
you.
you.
Good seeing you again, brother.
Yeah.
It's good seeing both of you too. Bullets, man, you know, when you asked me, I subbed to your channel, man. So when something pops off, I'll get the notification. And if I'm available, dude, I'll come hang out.
Yeah,
Sweet.
definitely stop on by, you know, or you need to reach out in the comment section. You know, I don't know if you're in
Yeah.
the Discord or not, but we do have a Discord.
Yeah, I'm not in the Discord, but if you have the link posted on your community tab, I'll come check it out.
Hold on.
You are in the Discord.
I'm in
Is he?
your Discord. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, cool. All right,
Yeah, totally.
then we're good to go.
Okay, fantastic.
All right,
Amanda,
Jason.
Hey, man,
it's
take
great
care and
seeing
have
you.
fun over
Good to
there.
see you too.
Thanks, Bullets. I hope that things I hope the winds change for you so that you can put your passport to use and get out of the US and, you know, enjoy life someplace else for a minute.
Yep. Well, as soon as I'm done with my responsibilities here, I've just got to catch up with everything.
I hear you, man. I'll see you guys later.
I
All
want to.
right. Bye, JC.
YOLO, my friend. Man, that was cool talking with him again. It's been a long
Yeah.
time. Well over a year.
Really?
About that, I think. I think it was like, I don't know, January or February, I think. Maybe the last time me and him had a back and forth.
Hmm.
It's good seeing Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Braxton Spivey, you know, dropped in the chat. That was cool. Yeah, I dropped that. Yeah, it's Transformers: Age of Extinction, Romeo and Juliet Law. If you want to give that a watch. Even Salty Cracker thought that was really strange. That, you know, it's not that they had to like do this in the movie, but they had to insert the law into the movie to explain it.
Hmm. So is that an attempt to wake people up, to let them know that that law exists, or?
Well, we're not talking
I mean,
about people. We're talking about minor children. Minor children are fans of the Transformers franchise.
right.
Boys, mostly boys, are boys are bigger fans of Transformers movies and movies of this caliber than girls are. So basically, what they're doing, they're educating boys on the Juliet Law, Romeo and Juliet Law.
Mm.
You know, so young teenagers that watch this movie and like, oh well, you know, I can hook up with like a 9-year-old and shit, you know, and that use the Romeo and Juliet Law. You know, even when I'm over 18, I could still bang, you know, teenage girls and shit, you know, minor children. That's what this alludes to. That, you know, if they're ever accused of dating a minor child, they can always revert to this defense of Romeo and Juliet law. Like, even if the parents like accuse him of, like, you know, being a pedo, you know, or molester or molesting their child, the pedo can use this in their defense.
The female pedo. I mean, if the main audience for Transformers is young boys.
Well, young men, you know, that, I mean, when I was a boy, you know, I feel like that dude who does that, shit, what's his name? I forgot. Anyway, I digress. But when I was a kid, I used to collect comic books, and one of my favorite comic books of all time was Transformers. I had Transformers #1 when it first came out. Bought it at the convenience store. I had stacks of fucking comic books. I mean, you name it, I had it. You know, Spider-Man, Transformers, G.I. Joes. You know, I just invested comic books. The Conan saga, the big Conan books with the badass, beautiful art. You Um, I had first issue Nam, Lobo. I mean, all kinds of shit. It was all stolen from me when I was young.
Mm.
And when I was around in my early 20s, somebody I was living in a camper trailer at the time, because at the time it was all I could afford. And somebody broke in, stole all my baseball cards. I'm talking thousands of dollars worth of comic books and baseball cards. Today, they'd be worth probably hundreds of thousands of dollars, on eBay. A Transformers #1, a Nam #1, a Lobo #1, a first edition fucking baseball cards from like as far back as the 70s. I'm talking like rookie Pete Rose. I had Hank Aaron's.
I don't know who any of these people are. Bullets.
Pete Rose probably would be worth a shit nowadays, but back in the day, I mean, yeah, I just had stacks of fucking. I was a kid. I collect baseball cards and comic books.
Mm.
When I was growing up, I never met a girl that ever collected baseball cards and comic books. I had all the Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Ninja Turtles, and He-Man action figures and shit. I was a collector and shit, right? I've never met a girl. They called me a fucking nerd. I was nerd when I was going to school. All the pretty girls in school, no, they don't collect comic books. That's why I laugh when I see any of these LARPing women that are on like Nerdrotic and shit with all the comic books and action figures. That's all flair. That's flair. That's to attract the boys' attention. Okay.
Yeah.
That's to divert you from her actual what she's up to. Her deal is to get you into a gyno trap by any means necessary, and that means going as far as co-opting your interested lifestyle. So she's trying to like manipulate a lifestyle or impersonate a lifestyle. She's trying to attract that type of person. You'll see Scorp Thought do that. Scorp Thought, she's got this idea of meeting some, island hermit, who will bend the knee to her vegan religion. That's her goal, and she'll do everything she can, to manipulate that, to perceive that image, and attract that person in her life. But growing up, I never met even to this day, every woman I've ever been with never collected comic books or action figures or baseball cards, or was even the least bit interested in what I'm doing. Like, playing video games. I've never met a woman that was interested in playing video games with me or hanging out with me and just drinking a beer and playing fucking games and having a good time. Oh, no. It's all got to be about her. Literally, the world revolves around her. Whatever you're focused on in the world, she hates. She has enmity towards that because it diverts attention from her.
Yeah, I don't know any.
That's a gospel from Bullets.
I don't remember any chicks being into comic books and stuff.
When you were growing up as a kid, Mandy, did you know any little girls that you were growing up with that collected comic books, baseball cards, action figures, or anything like that? Played cops and robbers or anything, or interested in guns?
No. I was kind of interested in guns and trucks, and I played video games with my dad. So, but the comic books, no. And we watched. I remember that X-Men. You remember in the Thundercats? I remember watching some of that too with him.
Yeah, action figures of Thundercats. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, but the collecting thing, no, I don't know any chicks that did that. I knew some boys that collected stuff.
One of my favorite cartoons of all time when I was growing up was the first anime that was ever came imported from Japan was Star Blazers, also known as Starship Yamato. It appeared, I think it was like 1976 or 77 on TV, and it was syndicated nationwide. And everybody, all my friends, man, we were really into that show. I mean, it was Japanese anime converted, with a English sub, and it was fucking cool. They even made a movie about it too. You can find it on YouTube. You look up Starship Yamato. That's what they call it. They don't call it Star Blazers. When it came to America, they called it Star Blazers. They didn't call it Starship Yamato because I don't know, it just didn't sound right to the TV execs, I guess. So, but watching that was if you ever want to see the first anime that was ever nationally broadcast in the United States, look up Star Blazers on YouTube. I believe you can watch the entire series, and it's really good. It's a really good series.
I might check
Let
that
me
out.
ask you this. Yeah, I highly. I mean, it's old. It's from the 70s, But yeah, it's like the first Japanese anime that ever hit the United States. One thing I'd like to ask you, Mandy, when you were growing up as a little girl, what were little girls interested in?
Well, my sister was interested in like Barbies, My Little Pony. I had an Easy Bake Oven.
That's cool.
I remember my dad got me my first microscope. I got a little science kit. I used to go around and collect bugs and do stuff. But my sister was the girly one. I was like went fishing and played in dirt one.
You're a tomboy, right? Okay.
Yeah. But I'm trying to think of like friends I had.
And most of the girls that I knew when they were growing up, they would hang out in their little social circles, and they would usually play with the Barbie things, as toys. They would collect that and play with makeup. I do remember that, and then usually arts and crafts type stuff.
Yeah.
Like they do the Easy Bake Oven thing, or sometimes they would try knitting. I mean, I took home ec. Because I didn't want to take showers at school, so they didn't know what to do with me. So they put me in the room with all the girls, which I was like, hey, this is cool. I can do this. This is fun, I mean, hanging out with the chicks, doing art class and stuff, and that's what I normally see them do. They're doing recipes, or they're cooking. They're doing some kind of craft. They're working with their hands and doing something constructive, more so than guys would do, like kick a ball, collect action figures, read comic books, watch cartoons, play games. Not so many girls would really participate in what a lot of us boys did. Normally, when they had their own social circles, they were more into like crafts and stuff and doing their own thing. It was weird. I don't know. It's just like they're doing their thing. The boys did their thing and the girls did theirs. Sometimes the girls would have stuff like Hot Wheels and action figures and stuff, but it was rare. It's not like the way that like a dude like Nerdrotic would look at it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I grew up like at recess playing Smear the Queer with the guys. Like, I think I broke my collarbone when I was like in second grade because I tackled somebody. Yeah, Smear the Queer. It's funny. Well, Bullets, I'm tired.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the morning here.
I know.
I have
Dude,
some fast errands I got to run as well because
it's going to be 14 degrees tonight.
Yeah, that storm is going to be hitting us right around 11 a.m. to noon. 40 to 80 mile per hour winds. 40 mile an hour winds with gusts up to 70 to 80 miles an hour is what they're saying. Low in the hill country to 13 degrees, possibly 12. Remember all your peas, plants, pets, pipes. Drip your faucets. Especially if you have PVC plumbing. Metal plumbing too. That shit will. You'd be surprised how fast a pipe can freeze. I mean, in less than 30 minutes in that type of weather, a pipe can freeze. I've seen it happen. Full of water. So I got to get out there, and we have some exposed pipes under our house, so I got to be sure that everything's tied together. One thing that I'm doing is I'm tying the hot water pipe up to as many cold water pipes as I can to help maintain some temperature and drip those faucets.
Hmm.
Let it fucking run if you have to, but yeah. Just doing a simple, I had to reroute the piping and the water heater, and that cost over $100. We're talking like, two 10-foot lengths worth of pipe each side cost over $100 to replace. So give you an idea of how expensive that could be, and that you want to definitely drip your pipes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bring your pets in. If you can't bring your pets in, make sure they got plenty of food, because food, as long as they're digesting digestion of food generates heat, and it'll help them weather the cold. That's what we do with our donkeys. We have 3 donkeys. I'm gonna I'll pour them big bowls of food so that way they can munch on it all night. And that'll keep them warm. Donkeys are really resilient. They can stand high temperatures and sub-zero freezing temperatures. So,
Jesus, really?
yeah, they're tough out. A donkey or a mule are one of the toughest fucking animals on the face of earth. I mean, if you're familiar with a donkey is basically a zebra.
Mm-hmm.
They're very closely related to zebras. They're very resilient, tough animals.
Hmm. See, I feel like I would try to make him a jacket or something.
Yeah, GoBots came after Transformers and shit to compete with Transformers. Yeah, those are funny. Ah, man, why how time flies? Shit, I'm old.
Right.
Collect all that shit.
Right.
I wish I had all of it. I mean, I had original fucking Transformers, original Optimus Prime, and they're going for a lot of money right now. And I hear you yawning. You want to go to bed, get some sleep, get some rest. I will see you tonight. I'll be popping in the stream, and I will see you all then. If not, if Kush or anybody's streaming later today, I may pop in there. But stay warm, everybody. Merry Christmas, and we will see you soon. Good night, Mandy.
Good night.
Smile and wave. Smile and wave.
Bye.
Don't forget to smile and wave. Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Where's the door?
Or good morning. The good morning, actually, Bullets.
Oh, okay. Okay, I found the door. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. All right, Mr. Pliskin, see you later. Primo, I know you just got here, but good seeing you. And whoever else is in the chat. Haven't seen anybody in a while, but I do have the next 8 days off, so this will be nice. If anybody... Oh, I am going to, I think, have a conversation with Minka about her. Actually, we're going to have a conversation about a couple different things. So, and it might be earlier in the day because I'm off. So, yeah. See you later.